next to me, come on. Get this feeling Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better lay You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. You're my obsession. You're my obsession.
gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally.
It's Elimination Day here at Project Horizon for VCT China. I'm Charlotte, joined by Zobi. And yes, Elimination finally on the line. We've got Nova Esports taking on Wolves, Zobi. And this one's for all the marbles.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Wolves obviously having one more win, staying in that upper bracket a little bit longer in this triple elimination format, but it doesn't matter. It is do or die. One more loss and you have no chances at Master Santiago. And really not a great way to start the season in that long run for Master Shanghai in your home region later in this season. Honestly, though, I feel like these teams, like our judgment, our perception of them is so different, right? Wolves, it's like ever since Masters Toronto, it's been this agenda of underperforming. And on the flip side for this year, especially for Nova, it's like they haven't done that bad, even though they've lost their opening 2 matches, right? You look at the scores, you're like, they've pushed some pretty good teams. So it's so hard to get a grasp on how this will go.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we thought, oh, maybe Nova versus All Gamers might be one of the weaker matches in the first round, and here we have All Gamers in the upper bracket semi-finals. So very much, I think, in this stage, a lot of expectations have been flipped upside down. But let's take a closer look at this Nova Esports side, who, like you say, they haven't actually won a game yet. They find themselves in this lower bracket. But the roster is still fairly good. You've got some returning faces and some newer ones in there as well. For Nova, Zobi, what do you think? Okay, what do you think is the sort of goal for not just Kickoff but the season in general?
Yeah, I mean, you brought in a rookie with Green, you brought in some talent elsewhere, like you mentioned, with Hebe IGL coming from Trace. It definitely, I think, had a recipe for success, keeping the strong parts in Nova and improving elsewhere. And again, we're just kind of waiting for them to click, especially that double duelist where you brought in an explosive rookie like Green. And I think, again, I haven't really gotten to like take a fine-tooth comb through their losses, but they've been so close, and you've got to hurt for this team and how close they've gotten up against some really good squads.
Yeah, you look at some of the players on here as well. You have Guang, Izir, and Obi-Wan, who are all have been on Nova in previous years. Obi-Wan as well has sort of had an interesting relationship with the team, as it were, sort of coming in and out of substitute positions, but now does find himself on this starting lineup yet again. And I think this is going to have to be a real opportunity for him to prove himself, but on the controller role, it's often quite difficult to do that in any measurable way when it comes to, I mean, especially the KD is a bit of a difficult one to measure. But then we look over at the other side at Wolves. Like you say, they've won a game. They took out Trace in the first round, but since then, and even in that game as well, we've always had questions, and they've struggled to put things together.
Yeah, I mean, that Trace matchup, which we casted, Charlotte, was so promising. And we'll dive into the reasons why in a second as we bring up their team lineup, obviously, of Spring, Sweet Fat Baby, Autumn, Jawa, and Yosemite. And the reason to me that was so impressive was you have, again, an unknown name, Autumn, coming in and killing it on the Sentinel. And then you have Jawa, this, I don't know if he counts as an import, but he's from the United States, right? Tier 2 talent from NA. And I was super excited to see this squad, because to me it felt like it could have like super team qualities, and I think it did deliver up against a tough Tracy Sports squad early on, and then they kind of veered super far left. Like, I want to see into Faded's like mind right now and why they've tested out Autumn on the duelist, you know, why they're having Yosemite on the veto, and it's just making me curious if it is the triple kind of elimination that they've been using for that experimentation with this team to find that identity. Because honestly, do you remember after that Masters Toronto run, they like made a bunch of comp shifts and then they were never the same? I'm hoping they're not falling into that same kind of downward spiral early into the season.
Yeah, for sure. Plenty of time, though, as you say, for them to try and find stuff. And yeah, this is something we were going to talk about as well. Wolves Esports and pistol rounds. They've played 3 best of 3s already and have won 2 pistol rounds, though, just sitting at a 13%.
I mean, they know it's a problem. Fade even tweeted out, one day we will win pistol rounds, and that was after the loss up against TEC or Titans Esports Club. And they know it's an issue when it's not just that they're losing the pistols, it's that the enemy teams are able to compound momentum after, right? An 08, right, on Breeze start, 04 start here and there on other maps, right? Like, they understand that they need to get themselves out of the hole early before there's no sunlight left.
Yeah, for sure. We've also got the skirmish where Fade keeps getting sent in to these skirmishes. They're sticking with the coach meta, I guess. But a 2-0 start up against Obi-Wan, which is certainly quite something. We saw Fade
finish it off?
His first skirmish up against the coach of Trace Esports, Destroyer. So. Obviously, that's coach v coach. Now we're up against a starting player, and who knows, things could be different. And Obi-Wan from 2-0 down is now 4-2 up. So it does feel like maybe Fade is slowly getting pushed out of this skirmish. But there's still a fight back, actually. Hold on a second.
Wait a minute.
Is this 4-4? Because it's first to 5. And we're on Fade's POV. Okay, Fade has won the skirmish, and that means that Wolves get to choose whether they start the bans or ban second. And it seems like they have chosen to pick TB, so they will be banning They will be picking and banning second.
Yeah, which makes sense.
So, yeah.
It gives you a little bit more control over where you go. And before my video, I do want to comment on that skirmish. I'm not a psychologist, but you could just see in those player cams the difference, right? You're Obi-Wan saying, I don't want to lose to a coach, and you lose, and there's not even like your teammates repping behind you, versus Fade even was like, I want to compete so my players can focus on the game, and they're all there rallying behind them, like the vibes are looking good. But these are our maps we're going to, and we talked about this a little bit before broadcast, Charlotte. We thought like a team was going to have to play a map that they have not played yet, because these teams had such like non-overlapping pools, and that does seem to be the case only if we make it to a map 3 of Pearl for Wolves. And for Nova, we'll be seeing their Haven for the first time.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We also theorized that Nova would be banning Bind first. It's been their permaban all stage, so it's good to see that continuing here, and Wolves have also been very keen to take Corrode away. So both these teams kind of sticking with what they know, but again, the overlapping, the sort of intersection of the map pools being 0 means that obviously there are going to be new maps, but it's still very much, we definitely don't like these maps, we definitely don't want to see them.
Yeah, I think my biggest surprise actually there was the fact that we expected 1 new map for Nova and we get 2 of them, right? They're actually picking into Abyss here, which they have not shown as well. And I think that's honestly a bold move, but not an incorrect move by any means if they have it well prepped, especially since Wolves have played it twice, lost it twice with 2 different compositions. And that kind of goes back to the identity shift that we mentioned, maybe trying to figure out what does work for them or what doesn't. And I'm honestly not sure. I think I want to limit test the new comp that they played more recently a little bit more, where they got bodied by Shilai Gaming, which was Omen, Sova, Yoder, Astra, Vito, because the Vito for Yosemite was actually cooking. It was like 21 and 17, which doesn't sound like too stand out, but when you are losing 6-13, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some very successful Vito on Abyss specifically. They have been running that agent on this map a lot over in Americas, and also, I mean, we saw Yudotan just going very crazy on the Vito on Global Esports as well. So very much an agent that's sort of stepping into the fold, and it is good to see more teams sort of experimenting with the Vito, because I think with the right setups, he can be very, very strong.
Well, let's get the action started, right? Elimination, do or die here, all the way to Master Santiago, with only 1 spot in that lower bracket up for grabs here. And honestly, I think the vibes on stage from both sides are going to be great. One thing I do remember from Nova and that core last year was they were also the type to get up, get in your face, be that showmanship just to keep the energy up. So I'm excited to hopefully see that up against, you know, some of the aura farmers themselves now that they've known to become on the Wolves esports side. So let's meet Nova up first and see how they're looking.
Yeah, again, it's a team that has never really sort of touched the highest peaks of VCT China, always sort of in and around the bottom, and find themselves once again with the possibility of the earliest elimination in the competition, with this lower bracket round 1 showing. But this year is always, I think, going to be a year of surprises. There are going to be teams this year that sort of step out of that sort of anonymity, I guess, and really into the highlights. We've already seen it with All Gamers in the upper bracket, who, I mean, if you watched them in the playoffs of Stage 2 last year, you might not be as surprised, but even still, this is certainly a step above. And for Nova, they're hoping to replicate that same success and hoping that they can be the sort of the new kids on the block when it comes to those international performances. But like you say, they've got to run the gauntlet here in the lower bracket in order to achieve that.
And it's fun. We've seen kind of those unknown teams making names for themselves in every region, right? You have Fioria, obviously, in NA. You have Gentlemates in EMEA. Obviously, I guess All Gamers is that equivalent here, right, for VCT China. But I can see some 2 unknown teams making it. I feel like this region, ever since the EDG dynasty, we can call it, has crumbled, has been hard to predict. And speaking of hard to predict, Wolves is kind of no stranger to that, right? Cinderella run and Masters Toronto haven't quite reached the same high yet, and now they definitely want to. And I mean, it starts here against Nova, an unsuspecting opponent who could stage a crazy upset. And if Wolves win today, I think they get a rematch actually up against Trace in lower round 2. So again, they have their work cut out for them and a long journey ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Wolves is the team that every member of the talent has predicted. No one has predicted Nova in this match. I think that's also an important thing, is it's kind of I mean, we've seen Wolves win before this stage. That we're more familiar, I guess, with Wolves as well over Nova, and I think that really comes down to it. This should be, I'm hoping, a very, very close match, because if you don't win, you are eliminated. You are out of the competition, and the next team to be eliminated doesn't go out until tomorrow. We've got the upper bracket semi-final later on today as well. So you really don't want to be the first team out, especially if you're out for a day before the other team is out, just for that sort of mental warfare, the bragging rights, all the things like that. You really don't want to be eliminated here.
And the length of the off season, right? Like, or we call it the off season, but the break, right, in between stage 1 and stage 2, or sorry, kickoff and stage 1, with that Master Santiago unfolding as well. You just have to be like, oh, what could have been? But what you can control now is this series and your individual team performance, right? Nova from the maps, Vito coming in inherently with a plan to maybe punish the weaknesses, and Wolves looking to, again, solidify that identity and lock in on their strengths.
Yeah, for sure. This one, I mean, I just want to get into the server now, Sophie. I'm going to be honest, I want to get into the game. And it is going to be, like we say, Abyss being that first map. So much opportunity for interesting comps. We've not seen it from Nova. Are we going to see the Veto again? Like, I mean, I agree with you. I want to see that comp that again with the Veto and everything like that. And the mascots as well are ready for this game, which I do love the addition of the mascots here for Kickoff. Such a good addition for VCT China this year. So yeah, Abyss is the exciting. Abyss is the sort of exciting prospect because we've not seen it from Nova at all, and they've picked into this map. That is, I think, the big storyline here.
And if I'm gonna theory craft and what I think they would go with here, I could see a double duelist working. I think it's that or the double initiative this team would go for. I don't expect like a double smokes or anything of that variety. No gentlemates post plant hell kind of situation here. I think that would be their strengths. And so you would probably just have, again, Guang on the waylay. You could maybe experiment with green on like a Jet or a Yoru, which we haven't actually seen, right, a solidified Yoru player either. Maybe just because of the maps, right, being Pearl, Corrode, and Split. So we can see what they decide to opt for here in that regard. But you've also seen Hebe on the Veto. This is actually something that I thought might be fun, would be like a Hebe versus Yosemite head-to-head in that regard, if we get both of them on that role. Just because they are both pickups, but it actually looks like we have a little bit of switch up. Green onto the Veto, which I'm not against when you think about how individually they have to play on that role.
Yeah, for sure. Green it's going to be really interesting because you kind of need to stay alive a bit more for if you're playing the Veto and any really just a Sentinel. So it's going to be a strange one for me to see how explosive and how ready Green was to sort of get up in the faces of his opponents. That this is going to be a bit more of a reserved role, but even still, you got the Waylay on the side. I didn't see another duelist, actually. So, solo Waylay, I'm not the most sure about. And yet, Guang is going with the solo Waylay. And on the other side, you've got Autumn Yoru. And there's a Breach. I really don't know how to feel about this comp. Okay.
And on the Wolves side, they're also making changes here. Which, honestly, I said I didn't want changes, but I kind of like this change. Because we experimented, right, with the solo duelist just with Autumn on the Yoru on Breeze, and it did not work out well, right? That's that 08, right, up against Taiwanese Sports that you had to claw back, and you still lost after an 11-13. So giving him a little bit more support with the Waylay here is nice. Because Spring was previously on Omen, so that'll be a nice pairing. And they kept the Veto, which obviously was something that they checked, and it did in fact work. They liked Yosemite on that role. So I'm hoping that this is the culmination, right, of the two compositions that they tried overlapping with each other, and they finally found that Goldilocks zone.
Well, we shall see. Does it work? Does it not? the answer will be in these games right here.
13%, I can't.
Yeah, we'll see. Do Wolves get a pistol round? That's the other question that we've got to be asking ourselves. I mean, you look at past history, you think it's probably going to go the way of Nova, but I mean, Green starts things out well again and is able to use the cross current to just get out of their opening pick unpunished here for Nova.
Benefit of the waylay. They're gone. Rotation from the breach called over as well. Kind of expected the waylay to be that fake entry onto the B site, right? And Spring was alone. This has been a nice identification from Sweet Fat Baby. Didn't get like a follow-up pressure or a follow-up clear out B main, so as we rallied the troops, should just be able to walk into this site.
Yeah. Still not sure about this, though. Always worried about the potential of someone left behind, especially if you're in a 5 versus 4. You could maybe afford that as Nova, but the site has been vacated, and Wolves will be able to get a plant down. And it's a double clearance from Yosemite and Autumn in towards Library, just pushing their way forwards to try and catch off these rotations. And Jawa as well from mid has also made their way round. There's one catch and the second. Obi-Wan answering back, and Heibei fighting through. Nova still not out of this one just yet, but they still got to deal with Jawa, who's found a third. Massive impact, but now it's down to Sufat Baby in a 2 versus 1 for Nova, playing up close in the smoke. Gets the spot onto the first. Obi-Wan goes down, recon bolt to get the information. Sufat Baby clutches out for round 1.
Oh, leader gets the job done, and honestly, I have to like tip my hat there to Nova for the awareness that this refight was going to happen in spawn, right? They held their ground, and they also took the extra caution to clear out Jawa up again, a post play at Astra, but Sweet Fat Baby played that so smart. I knew he had to get aggressive out of the Nebula, finds the first, uses the recon to deny the stick to half, and finishes the job to get what has been a pivotal and important pistol now. It appears post 13% on the board, so no momentum heavy for Nova to kick things off on their pick, but this fight could flip the momentum back real quick.
Yeah, just a complete massacre right now here in A main. The shots ring through as well. A-Bay goes off the map. And there we go. That's the end of the round. No plant available for Wolves either. They don't get to the site in time. A fairly good follow-up round there from Nova, all things considered. Yeah, they lose a couple bodies, but they deny all orbs from the 3, deny the extra money from the plant as well. Now they have a full kit.
Yeah. I like the use of the interceptor there as well, right? If you know they're fighting heavily, if you expect maybe a flash at a deep nebula, it just kind of eats away at all of that, so you can just keep fighting strong head on for that kind of eco strategy. So could, I feel like, affect how this map is played on ecos a little bit, or even on some of the more aggressive style rounds, but for now, similar to the pistol, Wolves going for kind of a solo duelist fake towards one side of the map, while the stack is silent towards the other side. The difference this time is full util, full weapons for Nova. So you have Green here, especially so cold ready, right? Crosscut ready. He wants to fight to defend this site as soon as contact is made.
Yeah, this is the really nice part about having one of your duelist players on this veto is you can just play aggressive and use that cross current to dip away, very similar to as you would use the refract from your Waylay or your Tailwind from Jet. Just gets out of there. A lot of damage dealt onto Jawa as well, but still gets the spike planted. Again, we see a 4v5 for Wolves.
And again, Autumn's pushing so close up and personal, and Nova looked like they were waiting for it. Stun goes out, doesn't connect. I like that Autumn isn't pushing all the way and is just holding, but oh, that's a beautiful special delivery to force them off.
Yeah, it just means that Nova can push forwards, and they do, with one getting that kill.
Easily.
And there's another one, Sufat BB, still the one to fight back here on this B site. Looks away at the wrong time, just gets a little bit curious as to what's going on. And now it's just up to Yosemite. Doesn't really have an angle on this one. And Azir with the lock-off gets Nova there first. Wolves aren't able to extend this advantage and really get that snowball going on this first half.
Yeah, I mean, for Nico, it's fair for sure. 3 players walk away, but they've lost all their shields. I thought for a second, Sweep Out Baby with that hero rifle off of the heroics was going to get the job done, anchoring the site, was taking the ones fairly well, but he second-guessed himself. And Azir here, I really liked this off angle. I feel like this could have been really bad because there was no smoke. It was planted for the off-site, so that could have been a precarious position, but all dealt with, all handled according to plan. So pretty standard start. 1-2 here. Weapons finally fully in the Wolves' clutches, and looks like this time there's no funny business. We might just see kind of a straightforward AA style exec.
Yeah, it's been... Okay, there's the funny business. Goodness me. Obi-Wan through the smoke.
What can you do about that? Like, come on.
Yeah, it's a rough start for Autumn, though, 1 and 3, and that really is not going to help. Obi-Wan, well, he said he wanted to prove himself, and is certainly doing that here in round number 4. A wonderful display of anchoring here from him. It forces Wolves away from A main for now.
Yeah, I feel like Wolves have been contacting up so many portions of the map, only using util more to sell fakes towards sites, and it just hasn't worked out. From, again, deep deposits like what we're seeing from Guang. You know, Vito also pushed a little bit into deep B main, and now Hebe has the clearance, and Obi-Wan has the lurk player. This round is just crumbling.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Something that we've not even really seen from Obi-Wan this stage is having these real highlight performances. Even still, Wolves discombobulated slightly. They don't check for Guang. He's able to escape. Stun gets sent through. This is a really nice combination play from Nova as Green comes rushing down B main to get the collection.
Super Baby was just floating there, and he was a fairy. Kind of moment, but yeah, no. I want to see, especially with this composition, right, out of Wolves. I mean, they're not gonna have as much util, right, as the Breach does, and the Tejo does on the Nova side, but I want to see, like, more commitment out of the Yoru, right, instead of these dry peaks, and I'm hoping that's what Fate is saying, because I was feeling that a timeout was coming, but it was so early when it's 2-2 to call. But again, it felt like, I don't want to say they were, you know, underestimating Nova, but to a certain degree, yeah. That kind of felt like what at least that A-framing fight looked like. So Obi-Wan definitely, like, making them regret it, saying, I might have lost the skirmish, but I'm here to play on our map pick. And that's what basically the big change that I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of discussions, but I mean, there are still a lot of positives that we can also point out for Wolves, and I think that's also important to mention is it's not all doom and gloom. But these past few rounds, they won pistol. Hooray, finally. But even still, it doesn't bode well that these first 2 rifle rounds haven't gone their way. Now we just have the 1 hero rifle from Yosemite, which is being downgraded to a Guardian as well. So this one seems like Nova are going to take the lead.
Yeah, I do like the mid-centric approach. It's a nice test for Wolves. We are seeing a nice trap over towards A main, right? Every util piece getting dumped, and Azir is actually the one to make contact there. That's your hero rifle gone, right? I think Yosemite hoped to get that kill, hoped to get the evolution online, and that could have been used as the tipping point for this eco round, but now that's gone. Now Sleep Out Baby has to re-clear that space, hopefully just recover the Guardian. The only good thing this round for Wolves so far is they have successfully deeply deposited Autumn here, but the stealth drone is going to re-clear him immediately, and I expect them to fight into this off the salvos. There Guang goes.
Yeah, does send the gate crash in. Might have to just try and escape, but instead dealt with Spring.
Nice shot.
At least with a response, and Thufat has recollected the Guardian, so still danger in this one.
Absolutely. Sweet Baby, if he gets plant down, 1 off from the Hunter's Fury, you have the Cosmic Divide as well. I don't like the regroup here, though, right? Unless, I was gonna say you had shocks to deal with the util, which Sweet Baby did, but Green was ahead of that, too.
Yeah, now a 4 versus 2. Spring is going to have to do a lot on this lurk, but Obi-Wan's read it! Gloucester fights and Spring is there for 2. The B site now completely in the hands of Wolves. And they should be able to get upgrades here too. At the very least, Spring has a Vandal now in hand. Sufat still rocking his Guardian for now. The other 2 players, Hebe and Azir, having to skedaddle on over from the A site. Both of them being revealed here. Aftershock sent in to try and at least do a little bit of damage. And Spring, 1v2, looking for the ace, but can't quite get it. Hebe saves disaster for Nova, but it's still a lot of damage done by the boys in black and gold.
Wow, I mean, that was such a nice stabilization off of Spring, who is, as stone-faced, was always sad that he couldn't get the ace clutch and finish off the eco round job, but that was a bold decision to fight forward there, right? I mean, you have the Guardian, you got the chip damage. The Aftershock, I think, forcing the fight even further was, I think, really nice from Nova, because they could have gotten the chip damage, fall on off, and then played the Hunter's Fury that was online from the plant, and that could have gone very differently. And you can see already Sweetbat Baby saying, like, it's okay, we lost that, but it was a great round despite losing the lead, and now we have weapons, we have ults. We should be able to just go fast onto this A site. My only concern is this operator, an unaccounted for variable.
Forced away for now, just by the presence of that recon. Cosmic Divide in to make the fight into the site a bit more difficult here for this defending side. Yosemite. Evolution, in play, and isolates 2 fights.
Can't get
Very
breached
well
with that.
for himself. Jawa as well. Fighting back. And Nova, it feels like, just completely cut out of this round. Obviously, it's an ult round from Wolves, but didn't even have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first, I feel like, series we might be seeing, like, true Vito versus Vito. Right? And it felt like they forgot there was one on the other side, right? Yosemite just charges and it doesn't care, right? About that Rolling Thunder. And you may have split off, right? Spring from the pack temporarily with that ultimate, but he was right behind him and able to keep him alive, albeit battered and bruised at 17 HP. But that was a nice round. It's a good call to save as well from Nova. The difficulty here, though, becomes they just used, again, 3 ults to win that round. And now they can use Spring's ult, hopefully, to snowball a next, right? So, Wolves, you mentioned them forcing the operator off the line. That was perfect. That was, again, the respect they needed to show with the util early on. Now that they've kind of cleaned up that mistake following the timeout, whew, that was clean. This is going to get to, I think, to where we finally test Nova.
Yeah, it does feel like Nova, even though they do have a full buy, might be on the last of that opportunity. If they lose here, we'll have to go for some sort of half or full save.
Interesting read from Nova. Putting the veto towards A, expecting maybe replicated success off of that convergent paths, and maybe even just avoiding it towards a B exec. So it's just going to be play the full retake, right? Did they get an ult or a main? Will they? Perhaps, but look at all the flank control too.
I really like that from Azir. Just takes away the chokehold. I think it probably would have been over towards mid, and then just gets out of there. It forces Wolves to sort of get a bit curious, maybe weaken their hold on the site. But in comes the convergent pass. Autumn gets the kill. Yosemite fighting in from heaven as well. And the gravity well to just pull them straight into where the crosshair's looking. Brilliant play from Wolves.
Save.
And all Green can do is just get out of there.
Yeah. I mean, that was a beautiful convergent path just to keep fighting forward in the spawn. And I think it was great reaction from Azir, utilizing that special delivery to negate the Link presence, but did not expect Yosemite as well. A 2-fronted fight out of heaven, and that just kind of overwhelmed them and tipped the scale. So Cosmic Divide essentially wasted on their side. Wolves claim the lead, and honestly, if I was Nova here, this might be where I call my first time out here, right? You're gonna be pretty... I think you won't have too many funds. You need to stabilize here fast, because you have other ults to work with, so you need a game plan. It seems like they already have a game plan, at least At Earth. Coach is waiting to see, okay, if they win this eco, I don't need the timeout. If they don't win the eco, we take it to secure the next buy round. Which is a fair mentality, too.
Yeah, you can see Jawa bringing along an outlaw too. Knows that he's going to be up against light shields most likely. That got a complete one-shot, and there you see it. Even to the body as Zir goes down. Obi-Wan falling as Yosemite comes on in. Guang at least gets one, but it's still a complete cleanup in a main from Wolves. Just Green now left. Currently looking in towards screens. Might be able to spot Autumn, but just gets cut down as well. Wolves doing so well to make sure they don't get ecoed, making sure that they can just keep themselves secure in their position.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if it applies for the rest of this half, but I really want to see a deeper eco strat book here out of Nova. Second time they've really gone for that A main crunch play. We talked about the Interceptor denies it. We talked about how they can just easily Yoder flash it. Like, you're not getting through that, so I want to see something a little bit different, like a mid-fight, etc. But this is the round where I had expected a timeout. Nova doesn't opt for it here. Scrambling on what the plan is as well. They've kind of set up, it looks like, going for an A main fight with this fault line, but otherwise, yeah, I think Wolves have realized how fragile their mid control is, right? Even on the eco, right, they got Autumn down mid. That Dimensional Drift is revealed as well, kind of how heavily they rotate away from it too, so they're gonna keep on prying at this space until Nova respond.
It does not seem like they're responding this time. They're just watching towards the entryways to the sites in the more traditional manner. Two players here, the high-low towards Heaven. Trying to at least get some form of damage, and that's really the most that you can realistically hope for when it comes to these sorts of rounds. Spring looking to try and break up this angle as well. With the light speed, goes in, gets the spot, two players there. Relays the information to the team, but it's here through the smoke, I think. A complete domination with that bandit, but again, answered back with the outlaw. It's such a dangerous gun in these hands, but Guang with two! Putting the sheriff to work. Hello, now there's danger. Now there's a bit of trouble for Wolves. In a 2 versus 4, do they continue to fight into this A site? It looks like they are, with a Nebulator cover. And Jawa up close, personal, dealing damage, but Guang again gets the kills. And it's the win on the eco from Nova.
Ew, I mean, Guang and those shots were crazy. I mean, I respect the decision to refight, but the rotations had already come through from Nova. They had the support. And the moment it fell apart here, and I'm trying to see, is... yeah, nobody was holding bridge, right? Yosemite with that outlaw made it look like he was confident that Spring was holding his bridge side. And I don't know if it was reload or what happened there, but there was a major communication collapse there on the Wolves side. And that's what cost them that eco round, was that moment right there. So, a little difficult in terms of having a dominant lead at the half here, of at least guaranteeing themselves 4. And now they have an opportunity, honestly, to make their way back into this half and tie us up.
Yeah, Green's popped the evolution here as well, so any utility sent his way on the B site is not going to trouble him. Could be the way back in, like you say, for Nova Esports. Looks away from the angle. Pretty blessed timing for Wolves, but either way, Green still here on this site, still the interceptor at the ready as well. But like you say, they're faking this, and the Wolves players are over towards A, and that's where the spike is too.
It's on the whale, it's on the op, from mid at least, but I think the time is a little bit late, right? You still haven't made contact, there still hasn't been a second layer of utility. I don't think they heard the footsteps necessarily of Autumn running away here, but I think they're fully aware that Annihilation didn't confirm it, that they were A main.
Now what?
Look at Spring in.
Your A attack hasn't worked. The Armageddon forces them away. Back towards B, perhaps.
The timing.
Spring might have caught timing. It seems like Green might be aware of something, though. Very quickly snapped over to this position, but
There's time.
No longer
Look at
watching
it.
for it. Red time, 10 seconds left as they start to creep their way in. Haybait is up close on the angle in the corner, and Green reads Spring's position. Yosemite's still going to be able to get the spike down, so it's a post-plant situation here on B. Fat BB brings it to a 3 versus 3 as well. Wolves now suddenly in the advantage. But Sufat goes hunting, gets cut down. They don't clear Azir. Only good for one. And Nova just keep that train rolling.
Wow. I mean, again, like, Wolves have a really good mid-round after their initial plan goes out the wazoo, and then it's just, I don't know, I feel like they're having a very strong tendency and a predictable one, where they are fighting into Link every single round here, right? And in that one, I mean, maybe it's warranted for the first, since you had a numbers disadvantage, and you were maybe worried about the waylay ult, but I want to see what happens if they just play the post once, right? Rely on Jawa and some util, rely on Sova and some shock darts. Not quite sure if all of those tools were online, but I feel like that's where some of these post plants are going wrong. So we'll see if that's a consistent thread. But for now, as kind of aforementioned, Nova have tied us 5-5 here.
This time, Nova are looking towards that mid position.
Yeah. Look how far Green is already. And no chokehold, no nothing right now. It's very fragile with just Yosemite holding the line, or was holding the line.
A main awaiting in the wings to come fighting in. Spring has made his way forwards and might be able to get some kind of catch, but caught there by some kind of saturate, hindered up, and the rest of Nova now combining, now finding the kills they need. It's a triple from Azir, and Green completes the backstab just to apply even more pressure. Guang round the side. Goodness me, Nova, they're starting to have fun up on that stage.
Wow, there it is, yeah. 6 rounds confirmed. Best you can do is tie it up if you're Wolves, and I'm not even sure what the money looks like for that prospect here. I mean, the contact up was nice. I thought they found the timing, but I don't know if Spring hit himself or if I got that in the clutch moment, but he just could not get up and over, and Azir's anchoring was crazy. So that's a difficult round. You couldn't even back out if you wanted to because of Green's position. So yeah, difficult round. And we talked about that mid gap. Well, it is no longer a gap. It is a danger zone. Operator on the line looking for first blood.
Yeah, I mean, we said we wanted a close game. It feels like Abyss is certainly delivering that for us. Green, do they expect him to be so close? They've got absolutely no idea. No chance at escape, though. Spring is able to get the catch before that cross current is completed, but they're still not dealt with the operator.
Somebody is deep on the B site. And with the Vita not getting away, the chokehold went down. Obi-Wan lost the timing here. This is a round where I'm okay with a little bit of pressure towards Link. You have the timing. They don't expect you to be this deep just yet since Spike is going down. Even then, look at the line that Obi-Wan's now holding.
Be aware of it somewhat. 3 Wolves players starting to get boxed in on the site a little bit, but the Hunter's Fury forces the attention away. And Obi-Wan gets caught. Now Yosemite heading up towards Heaven is able to dodge that convergent paths. And is here on the flank, only good for 1. 2 versus 2 as the kills continue to flood on in. The players jumping on through. Saturate hindered up. And Guang's for 3, Nova for 7.
Wow. Lead at the half. Definitely fought for, definitely earned. And that last round was a nice balance for Wolves, what I was asking for between playing the post plant, between getting a little aggressive, and I even like that reposition from Yosemite, but I think the immediacy of Guang jumping on Jawa here after find his position from Azir's flank is what tipped the round. Just that speed, I don't know how, like, you develop that, because it was even supported by the team, so yeah, very, very nice here. But at halftime, we'll get a chance to hopefully resync with Coach Fade, see if they can keep up the reparations to their pistol record here for a chance at turning things around real quick.
Oh, this is quite the performance so far from Nova, and again, I feel like this is the chance that Nova have to really put themselves in center stage, where they haven't really showcased the best of what they can do in previous seasons.
Yeah, and I mean, it's difficult here too. Like Abyss, they've already picked into one of your weaknesses, right? A map that you lost to Trace 7-13, a map you lost to Ashilai Gaming 6-13. So I feel like they're already doing better in my eyes than they have against the other two, which again I think is culmination of them having a few reps on it. But when it is elimination on the line, you're in the lower bracket, right? You can't just say, oh, we don't have a rep with this comp on this map, right? You have to have it figured out by now, or again run the risk of elimination.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it though. Champions Shanghai is a fair bit away when it comes to the year, and perhaps Kickoff being used as again more of a testing ground before stage 1 really comes into play. But there's still a good amount of championship points that are on the line here in both Kickoff and Masters Santiago as well. But for Wolves, obviously we can't read too much into it just yet. We've only seen the first half of their first map here. But a chance maybe for another pistol round, take it up to 4 for the year.
Yeah,
That'd be nice.
And not just that, but stopping the momentum, right? It's 4 in a row already for Nova before even talking about this pistol round possibility. And we mentioned how they've been victim to huge momentum swings and not being able to stop the opposition in previous series. So, and quite the important one. And showcasing it so far, Yosemite, the A-side anchor, already destroys nice info util, but now he's forced to take the fight.
Oh, that's so nice from Nova. And Azir coming round through bridge, not being cleared. Green taking out Spring. It's a complete capitulation for Wolves so far. Now they find themselves in a 2 versus 5. Salvo sent in as well to just get the catch. Just Autumn. It seems like he's not going to be able to do much, and yet just denies the flawless, nothing more.
Yeah, I don't want to look into that pistol too much, but if Faye does want to remedy them, I feel like after the initial side anchor fell, I felt like the remaining players near the A side felt very disconnected, right? You have player get picked off security, you have Spring diving in alone, right? I feel like there might have been more chances if they just gave up the space, tried to play the 4v5 retake out. So all in all, that again keeps the momentum for Nova, that keeps the lead for Nova, grows it to 3, likely 4 since we don't see any Stinger or Force shenanigans out of Wolf's side. Look at how light their buy is too. Nova don't just want this round, they want to compound it, right? They're probably gonna buy Vandals on the 3rd, try and bonus their way into double digits.
Yeah, indeed. It's certainly an impressive strategy, but one that can easily go wrong here in this follow-up round if they're not careful. Already Azir has taken a fair bit of damage to the dome. Regen
Nice
shields,
rotation
though, allowing things to come up big. And yeah, Wolves rotating here early. Guang, though, has the Marshal. Only gets the first. There's still 3 more players ready to fight in here from Link. Green again picks up that mantle. Heybei, it's costly here for Nova. There's now just Obi-Wan remains up from the window. Spring, like you say, 6 HP. Plenty of time left in the round, and now Spring falls. It's a 1 versus 1 with the captain of this Wolves side. Low HP on Obi-Wan. Regen shields gives him a little bit more to try and bolster himself with. But even still, Sufat's now got a Bulldog, and he ain't afraid to use it! Obi-Wan salvages things there for Nova. But goodness me, that was a scary round.
Wow, and honestly, like, an opportunity squandered then by Wolves. Like, that would have been the perfect way back in, and they were supporting each other. Beautiful hinder, beautiful util. And yeah, that is a nasty shot. Obi-Wan's like, the only 1v1s I lose are in skirmishes. Improved it there. Whew. And there's the buy. They probably wanted to keep the 2 weapons to then complement with the buy, so now it's not as scary of a bonus, right? Like, I don't expect double digits here, but we'll temper our expectations and then be later and all. I mean, This is already really nice mid-space gained by Nova. No chokehold, no nothing. And, oh no, you're in the hot seat now, Yosemite, and the trade is immediate.
I mean, that works out well for Nova here. They can get an upgrade in hand, but everyone falling. Still keeping trading things out, and now suddenly they've got plenty more in terms of the weaponry. They're in a 3 versus 3. They got the spike down. This is working out brilliantly for the attack inside.
3v3, Azir super close, buying time. You can probably layer the stuns if Hotline comes up soon for Hebe.
Oh, Azir now gets out of there as the reveal on the drone comes through. The 2 more players ready to take that place. Screams for 3 on the round, and it leaves Spring 1 on 3, make it a 1 on 2. And yeah, he's just not going to be able to do it. There is that double digits for Nova. A really, really nice bonus round.
Yeah, I mean, it is so unfortunate. You had Autumn in the back of his head have that recognition of like someone could be main. He calculated the risk, the probability, and he was still wrong. Someone was there, right? Green gets the immediate trade. You lose that side anchor that could have been a true master of mischief and stopping this mid flood, and confidence to just have 3 players posted up there and Link as well because of the delay the double initiator brings. That's hard.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to be like at the start of this game. I'm not necessarily sold on double initiator in the current meta, but I mean, Nova are making it look like the only way to go at the minute.
They know that they've broken the money on Wolves' side. They know that they could get trap played on. So I like the idea just to default slow things down, right? We look at Green, his backsteps towards the B side have been nice. Obi-Wan obviously can hold his own, and he has the global util here. So with that contact made, the logical decision is to lean B. Ghost Town. Nova will be happy to possess.
Still using the utility to clear this one out. Want to not take any chances here. So an extension into the round as spike does go down. What do Wolves do there? Just as a death ball right now, and it feels like that's really the only way to go. The smoke in the way is going to cause problems. Blindside out. Guang caught, spotted, and taken down. Interceptor now in play. Green up close. Hebe as well. Answering back. Fighting in. Getting involved. Now just Sufat again left to clutch. It's a good first shot, but the time really is going to be the biggest factor here. There's a gravity well at his feet to pull him away from this vulnerable up as well for the duration. That's number 11 for Nova as the spike detonates. That's the round for them.
Expecting probably a last Wolves timeout. Right about now, you lose this round, it's over. It's Nico on the 12th. I feel like that round to me exposed the big difference right now between Nova and Wolves. Is aside from a few shiny moments, Wolves have been playing very like individually at the micro level, right? Not a lot of like coordinated util support versus here, right? You look at that flashpoint, it's set up Green perfectly with that sniper rifle. You look at how they're supporting each other off site, playing the post plant. And that's where I'm like struggling because the calls for Wolves have been so good, but it feels like right now Nova have the team play edge and they have the individual edge, just winning so many 1v1s that could have been the big difference makers or the in for Wolves.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, you can see the Nova coaches in discussion as well. Obviously, not one to take lightly. You've been given an opportunity to talk to your team. Sure, there's also things that they would love to have a discussion about, and also just to try and predict the adaptations that Wolves are going to make, right? Make sure that you can stay ahead of the curve and just close this out without any form of comeback coming in, fake or not. You just want to be able to secure this map quickly, make sure that you're in a good mental space for Wolves' map pick of Haven.
And I feel like I've jinxed Wolves here when it was 7-5, and I'm like, I think they're on track to do better than they have up against, you know, Titan Esports, up against Trace. And now, this could be the worst showing yet if Nova win this round and likely deny the eco that would follow, or the force that would follow. We talked about that momentum and how they wanted that pistol to break it up. They have not done so. It's been 8 continuous for Nova here.
5-3 to 5-11 is a brutal one. This is where you're looking towards CFAT BB as well as the IGL as the leader and the hype man of this team to sort of bring the mental game back for Wolves. We've been seeing that more individualistic play style from this team, and that starts to go wrong. It's very difficult to get back out of that rut.
I don't think the Owl Drone caught this very hefty mid presence. I really was hoping someone would overpeak in the Astra. Might. Oh, the timing! That one hurts.
Yeah, brutal. Unfortunate one for Wolves.
Oh!
CFAT BB though gets a little bit of a catch. Damage dealt to Azir. Might have the read. They're heading over towards B, but Spring gets dealt with in mid by Green. Now, Jawa, how do you try and come up against this? A double dash through and over. One might not have caught him, but indeed, the kills come in. Yosemite, the one to make a stand, and he will not be successful. Just an operator here for Autumn, and you get the feeling that this one might just be saved into the next.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if an off will save you in that position, right? You'll need 7 in a row just to get to overtime, and who knows if you'll even be able to hold on to it, right? They know your position now. They know you're saving now, so the hunting dogs are out with decent amount of time to work with Spike just going down. We'll let this unfold. And then you defuse or anything, you have Obi-Wan sticking around.
And there's so much money in the coffers for Nova that they can afford to just sort of send their players hunting.
There you
does
go.
get caught again, and yeah, now Obi-Wan comes sprinting over. Let's just feed another player into the blender, why not?
Like the fake TP.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't have to hold the direct line.
It's good management of the of the save there from Autumn, but either
Dimension
way, it
Drift's
feels
online.
like a consolation prize. But like you say, that ultimate coming through could be the defining factor. What a shot!
Yeah. I feel like both teams have had like a nice mid presence and used that to flip the rounds, and I think I want to see this operator mid this next round at a minimum, and does look like they're still just kind of committing to this weak mid hold. They have the choke hold at least towards B Link, and ooh, fancy footwork, deep A line, but the entire team is prepared to deathball onto the B side, which I would do too with a Cosmic Divide and Evolution and a Convergent Path in the mix.
Problem is, you're going into the judge. Obviously, they're not going to know that for now, but
Ooh, dangerous.
when Nova do become aware, I feel like they're not going to be happy about that result. Jumping in, though, there we go. There's the confirmation. Trading out 1-for-1. Sufat BB from Heaven, again, dealing the death blows, but it's still Nova trading out, coming out on top. Spring and Autumn now have to fight in. No saving this time. It's just elimination on the line. As you look to lose the first map in this best of 3. Now trying to fight in with the operator through the Cosmic Divide. Green playing ahead of it. And now Autumn, 1v3, has to clutch. Rolling Thunder looks to take him off of the map itself, but that's not to be the case. Blindside in, gets the spot. Wall falls. Autumn, good for one, but Heibei locks it down. Nova Esports looking so damn nice here on map number 1. And they take it 13-5.
I said they came in with a game plan, a risk to pick into a map they had no reps on yet this season, but was a clear weakness for Wolves Esports. Now they are 0-3 on Abyss, despite comp changes each time. We'll see if they can turn things around going into their map pick of Haven up next. But yeah, that was difficult showing.
Yeah, indeed it was, and we got the stat as well from BDOS that Nova were 3-0 against Wolves in 2025, in a year where it felt like Wolves were very much the more successful team, but like you say, the Kryptonite perhaps, and it's showing here again with 13-5 from Nova. There's one round I want to talk about specifically, is that pistol round in the second half for Nova, where they just have an inkling, or something tells them, oh, someone's going to be playing on the right hand side here. They use the salvo to force them a little bit wider, use the stun from the breach, the fault line, and it's just really nicely well done. And that was the sort of thing that was happening this whole time.
Yeah.
With Nova, was they had these little util combinations. They had ways to just put the cat amongst the pigeons for that Wolf side and come out on top, and 10 rounds in a row is able to seal the deal for them.
And no, I couldn't have put it better myself. Just, again, at the fundamental level, Nova was out aiming and, again, out coordinating, it felt like. The calls, again, for Wolves were good. There were, like, multiple opportunities, it felt like, as well. And Nova capitalized on.
我要去打架，我不爽。我去吧，等会儿给我右边炮。有人，左边有人。
啊，我得走了，光，要么你退一下。
来，准备，给。
不用退，不用退。我想当 A， 后面是没人的。
1分钟我开车，我开车，你加枪。等他车档你再走。左边上没有 ？A 大一个没了。走。
2个吗？
就一个。
那我不走啊，
我等会儿帮你打架。
也不动了。哎，有拉耍。
走了。太
骗一下。
推右手。
好。
A 大我推出来了 ，A 大没人。等我。你要双架吗？我自己推。
还在架我。
OK。别管他打不过我。
30秒伤敌人
在哪儿呢？在哪儿溜着呢？
不知道。
回头见。
D， 哎，B 小，
我震他光。
减速弹掷出。
减速到了。上去来，站上来。
What a map from Green. What a map from Nova, really. The 282 ACS playing on the Veto. The rookie certainly making his mark here on the VCT China stage in, again, lower bracket round 1. Elimination on the line. And Green has certainly said, if it's in my control, we are not going out today.
94 casts on a Veto. Like, I feel like there's agents that, like, again, lend themselves really well to high casts. To me, Veto is not one of them. So, again, showing how optimal, how consistent they were, both in, I guess, getting kills as the MVP and ensuring their util hit properly. I mean, they were putting themselves in every engagement, and even their lurks were really important for opening up backdoor options towards the B site, right? We look at plays like that. We look at when they were able to shut down Autumn anchoring, right? It was super impressive. And I mean, look who's matching them on the other side. It's the other Veto.
Yeah, but certainly having a much rougher time of things. And I think a player that we really need to talk about here, unfortunately, is Spring, who 8 and 14. It feels like, again, on this duelist role, the roles on this Wolves team just aren't really fitting.
No. It is unfortunate because even when they've kind of switched Spring back to the controller, right? The Omen on Abyss, the Viper on Breeze, it just hasn't worked out. Like, they're missing, it almost feels like, that hefty firepower duelist. Because Spring has firepower, don't get me wrong. We saw that on full display last year at Masters Toronto, right? As this insane lurk player, but it's in that situation. It's not this intelligent duelist where he has to, again, focus on being that upfront force for the team. So it's definitely difficult, and I mean, going into a map like Haven, you are going to, again, demand something similar out of him on the Neon, but I do think the Neon to me is a little bit stronger, a little bit more straightforward than the Waylay is, so I think that'll prove successful.
Yeah, for sure. Another thing as well is the pistol rounds, right? It's just, I mean, even the one that they did win, it was a 1v2 clutch from Sufat. So, you know,
not wrong.
It's still it's still concerning, right? I'm still not fully convinced by Wolves on these pistols, and it's an area that they have really struggled. It's their own map pick up next. Surely they do better than that after the break.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire.
The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemies are road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source.
Welcome back, everyone. I think it has not gone the way that many people expected. Map number 1, very much not close, very much in the hands of Nova Esports. It's rough. It's a rough day to be a Wolves fan, Zobi, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I didn't want to say this because some of the rounds looked really good, but it feels like Nova's playing like this is an elimination match on the line from kickoff. Wolves, it just doesn't feel like that energy is coming through in how they're playing some of these rounds. And I hope that comes back on their map pick of Haven. Another map, right, that Nova has not debuted in this kickoff stage. So we were theorizing what we might see out of them. And honestly, with how they were playing on that previous map, I think keeping it simple, keeping the breach would be their best bet.
Yeah, and again, it's like Breach in the current meta, Double Initiator in the current meta doesn't feel like it should be working. And yet it was 13 to 5 on Abyss. So really, who knows? Potentially we even see a veto come back. I mean, I doubt it, but it would be fun. It would be very fun.
It could work.
To touch on what we were talking about just before the break as well, Wolves Esports and pistol rounds. That is the key worry. They've won 3 pistols, all stage. This is their 4th match. And hold on, they've played 2. We're coming into, I think, their 10th map as well.
Ouch. I don't want to do the math.
Yeah.
Don't make me do it, Charlotte.
The math says it's bad. That's what the math says. And again, the pistol round they won on Abyss was a 1v2 clutch from Sufat. So we're still seeing rough signs. We're still seeing like some problems. And we don't see. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the comps now. We don't see the veto come back in. And Spring, it looks like, is solo duelist on
that's what they've been playing. The Neon, Sova, KJ, Omen, Viper. This is what they've been playing. I want to take a deeper look at the Nova composition, though, if we can pull it off with a back wall by chance, if luck will have us. I think I saw the Neon Yoru, I think is what I saw. So I saw a double duelist. So my expectation is it's going to be similar. I don't know. It's not really similar to anything because they haven't really run like a Neon and a Yoru together. But I think it works. Yeah, they had a Neon, Yoru, Sova, Cypher, Omen right now, which to me this one's not as scary YouTube-wise as their Abyss comp was, and I think that was a big issue for Wolves. So they probably will be a lot safer off contacting on this map than they were on Abyss because they were ready to take those fights. I mean, they were getting out aimed. Don't get me wrong, but maybe they will awaken that better sense here on Haven.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like, I mean, this sort of idea with the Viper and Omen, I feel like is just a favorite for me on this map. I do really like it. But for Nova, we shall see what happens. Immediately in through B, they've isolated the weakness here as 4 Wolves players are currently deathballing it down C. Azir might be able to hear something. It's a clearance through spawn as well. Azir, I think, is going to be under some real pressure, in some real trouble. Still able to get one Paranoid up, near-sighted. Yosemite is there to deal. Guang in through Garage as well.
Great timing.
They'd be able to get behind them, and they've just got no idea about it. Hebe in the smoke as well. Now here comes the backstab. The snake in the grass, but a 2 versus 2, and now 1 versus 2. Yosemite for 3 in the round, and make it 4. A quad kill from him gets Wolves another pistol.
Wow. Wow, and it's a little close for comfort, but 3 seconds, and honestly, that really could have gone either way. Even with that 2v1, right? Such low HP, right-click RNG could have favored the opposition, could have favored Nova, but honestly, it was, I think, the Paranoia perfectly handled Azir. That was clean. That shows better improvements for Wolves and supporting each other on fights. And the second, Nova, they just couldn't reframe fast enough, right? They kind of went all in on taking that C-Link space. And the backpedaling was nice, right, with Guang wrapping mid-door, but it put so much pressure on him to perform. And that front side smoke kind of ruined it for him, allowed them to take that fight on their own timing, on their own page for Wolves. So bye is good. Let's see if they can get off to a continual start.
Yeah, it's what we wanted to see from Yosemite, really. There's always a sort of standout player on the rosters he's been on, and I think, again, yeah, looking like the star of the show for Wolves. Had the highest kills and highest ACS on the first map, too. Now, what can he do again? Stunned up by the shock dart, actually, but Grung washing in, not able to get the kill, trading things out, and now Wolves starting to really put their foot down, put their authority on this round, and say there's no shenanigans today. We're going to clean it up nicely for a 2-0 start.
And spraying again, Neon, simple, straightforward. The Bandit brings a nice punch, and they are able to get that round converted pretty cleanly. Nice little just close out of that A-side ag stack. Crossfires on crossfires developing. Got a classic. Look like a bulldog. Sorry, a bandit. And all in all, this is the round where I want to see something, right? I want to see Zhao get a great position with this. You know, Baki. I want to see the Outlaw get some nice 140s, and that is convertible. That works too, sweet fat baby. I don't know where you just found that
fair
from.
Enough. Looks like
You
it's
just swing out long.
a main fight.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough. I mean, we saw a good performance from Green on Abyss. Currently not finding the same success. 0-3 to kick off this map of Haven. And now we've got Spring established on this line with the Outlaw.
Oh, comment on the 0-3. It is his first Yoru appearance this kickoff. This is a nice reclear though, right? Yeah, you have the Bulldog here with Sweet Fat Baby, but he was more, I think, fighting and concealing, even with that kill. The Outlaw, that has now, 140'd Azir. That's your Lurk Sentinel gone. You're starting to run out of options and run out of time, right? 40 seconds left, and backpedaling towards the B side that's already been smoked off. That Sweet Fat Baby has already rotated over, probably ready with shocks. It's a difficult situation to be in.
That dark cover should give the game away. Certainly we'll be hearing it now. First shot comes in. Obi-Wan up above. Might be able to get something done, but Yosemite's cleared him. That's really nice. from the Viper. Guang, though, quick to trade. 3 versus 4. Still low HP on Azir. It's looking rough. It's looking risky, but Guang has found 3 to bring things back into the realms of possibility. You've still got that low health on the Cypher. You've still got an Outlaw to come back into one. And, well, that's certainly looking good for Guang, who aces up the round to get Nova there first.
When it's looking dark, when it's looking dicey, when I'm saying you're out of options, yeah, heroic ace from your duelist, or your primary duelist, I should say, can definitely get the system pumping here. It's the backside presence after the entry off the fast lane, and just the delay utility, everything was perfect, and that was just... Yeah, he looked like he did everything. I mean, not just an ace, but just from how he was navigating the site. So he's going to carry that momentum into a nice C hit, which I do like. The issue here is that it's where the 3 stack lies. So we'll see what the overdrive if popped can accomplish.
Great looking into just deny, and deny he does with Jawa in tow. Completely shutting down the attempt there from Nova. On their own map pick, Wolves looking better. Finding an improvement here.
Yeah.
Just green again. 1v4. Not found the kill yet either.
Need to find the right gun for this job, right? It's a 1v4. If he gets
Like
this.
Spawn.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on that, but I was gonna see if Zhao won this fight first at low HP, because then it would matter. 8 HP gets the kill. Honestly, I think this kind of goes back to what I said coming into this map in that composition analysis, right? These are the types of fights that Wolves are trying to take on Abyss, right? These just dry peaks as a team. And unfortunately, just with all that util that was on Nova's side, they couldn't get away with that. And Nova now are also dry peeking into Wolves, and Wolves are just winning the fights, right? And that's something that Haven is lending to so well for this team. This round, though, Nova. Singer and Overdrive. I'm not, like, completely counting Nova out of this round in the conversion attempt. But if the kills window keep going the way of Wolves in this fashion, I might be.
Oh, now dealt with as well, so spams to come through. Obi-Wan 16 HP, Hebei on 58, Snakebite in the way to
Very nice.
deny any sort of pressure, and Yosemite playing ahead of this. Doesn't quite clear Azir close left, but in the end of things, I don't think it's going to matter. Azir has found an upgrade. He is the only one left.
And the team coordination's looking a lot cleaner, even just from that little platform jump. The swing from Zhao back sight. This is looking like a team that's realizing, oh, we're not just one series from elimination now. We are one map away from elimination. And just from even the calculated fight to mid, how fastly they were able to regroup and deny this barrage space. It's just they have a very fundamental understanding of the push and pull on Haven right now. Nova, first time out of this series, right? Didn't use, I don't think, either on Abyss.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. And yeah, I mean, when you're down 4-1, it's a great time.
For sure. I mean, obviously, maybe we were being a bit of an overreaction that first map loss, because, I mean, again, it's a map that Wolves have struggled on this stage, and it's not their map pick. Now they've picked into Haven, and crucially that means that Nova have chosen to start on the attack, and it's not going great for Nova so far. But you know, we did also see on Abyss that Nova were able to win 10 rounds in a row to close out the map.
Oh no,
so,
don't remind me.
you know, I feel like you can never count this team out, no matter what deficit that they find themselves in.
Absolutely. And again, last round was an eco. Now they're back with ult, with weapons. That timeout, I mean, yeah, it's probably addressing some big picture things that are going wrong since this is their first rep on Haven, but it's probably more so just trying to make sure this round goes right. Like, you win this, it's gonna, again, kind of revitalize the funds, should keep things close, and even if you're on the attack with a double duelist, I mean, like Haven, with each passing day, we're seeing heavier and heavier defensive wins. So we'll see. But nice read. The Killjoy on A. Hefty A side lean here. I would be questioning it though if I was Nova right about now, because we didn't really have early Soviet to long. We didn't have a neon peeking long. The drone should have maybe solidified things a little bit more, but that's Hunter's Fury definitely will.
Yeah, it's a complete massacre though. Wolves coming out on top yet again. Heybei has to cancel the ultimate there as well. He's brought the 1v4 to a 1v3. Still has a minute to play with. Might be able to get over to the C site, but instead he's going back in towards main. And yeah, the cavalry is hunting him down now. Oh, hang on a second, Heybei! Oh my goodness, that was far too close.
Yeah, the dark and that paranoia just so short, does not connect, and then Heybei starts lining him up because Jao got a little eager. That was very, very, very shaky.
That was a scary one.
Yeah, this was a bold challenge as well from Autumn. I mean, that's kind of what let them keep full control over that A site, and then even backpedaling once they realized the short threat was neutralized to refight long, to regroup long was really nice. So, aside from the internal panic, Wolves come in on top 5-1. Money's reset once again for Nova. This pass is slipping further and further away.
Indeed it is. 5 was the limit for Wolves on map number 1.
Spring?
Spring? Oh no, oh dear. That's not gone well. It's now a 4 versus 3. Wolves though still trying to apply this pressure. Obi-Wan's found a triple. Oh dear, oh no. I was about to say that, 5 was the barrier for Wolves on map number 1, but they're going to break it here. But now Autumn's left in a 1v3. He's only got an outlaw. Crossfire established by Nova. And the thrifty round win keeps Wolves at 5.
I don't even know what to make of that round. I just wanna summarize it to Nova plot armor, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's a good way to phrase it right now. And I'm expecting a pause here. Just to make sure everything's okay on the Wolves side. But we'll see. I mean, this moment right here, I'm like, the shorty switch is smart, but oh, he tabbed! Maybe he tapped out, I couldn't quite tell. That'd be kind of crazy to actually hit the Windows key. And that's what causes that moment of hesitation, that moment of time that they can slip in. Yeah, the hero rifle, that hurts, but we'll see if it's deadly to their half or not. For now, you can see Nova carrying that momentum towards his B site.
Yeah, I think Wolves have to move on. We have to move on. But the spike just tapped and then immediately getting out of there. Dimensional Drift now coming on through. Gathering all of that information. Players up close. Spring with a triple. 4 being cut down. And Green trying to fight on in backside. Now it's up to Azir. A 1v3 attempt. And there's the first kill. Now playing in and around the cages to try and get something done. And Wolves potentially expecting him to have dipped away from this one. He gets the catch onto Autumn. And now it's a 1 versus 1.
On either side. Could be pretty cut and dry. Cam, I guess the only difference maker here.
Now playing this from main will have the information. Dower has to clear every single angle individually.
Our coverage
Just
back.
has no idea of where he's playing. Oh, and gets the tag, I think, with the spy cam despite the smoke, and that's bought a little bit of time. But even still, Azir has to fight on out! Gets the clutch, and Nova continue to keep Wolves at 5 rounds.
Wow, I mean, just so smart. And I was getting ready to praise Wolves here because of the speed in which Jowla gets out and regroups with Autumn here to play this 2v1 out. But Azir just ahead of it, and the lack of recognition that was even a possibility from Wolves is a bit alarming. And Nova, I mean, following that timeout, definitely starting to synergize a bit more now. Has started to figure things out a little bit more. They're just playing a little bit more straightforward, right? They're not as hesitant to dive into these sites, right? The confidence is coming back. It's like Coach reminded them that they're like, you guys are running a double duelist composition. Just and take the fight to them instead of peeking these long angles dry without any util. And honestly, it's been working, but kind of gone back to a slower approach. It is an eco for Wolves, so maybe a worried again about that prospect and what it changes for their game plan.
Green struggling a little bit with the owl drone there, sorry. And the outlaw, I suppose. It's a 2-for-1 deal. Autumn now. His first kill could be massive, but just can't quite wrangle the Sheriff.
取手雷，
Alright, Autumn, let's test your anchoring with the Sheriff.
Let's test it when Guang's running at you. Well, that's... He certainly passed that test with flying colours.
Well, they're
And
gone.
Obi-Wan has to get away here. Nova want no piece of that.
Honestly, have your Omen run towards A, right? You have the from the shadows. Could've just left these players deposited here, maintaining presence, but instead it's a call. Cut noise, re-hit. It does not seem like Wolves have fully bitten, right? You keep Spring, who has the hero rifle on the angle. You keep the Killjoy close. The util is up. Oh, I thought. Oh, that timing is crazy.
Oh, it might not matter. That's ridiculous from Spring to take down all 4.
Oh, and he's finally on his feet, right? Finally getting a reaction out of him. And I hyped up the Neon. I said it's simpler than the Waylay. It's, again, should be easier. He's more used to, again, living off of his own swings anyways, not util dumping and taking advantage of that. So the slide was just extra for the theatrics of that 4K. And oh no. We're using both timeouts in the first half?
That feels bold, but I guess you're down 6... What is it? It was 6-3.
Huh.
The thing
I
for
would've
Wolves
waited.
here as well is, I mean, Spring is having an incredible map right now.
Yeah.
What is it? It's like 17-5, something like that. And the player who we were talking about at the very start of this map, Yosemite, is now gone 4 rounds, or has had 4 deaths without a kill. He was 8-2, now sitting at a scoreline of 8-6. Obviously still positive, but not quite the same performance that we saw at the start of the map. But again,
Yeah.
I was going to bring that up as maybe a problem for Wolves, but then if we keep seeing Spring perform like this, then it might not matter, honestly.
I think I'm okay, right? They're a Viper, right? You look at that round and how it went, how that eco became possible for Wolves. And part of it honestly was that Viper Orb perfectly timed, right? Comes up, softens the blow, allows Autumn to get the kill, buys enough time for the rotation and that overdrive to come out that cancels the hit. And that's what we needed, right? A brick wall in the face of Nova, who have been so just gun-ho about getting into these sites, right? So I think they finally just kind of stun-locked them, and that's what caused the timeout.
风取手雷，
Now you have to figure out where you want to go, and if you're headed towards the A site, you might be in for another Rude Awakening, right? The Killjoy setup in full capacity.
Yep. Oh, hello.
This is bold.
Obi-Wan teleports in just to get a quick idea of what's going on. They still look like they might want to set themselves up for this. Autumn is in a lot
How?
of trouble, but somehow still alive with 5 HP.
Okay. Refake. Cut noise. I should get it on the jump peak anyways. I expect the recon to come back up for Sweet Fat Baby soon as well. That'll re-clear. Just a matter of if Nova can slip the timing or not. Fast lane's out.
In they come. In comes a Danger Jawa down low, trading things out for the 4 versus 4. And still, low HP players on the side of Wolves. And Nova have cancelled the hit yet again.
They have given up the entire left side of the map. No C space, no garage space. They'll be free for the taking for Nova on a great call to finally cancel. I like the Zero backstab as well to finish off some of those players that can have pesky util but have low HP that you mentioned. Here's to see what the retake looks like.
It's
Is
still
he-
on the lurk.
Wait a minute.
Oh, Sufat was aware of it and was waiting for it. Now Azir has to run on back, get a jog on to group up with the rest of his team. So there's a 4 versus 2 on the site itself. You've got Obi-Wan playing a fair ways away, and now he's got to get involved, get in on the action. Azir's playing from main. The spike's not planted for him. This is a complete disaster for Nova.
手艺人，
Obi-Wan gets a kill, but it just doesn't matter.
Oh, and this
What went wrong?
Spring wanted that kill so bad to be one off the overdrive too. But still, around 1-7-3 after all that chip damage, after all that battling for the A space. I just wish that we had seen Nova capitalized off of the recognition that this side of the map was so deserted, right? Right, pushed into their spawn, getting unexpected timing, right? You knew you were down on weapons, you knew you were down on numbers. Try and get some kind of winning card on the table, and it wasn't there. They just played it out as it was, and the round ended as it was. So 7-3, lead guaranteed for Wolves. Nova though, Money's battered, right? Stinger, Hero, Phantom, maybe the Overdrive if popped from Guang, but I like the split util here too from Wolves with the Killjoy. Nico, right? You expect them to maybe go fast up B, hence the swarm, hence the turret. Reclear though from Autumn. Immediate. They do have the deposit here, at least for Azir for the time being. Interesting pings.
Yeah. Curious about something.
Look at how deep Spring is down C long. Right, the trick will keep him at bay for now. But this is why the rotation's now leaning towards A.
That's so much information. Fast lane comes in, and Green does get caught. So what's happening? What's the plan here for Nova? It doesn't feel like they've got one. They want to end C, it looks like, but currently just the spike sitting about in garage. Okay, Obi-Wan's found the kill. But they've only got 15 seconds. We're into the red time here. Nova still need to make some kind of commitment.
Hunter's Fury!
They're just not doing anything right now. If they can get a Hunter's Fury,
surely.
It seems like it's going to go well. The spike goes down, but everyone falls. I'm so baffled as to what happened in that round, because it felt like a whole load of nothing, to be completely honest with you.
They got lost in the sauce, and we're hoping that individuals could find round-breaking kills, right? Like, obviously the Neon into Garage there, like Azir up through B, and then like Obi-Wan through Garage, all of those, right? And honestly, I just want to then take a moment to discuss how beautiful that round was from Wolves, right? I don't know if you noticed, but that util down short from the Killjoy never got triggered, right? So that's why they were hefty stacked towards front sight to deny the long insert so easily, right? They just had that peace of mind, and that's another thing that Nova's hasn't been doing a good job of, is getting rid of this defaulted utility. And just when you might get comfortable, Wolves, last round of the half, are going for an aggressive mid play. And even if they get onto the C site, they should be right behind them.
Yeah, Yosemite as well here. Looking to take down Obi-Wan. This is first kill in quite a while. And Azir's been caught up close. Util in hand. Oh, the pants down, really. Now 5 versus 3 Wolves, looking like they want to get a 9th here. Spring might even be able to get 20 kills in just the first half. We shall see. Is that Hunter's Fury does take down Jawa. Sufat Baby has done the dance of death, toed around that utility. Spring jumping on in. There's the overdrive. There's 20. And Heibei's tagged up. They know where he is. Been able to escape for now. Towards the B refight here. Autumn just about stays alive. We'll have that confirmation. Players wrapping round. You've got Spring coming in from A-Link. That's been dealt with actually by Heibei. Lockdown though, just to force his hand, force him into action and into the angle that Autumn's waiting for. And it is that 9th round for Wolves. Nova will have to rely on superstition here if they want the 2-0.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, yeah, I think this is just a more figured out map by Wolves, and again, Abyss, which we knew was weak point, we knew was targeted by Nova. And coming into this here, right, we talked about how Nova was going to be forced to have at least one new map exposed, and they opted in for having 2, right? Both Abyss and Haven. So you can over prep for one map that you don't have an official in, like Abyss, and find the results you did, but then the second is going to suffer, right? And I think that's what we're seeing on Haven, is just lack of preparation, right? To a certain degree. And I think that's where they're falling short, and that's where it makes me curious, like, assuming no superstitions come true here, Charlotte, Pearl would be up next. It would be the the map that we mentioned would be the one that we would have to see a new map from the Wolves side as well. And I actually said that out of the 3 between Pearl, Corrode, and Split, I felt like, to me, I could see Wolves being the best on Pearl, actually. Because, to me, it felt like they can play around the mid space, etc. Very much like Haven. What is this meme cam? What is this meme cam?
What?
What? No, I meant like sarcastically. What is this meme
that?
cam? I've never seen this meme. Have you seen this meme? Where? I need to know its origin.
I need to know where this is from.
It matches the music quite well. We need to get a. Can we get a? I'm asking production. Can we get the casters to do that one day? Like make a little gif of it for the going live.
As long as it's not a day that I'm on, I'm so down for. I'm so down for that happening. As long as I'm not working that day.
Exactly. Make someone else do it.
Yeah. We could just laugh at other people. Obviously, that's the way to do it.
Of course. A 9-3 in a lower bracket, heading towards what feels like an inevitable map 3 is no laughing matter. I mean, I mean, Wolves also feels like they took my comment to heart about saying they didn't feel like they were playing like this was an elimination match.
Yeah.
Complete 180.
Yeah, and Spring has been popping off. I think. Does that say 443 ACS?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Goodness me. So Spring's still pretty. I mean, we said he's one of the best players on his roster. He's showing us he's pretty good at Valorant.
He's just becoming that. Like, you can't expect him to be a duelist like immediately either after playing a lurk role for so long. So again, I can see it working on the long term. And we're just seeing the growing pains, perhaps. But now he's definitely going to be tested, right? That only entry tool, solo duelist here on the attack. Wolves, hey, you got the first pistol. Can you get 2?
That's the question. And it was an actually convincing pistol this time around as well. This time, though, coming on in, Spring immediately dealt with. Autumn also falling, but Jawa for 2, tying things back up yet again. In fact, BB is going to be able to plant the spike here on C.
I like this. If Sweetpea Baby can delay, this wrap timing from the grouped up Yosemite and Jowl would be brilliant, but it all hinges on Sweetpea Baby not dying.
Yeah. Now Nova are flooding the site a little bit more. Sufat is good for 1, but here comes the wrap. There's Jawa, there's Sufat, there's double digits for Wolves.
I was clapping in the background at how perfectly that was. I said it, Sweetpea Baby just had to survive, right? And he did that. Right clicks, low HP, didn't matter. The tuck was good. The round was secured. And honestly, it was secured a lot because of Jawa. Not just because of that backstab out of CT, but more so the high elevation, taking down those backside anchors that were being quite pesky to the entry, shutting Spring down finally. But speaking of finally, right? It's the 2 pistols going the way of Wolves. So Fate can say, yep, finally we can win pistols, but double digits here.
2026.
Yeah. No Stinger Force, so I mean, this should be a Dundusk round. And with those opening kills, it's looking like so.
Yeah, again, you can never count out Nova, but now in a 3v5, I'm starting to count out Nova. I'm going to be honest with you, Zobi. I do like this idea, though, just trying to get aggressive, trying to catch Wolves off guard, but they read it, they're ready for you. And everything just falls apart, really, for Nova.
Yeah. Might find a timing here between Yosemite and Azir, but that would only give a Marshall anyways. He's like fighting demons like 360, like where is Azir? Thinking he had found him. Thinking he had missed the timing. And he has in fact missed the timing yet again. Did Azir see him? It looks like he had a grin on his face thinking he was about to get that backstab, and he did. At least the vibes are good over there when it's a 10-3. You're looking for damage, making this a respectable eco second round of the half if you are going to lose.
The recon there as well could be dangerous, but the confirmation does finally come in, and for Wolves that's now 11-3. You're gonna have to. I mean, if you're Nova, you're gonna have to win 10 rounds in a row again to be able to close this out without going to overtime.
At least you know it's possible for them.
It is possible, but here we go.
Ooh, look at
into
that
this
buy.
one. Really nice buy actually for Wolves. A couple of Phantoms in here as well.
Ooh, it's gonna be a collision outside of mid though. I'm not ready to see this.
Jal's immediately taken down green. It's not going well. Sometimes things just don't go your way. And for Nova, it really is not going their way. A 1v4 for Heibei to try and complete, and Spring just immediately puts the dome on that one. Match point now, and I mean, I hope you like Portugal, because Pearl seems like it's going to be coming very shortly.
Yeah, that, I mean, is a bonus, basically, a death sentence there, and it also just surprises me, right, that Nova would go for so aggressive of a B main play on Wolves bonus, right? Like, that's usually when you're out of Nico, right? Or you said one player max, but that felt like an all commit. Like, all the eggs were in the basket, it's fallen, it's crumbled, you have no breakfast. And, whew, now it requires Heroics to step up. They have to force every round like it's their last, and it might serve them well. A 1-for-1 trade, but Yosemite still here lurking, looking for more. Things come through of a possible regroup towards B.
The lower pace in the round.
Yeah, nice gap identified towards B. They should be able to just walk up. Mirage Fight, on the other hand, is a high-low that they're somehow still gonna win. What the heck, Charlotte?
Yeah, fair enough, I guess. I mean, again, when everything is going your way like that, green on the site, hello! That's a big double! Not quite baited out by the distractions there from Spring. And Heibei now behind them. 1v2 brought down to the 1 versus 1. Yosemite on the other side. A player that we said so much about. And Heibei, yeah, just leaving the spike alone to go lurking up through B. And Yosemite's so scared. He's ran on the read! I have no idea how Yosemite predicted that B angle. But a quick 180 snap takes it down, takes the map for Wolves. And we do have that map 3 decider.
And I do believe that Wolves were Team B, right? So they got that final pick of whether or not to go to Pearl. And they chose that. I'm trying to see what the other option was between that and Breeze. So the map that you have 2 losses on, or a map you've not played in Kickoff. And they opted for the new. And I have no clue what direction they're going to take, but I hyped up Pearl being their best option. I'm excited to see it. And if they play like this, or Spring is on the Neon again, Nova will have their work cut out for them. A map that they themselves have also played and lost once in a close match against All Gamers. 14-16. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, and you look at what All Gamers are doing right now, get the feeling that maybe we could be seeing yet more twists in the tail, but obviously that's all for Pearl. For right now, Haven was a complete shutout for
Guang Ace was nice.
Wolves. I mean, yeah, the Guang Ace was nice, but it was only one of the 3 rounds.
One of 3 rounds.
I think was it a clutch the very next round? Was it a clutch to come in as well?
I don't remember. There is so fast. Didn't have time to convert from short to long-term memory, Charlotte.
Indeed. I mean, this is what we wanted to see from Wolves, right? This is the just performance that we expected this whole time, that made everyone on the prod team predict Wolves to win this best of 3. But instead, you know, it was an early scare, and they are playing now like they are in an elimination game. So for Wolves, we'll see what they say in the team comms.
快，男的直接拿回来。有3个4个，还有毛利了，我玻璃。好，准备拉出来。对，顶住，点。给你们看。window，我有火，小心没进，小心 window。最大夜路。 小心 window，小心压 A 了，有小他应该有一个 A 想摸这个 A， 我们把 window 清回来吧。我自己手机了，我有还有炮台，
这里，
我想 B， 我缓 B， 有烟吗？给 B， 10秒，炮台掉了，没事，我回去，谁打？8秒烟，
有1名敌人，爆楼器落。
牛！完蛋了，解码枪，我一滴血。
听好了，
I think it is no surprise about who the MVP for that map is. I mean, you saw it ending the team comms, the celebrations of the 4K that basically solidified the shift in the map, and maybe the series, only Pearl will tell. But yeah, I mean, 6 multi-kills, like, yeah, everything was a lethal zone. I'm thinking back to the one round where I think he was on an eco. He had the hero rifle and tucked in that corner. That's the 4K round. That's why it's so hot on the heat map. And on the flip side as well, you can see that they really did kind of more so backside anchor the A space instead of being that typical duelist that peeks out A long. And I think that really helped as well. Just being able to hunker down towards that side of the map, not give early fights alone to the enemy team.
And a 377 ACS. I mean, what more is there to say about an incredible performance from a player that I think we rightfully had some questions about coming into this game, and particularly after map 1 as well, where he was what was it, like 8 and 14, something like that,
yeah,
on that Waylay, not really performing on Abyss. This is a completely different performance, but one that I hope that we continue to see from Spring.
And that's where it's, again, Pearl is up next. You can go with the Neon, you can go with the Waylay. I think the Waylay is a little bit more, like, prevalent, but I also can see them running a double duelist, right? Since they've experimented with the Jet, right, for Autumn. So there are so many options, it feels like, for Wolves. But again, take one look back at this map. It's like Jawa was a nice partner in crime, and when Spring did get kind of like first blooded, at least on the entry on the attack, he was there to pick up the pieces, especially on that pistol round. You heard in the comms as well, Sleevefat calling in really nice mid rounds, like after the spike went down, the post plant, where it felt like they were predictable and disconnected at times in the post plant over on Abyss. So that's a nice turnaround as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this time it's Nova's turn to go 50% on the post plant conversion.
Mm-hmm.
It very much does feel like, yeah, like you say, that we've completely flipped around, and for Nova, that they weren't able to win the 10 rounds in a row because again, I think on Abyss they're maybe a bit lucky to have actually, again, won 10 in a row and been able to get that across the line there. So, you know, we head into map 3 again, Pearl, very, very exciting. There's a lot to go on, and based on what we've seen in these first 2 maps, who do you have winning?
Okay, hot take. If they go Waylay for Spring, Nova win. If they go Neon for Spring, or anything else, Wolves win.
Well, we'll see if you're right after the break.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, light on my fire. The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caused real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from.
Map 3 is upon us, potentially after Abyss. You might not think that we'd get here, but an even more dominant showing from Wolves on Haven than we saw from Nova on Abyss. Now we have Pearl heading over to the streets of Lisbon. Zobi, this one is so difficult to predict. I'm still scared about my Wolves prediction, but I'm also not fully scared. Like, I just don't know how to feel about this one.
I mean, I don't know what they're bringing compositionally, but I do feel like they're going to be more prepped for Pearl than Nova was for Haven. Because we mentioned how with these, like, perfectly, like, puzzle piece fitting together map compositions for each, pools for both teams, that Wolves knew they were going to have to play one of 3 maps between Pearl, Corrode, and Split. And by winning the skirmish, so kudos to Fade, and getting that team be picked, they held the power. And they chose between a map similar to Abyss, like Breeze, where they've lost and learned, or a new map that they haven't touched in Kickoff, and they opted for the latter. They opted for Pearl. So to me, that shows preparation and confidence coming into this. And we saw what happened when you picked a map you haven't played confidently, like Nova did on Abyss. So I'm really hopeful, especially when, again, Pearl isn't the best for Nova either, right? I mean, Nova they didn't win a map until today in Kickoff.
Yeah, but again, you look at the scoreline, you look at who they were playing against, and you go, maybe it's not too bad. They went to
I agree.
16-14 against All Gamers, who, again, we'll be seeing playing against DRG later today. And you go, maybe it's not too bad. Who knows? As for Wolves, we can see Spring on the Yoru this time around. So a completely different option than what we were expecting. And on the other side, we've got a Tejo coming through.
You know, this is perfect. This absolves me of any responsibility about how this series goes, right?
There you go.
I said if they pick the Neon, Wolves win. I said if they pick the Waylay, then Nova wins. So I think this is great. I am a little concerned about it since we haven't seen him on the Yoru. It's usually been, I mean, they trialed him on the Yoru on Breeze, didn't like it, and then they put Autumn on the solo Yoru. So clearly they didn't like him on Breeze on the Yoru, so I'm curious about how this is going to go, especially since on Abyss they've also been running Autumn on the Yoru, so it's definitely, I think, a big undertaking and a risky time for that. But I do think everybody else is in really nice comfort roles, and I'm excited to see how the Taeho functions as well.
Yeah, I think we started to see the Taeho sort of come back into the fold with, honestly, I think Project Blender was when teams sort of forced away from their normal options and suddenly, hang on, Taeho's pretty good in the current meta, and we're seeing a lot more Taeho in the modern day. As for, yeah, it's in fact the double Taeho coming through as well.
Yep.
Very similar compositions. The key difference here is that Yoru Neon matchup, which I think is going to be a key point throughout this game. As we've seen the duelists be so important so far, it's Autumn to find the first kill. And Guang now under a lot of pressure. Spring comes on in and gets the kill there too.
Wow. And that is... Anchor is dealt with. That is spike down for Wolves. Remedying that, pistol win. Percentage 1 round. 1 victory at a time. The job's not done yet. 3v5 on a retake. Hunt goes out, doesn't catch, so they're going in blind.
No chance, no clue. No idea. Too fat BB there, good for 1, and it's just over 1. 4 HP. Well, now 0. Wolves Esports continue to find pistols here. That's their 3rd of the series, which is more than they'd gotten in their other 3 games combined.
Great statistic there. And you can look back, hopefully at that round, see how fast the B fights went their way, but I am curious to see how, I'm going to talk about this for a second, how Zhao's going to do on the Taeho, right? He kind of relinquished the controller role over to Autumn, who's on the Asher, which works out since you think about, again, Sentinels and their ability to anchor, and the Asher's a big anchor player, especially on maps like Pearl once we get to the defense, but here, I mean, he was already setting up Spring pretty well, so I'm liking that. But for this eco, a different strategy. Getting Spring down long with the Marshal. Making noise, you know, probably gonna throw a clone out, throw a flash out, and it has drawn almost all of these rotations over. See the double back from Heibei, which is nice. I expect as soon as the Han comes on, which it is, you chuck it main, see if you've made an over rotation, but it's probably not gonna see anything.
And creeping forwards here. Nova keeping themselves hidden for now.
How is it stomping?
Don't know if they're aware that Spring is this close up. Special delivery goes his way and immediately gets out of dodge.
I'm so nervous about this timing, Charlotte. Like, everybody's rotating back towards A. We didn't see Wolves move at all, and there's 35 seconds left. Could go catastrophically wrong, depending on what util's still online for Nova.
Special delivery goes in. Autumn deals with Heibei. Now Nova aren't really in a position to fight on forwards as the spike goes down. Feels like right now it's a crisis averted, potentially, here for Wolves. Okay, it's just tucked on close. Wolves playing from main.
Well, they're trying to down a spike or steal a gun from an over-aggress, and there it is.
Again, the Marshal for these kind of engagements doesn't feel like the right gun for it, but I mean, Yosemite finds a double, perhaps unreasonably so, and the rest of Wolves on cleanup duty.
Like, right gun, different hands, different outcome in that that connector fight, but all in all, I didn't get much retaliation there from actually taking the A side there because of the silent scaling from Wolves, which, with this comp, I think the last thing I expected was silent scaling. You expect with this comp more of that punchy entry, right? A flash chucked backside with the C's, with the salvos, which I'm hoping we get to see from both of these teams. There's some nice combinations there, but for now, full rifles online for Nova. A decent bonus here with that Guardian and that Bulldog for Wolves. And A main this time taken heftily by Nova, and looks like Spring is up to the challenge. The stun almost lands too.
Guang's in a lot of trouble there. Somehow able to not just survive, but not even take a lick of damage. And Azir Gets a spot. There's a lot of people coming your way, my friend.
Yeah.
Sends in the salvo to try and delay, and another one goes in. Then Wolves again. Just the train of bodies.
I like this
moving
cancel.
away from this one.
Yeah, I don't know if they
left
necessarily.
Autumn inserted.
Yeah, I don't know if they've necessarily like picked up on it from how the last 2 rounds went, but we know that Nova have been really fast to rotate, and does feel like Nova understand the gaps that they've left in art. That's why you have Hebe and Spawn. Wondering if they were going to gang up on the Killjoy, but nope, it was all on Autumn and that lurk, that deposit you mentioned, Charlotte. And now that that's gone, with 30 seconds left, yeah, the only way forward feels like art and getting past Obi-Wan.
剩余30秒。
Yeah, Zed taking out Spring as well, but that might draw the attention towards B for Nova. Instead, though, recognizing that the push will come in over towards A. That's nice from Obi-Wan for a double as well.
在 A 区。
Just Yosemite, and he also falls. Nice round there from Nova. It felt like that maybe with the presence that they saw and spotted that they might have gotten tricked or caught off guard by that A hit, but instead Obi-Wan stands his ground over on the eastern side.
Yeah, I feel like we've learned nothing from Obi-Wan's anchoring capabilities on Abyss, on the Astra particularly. And that was beautiful use of the wall geometry as well to get that angle deeper into art to stop the flood. So nice closeout there on the rotation of the only what felt like weak point, the only option for that bonus. And I think if they got through Obi-Wan with that advantage, with that timing Yosemite had with the weapon upgrade, that could have gone very south. But now, pretty standard start. Wolves heavy through mid, again trying to exploit this mid connector positioning.
找到的。
Obi-Wan on the A site again. Always a dangerous prospect, it feels like.
Ooh. So much Uto going into this.
Oh, he's caught by the stun. Special delivery still gets one, in fact. And Green now on the site as well. Hebe getting involved, and Nova completely mow down Wolves on their approach into A.
I know it's early, but much like Abyss, I wouldn't be opposed to a fade timeout here. Just because now it feels like the slow hits into the sites, it feels like the fast hits into the sites, these side anchors have been overwhelming them, so something else has to give, and I'm not seeing a clear solution, so maybe Sweep Out Baby's mind's a bit more creative, and we'll see they decide to go for. I think they've successfully identified, like, art is a weak point, right? Yeah, there's an alarm bot there, but no one's really playing off of it, and they can seize, they can salvo at the ready to deny anybody from re-clearing it, but for now, and weapons not in their favor, Stinger, you know, Guardian, they just head back into art, numbers aplenty. Question is, where do they go once they get through art? Are they just hoping that last round was a fluke and going right back into A again? Or this is the more likely option?
The aggression through connector. Green wise to sort of get away from this, and he's watching this angle well.
Yeah.
Starts come through towards the site. Autumn
Oh.
might get caught here. They've spotted each other. And yeah, nice work from Green to get that kill. Hebe as well. Again, it's so solid on the back lines. It's just Spring to stand. And it's just Spring to fall.
Yeah, I mean, that round, because Autumn was in such a precarious position, and he's again used to being that lurk duelist, that lurk sentinel, there weren't any smokes up on that backside A space. Or they faded with mistiming. I would have to take a look back. And either way, yeah. That's a difficult one because I feel like that they got onto the site this time, even get past the swarm grenade. I feel like they could have won this fight. But they also feel like they're second guessing themselves a little bit, right? They got the connector space. They had the killjoy through mid door as well. Like Yosemite cleared that and they didn't see anybody. So to go towards the A site was a questionable call. And now, I mean, just when you think that mid connector is your calling card, is the answer that you've been chipping away at, Nova suddenly say, we have control over mid. They post the op on mid door. They have the entire team set up Guang uncontested in this space and the turret on art side.
The dangerous way to be playing for Guang, and indeed he is going to fall away from this one. Spring caught early. The fake out clone made its way towards connector. Doesn't find a catch. Now Guang looking towards B main.
先走一步。
He's right to be doing so. Stealth drone will force him back.
Finally respecting him with the util, respecting the Nova players, right? See, salvo combo is here. Spray down, they knew the empty gap. Guang with the op still non-handled here. And he is still poking and prodding, swinging around pillar, and now the support has arrived. Obi-Wan is there to complete the full house.
Well, I'm starting to get worried for Wolves again because Nova have momentum back. It seems like they've not let Haven affect them too much. We know they're going to be feeling somewhat confident on this map considering how close they played AG. And here the shots just so nice from Guang. His third kill as well. Oh, what a shot, what a flick.
All
And
the
there's
factors
the
hopefully
timeout.
gone.
There's the timeout.
He looks pretty calm though. He looks like he has the situation under control and is just hammering home some points. I will say, I think that round went downhill a lot because of the ops novelty factor, like coming into the server for the first time. Then now they're gonna be aware. They're gonna hopefully clear it out a little bit more. But I want to go back to what you mentioned about this probably being a close game, that 16-14 versus all gamers. And both teams had pretty hefty momentum swings in that first half where Nova started out on the attack actually and not the defense. So honestly, I'd argue that Nova's defense was actually more solid, right? They never really let AG string any rounds together. So to me, that does kind of reaffirm that we're gonna need like a 6-6 or more from Nova in this half. Or they need to win the pistol and snowball rounds like they did on Abyss. So we'll see which becomes true here, Charlotte. But this round, I mean, aside from the ults, Wolves are kind of broke.
Yeah, they definitely don't have much in hands. I mean, I guess maybe you could say that the Bucky might be able to get something done from Spring.
You can get position.
They absolutely can. The operator forced away from this one, and B site in the hands of Wolves.
Now the upper double-edged sword.
技部署。
Playing it with retakes a lot more difficult.
You can play this upper angle though from Heaven.
倒计时。
Green's got a lockdown to force the Wolves players further away. Counter ult comes in, and now Green, I mean, this is aggressive from him. Guang rushing on in, dealt with by Jawa, and now Green's been caught in the lockdown. Taken down by that Bucky. Now Spring falls. A lot of utility still on this spike as well. And the Cosmic Divide really just makes things a lot more difficult. It's Yosemite left to stand and left to fight. Wolves get the thrifty round.
And I cannot even tell who got the player off the spike. Like, it was that fast. And also just the awareness that someone was on the spike to pull the grab well before... Like, without any audio cues, right? Like, it's criminal if we don't get a replay of that round, because I have got to see that. And also just the decision to Wraith fight back through the wall onto Yosemite there. I mean, this round, I said it, they were rich in ultimates, and they put every single one of them forward. And Obi-Wan, that position was gorgeous, but it still wasn't enough. And, yeah, that's a hard round. And they're taking that momentum in stride. They are going fast towards this A-side fake. Spring already deep through. Operator still repurchased though here on the Nova side.
Yeah, and the Prowler not spotting anyone will be a bit of a clue. Spring gets caught there by the op, and now you can see again Nova heavy on those rotations. With the high gear, making sure to get over to this side. Cosmic Divide comes in from Morton. Gives them control. Armageddon trying to force them away, but Wolves playing ahead of this. They're already on the site. They're already in the right position. And the spike has gone down.
A nice gap there. They tucked away a nice Nightfall to keep the pressure, but this Cosmic Divide actually bought so much backside space for Nova.
Yeah, and they're making use of it. Green, 3 kills from Halls. Sends the alarm bot into the smoke as well. Might have just got the spot on towards him though. Doesn't exactly know where this player is, but Haybait starting to stick the defuse, and oh my goodness. What a round from Green. 4 kills and denies the tie-up of the game.
It's difficult, right? I praised the Nightfall, but they didn't do anything off of it, right? They didn't take space past the Cosmic Divide. And again, it's a risky wall. That wall's like to get the spike down and that's it, right? If you don't reframe around it, you kind of run this risk of giving up that hull space that they popped through perfectly as it came crashing down. So did the round. So Nova, hold on to that lead, 5-3 here. Wolves, again, they were teetering on the edge of money and poor poverty. And now, it'll have to be another eco miracle if they want a chance of preventing Nova from getting to 6.
This time they don't have ultimates to play with. Just the Armageddon really from Jawa. Green has been spotted by the Prowler though. In trouble, but Salvo's coming through from his ear to keep his teammate alive. Obi-Wan as well gets the catch. Guang, now the next player to be posted up on the angle. Playing in tandem, playing beautifully from Nova. What a round from them.
Yeah, again, ever since that op came online, ever since they got to talk to the coach, they have not looked at mid space the same on the Nova side, right? They're understanding how pivotal that is. They understand that Wolves were taking advantage of it time and time again, and the eco round was no exception. And yeah, that's a cause to be all smiles there for sure. I said it. To me, based on the All Gamers performance, this team had to do well on their defense. And with 6 already locked in, it is shaping up to be quite well, especially if they deny this next round for Wolves. That would be a guaranteed lead, money broken, or at least constrained going into the last, and a pretty good situation to be in.
Running away from this one. Obi-Wan now, the player with the operator. Bokov in the way. He's got the spot onto Sufa. Spike now dropped. Should be easily recovered here from Wolves, but even still, makes things a lot more difficult. Stores them out a little bit. Jawa still just on 2 HP. It feels like Wolves just really aren't able to get anything going. But Yosemites lurk through mid, caught by Azir. Green was watching that angle as well. Now Jawa falls. That's the spike and Wolves. Much more difficult to recover. And Wolves just not able to recover the rounds themselves. Now Nova starting to stretch their lead out to 7.
Yeah, round to round, it feels like the team that's learning from their mistakes and making according adjustments here is definitely the side of Nova. I mean, even just to how we saw Guang addressing this B site with the operator. If you remember last time he was forced out of B Link, he just completely vacated the site, gave it up, didn't play. Like, for that op line in heaven, just played the retake, and it was difficult to do for the team. There, they were able to find a nice kill, find consistent impact, consistent threat against Wolves, and it carried. And now, I mean, an eco against that Wolves can have an optimal last round buy. Running it up Art. This time they've also changed this, right? I talked about an undefended alarm bot. Now there are 3 players ready to pounce on it. Salvo's Prowler, it doesn't matter. Green is here.
Yeah, indeed. He has been really the difference maker. This time, though, it's Jawa to find the impact. Obi-Wan spraying 2 down into a 2 versus 2, but upgrades now in hand for Wolves. The problem is, they don't really have the HP. Nazir is watching for that rotation out water.
I mean, look at how deep down B Long is, and it makes sense. And with 25 HP, I mean, I have hope for the Wolves in-game leader, but when you look at Guang having the overdrive, right, that's like 1 contact and you're dusted. And he is going right back towards the B side. If he goes mid-door, then he also doesn't get time to clear out long. It is just a bad situation, no matter how you spin it for Sweet Fat Baby's chances at clutching this 1v2.
Betty just on a full lap. Back
I
in
know,
connector now.
If he gets timing on Azir, it's possible, but again, he would have to like completely slap Guang's chances with an overdrive out, and yeah, doesn't clear it.
He's going the right way though, away from the 2 players. But red time now upon us. Does have to make sure that he gets the spike planted if he wants to advance this round. Indeed, that should be heard. The players start to rotate through.
He has no info though. Right? Doesn't even know where to throw the haunt because they could be anywhere. He's marked off main. They would have probably peeked out sooner. So he's taken the timing instead. He knows that he's low HP. He knows they can't be looking at him if he has a chance of winning this round.
Looking to do the wraparound water again. I like this from Nova, doubling up, making sure they get themselves in a good spot. And well, now the overdrive being popped as well. Relay bolt sent towards him in Flower. They know where he is, and it's just to delay the time as he is starting to just stick the defuse. And Guang locks it down. I mean, I thought Sufat had a real chance there, but instead, Nova again just keep piling on the pressure.
He played that as perfectly as he could, but that's VALORANT at the end of the day. Is if you don't have enough HP, sometimes you don't have enough HP, and then also then went to Guang and his awareness of like where he was coming from, right? So perfect relay bolt, full trust as well from Azir just to stick it through and let his teammate clutch up and finish the job there. And again, there were 2 rounds left in the half, so popping the overdrive is a logical choice over losing out a 1v2, possibly giving over a 7-5, and then with Wolves in there now, corrected pistol record, possibly losing the lead after the half swap.
Yeah, for sure. Wolves take the timeout here as well, just to try and secure the last round of the half. Big difference between 9-3 and 8-4, and they really want to set themselves a springboard to get the second half underway.
Yeah, very difficult position to be in. I feel like also to me, this is not just a timeout for now and getting this last round through, but it's to break up the momentum that we know Nova can carry over at half times now, right? We look back at Abyss, right? It wasn't just 10 continuous rounds, it was 4 before the half and then the 6 after the half, right? So the pistol doesn't do anything for them. So yeah, you get to talk with them a little bit between halftime swap, but I think they needed to drive the game plan home now before it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, do or die really here for Wolves. There's elimination on the line, let's not forget. They are sending it heavy down A main.
First time we've seen it.
Jumping on in with the dimensional drift as well, and yeah, it's a slightly newer look. Salvo sent in towards Flower. The lockdown comes on in. Spring gets a kill onto Heybei. Armor getting sent through as well. Jawa trying to clear out that utility. And indeed he does. Lockdown goes away. Nova in a tricky situation as they now start to fall yet again. Things just really going from bad to worse here for Nova. Spring though does have to get out. Players left slightly on an island, but still longer range fights to be taken. It's the cosmic divide that could really start to throw the cat amongst the pigeons as the kills start to come in yet again. 3 versus 3. They're on the other side of the wall. The only problem is Yosemite. He's made the complete wraparound in through showers. I don't know if they're aware of him, but the kills start to come through. Obi-Wan now on the spike and still just gets it all the way.
That round is a difficult one to lose for Wolves at the end of the half, after you've taken a timeout, after it feels like you finally cracked the code, right? That dimensional drift into backside was great, finally bypassed the anchors. They had a perfect counter with the salvos and the Armageddon to handle the lockdown retake and even neutralize that Nightfall that came out from Heybei. And again, none of it mattered because that cosmic divide came in, because Nova took their time in formulating a team retake strategy, and they have full trust in each other in these situations as well to hold the swings through the cosmic divide and just sprinkling that extra awareness of Yosemite's positioning too, only allowing to win 1. Yeah, I would agree to be frustrated after a round like that if I was Coach Fade.
One.
Didn't miss much.
Yeah,
剩余30秒。
just the one kill. Huang rushing into the B site as Wolves had an opportunity to talk with the coaching staff again at the half time, and potentially might have felt like it's too little too late, but right now find themselves in with a real chance at taking their 4th round here, and another pistol potentially. Special delivery in. 2 versus 5 though for Nova, still to try and hold up against all of this pressure, and Heybei has found 3 and still finding a 4th as well. It's still a 1 versus 1. Azir low on health, but he's Found a timing potentially. Sufat still looking the other way. It would be a clutch, a 1v2 from the Wolves captain. He's not able to find it. Double digits for Nova straight away, Zobi.
No, and if you needed to be reminded that Tejo got buffed looking at a round like this, that special delivery clips 2 players, and on a normal round it might not be a big deal, but here where it's pistols, where it's no shields, that's the majority of your health gone. And that's what allowed Hebe to find that multi-kill and put Sweep That Baby in that 1v1 situation that has to just crush your chances at a lower bracket run. Double digits for Nova. You have to force here, and that's exactly what Wolves do. Stingers in hand. And see, Sweep That Baby is just like immediately like, I'm out. I can't hold that.
Yeah, again, you look to Sufat as the leader of the team, an emotional leader too, the hype man really of the squad. But when you lose a 5 versus 2, it's gonna weigh heavy. The Wolves, they have gone for the Stinger Force to try and salvage something from this game.
The 30's been nice. I could see it. Especially if they know where the hit's coming, right? Prowl goes out. A main. Does make contact here, so the rotations come through on the Wolf side as well. This is where the Hebe calling gets tested to lean away from this to avoid the Lion's Den, and they have done so successfully for the time being. Obi-Wan not too deep into B long, so they haven't discovered the Autumn Marshal, but we'll see if that forces them back towards the A site.
Green's still over here, and Yosemite playing a closer positioning connector just so that his utility doesn't go offline. Seems like they're expecting this position in from Autumn. That's a nice shot, and somehow still alive, still finding the kills. What is going on B? Complete Peplum on the western side of the map, and this time it seems like it's a man advantage that Wolves are going to be able to convert.
It's like you lose pistol rounds like the one you lost, but then you win rounds like this. Like, we've got to check on the Wolves fans in the arena and like their blood pressures at this point, because they would be spiking with how these rounds are going. And I agree, Autumn should have been dead by all accounts. I mean, the C's, the relay bolt, the salvo, everything was coming in. Even a neon slide, and that was a headshot, no scope, mind you. Like, that is hard, and the quick scope one to follow it. And then, understanding that these pesky lurk players, from, again, the player that was Art and the player that was A main, is pivotal. And they're carrying that confidence to trying to deny this A pressure. This is a set procedure from Nova. They follow through on it this time, though.
Seems like they are running on in. Guang, at the very least, has found himself a little pocket, but spotted out by the Horns. Has got the reveal, and Spring, 2 quick shots with the Outlaw is enough to completely seal the round here for Wolves.
Wow.
That's 5.
Wow, I really like that round from Wolves for a few reasons. Most notably that they bonus the weapons they forced in the previous round, if you noticed. Right? It was still the Stingers, it was still the Marshal. Maybe they maybe picked up the Bulldog and the Guardian from the enemy team. So that is gonna just strengthen the economy so much more. And also they had really nice backside delay utility. I don't know if you saw, there was a swarm grenade there. They were able to just immediately reflood that space together and make these shorter angles. So I think this timeout is so needed from Nova just to break the momentum. But it's also why I think Fade wasn't too worried about taking that late half second timeout. He probably was confident in the boys in black and gold that he would get another chance to talk to them when Nova was forced to take a timeout.
Yeah, and he does get that opportunity now. I do like this timeout from Nova as well. It might seem like an early one after just the 3rd round and a half, but again, it's something that we talked about on Abyss. You don't want to give Wolves an opportunity to fight back into it. You don't want to give them any momentum, and this is their first opportunity to kind of put a stop to everything that's been going on. So I think it makes sense just to be like, okay, we've got a rifle round now, let's just shut this game down. Let's just go in, not give ourselves any stress, not give ourselves any headache, and also not really show any more than we need to on this map, considering they've already had that 30 round overtime against all gamers here as well.
Goes back to what I said though. I was like, Nova needed to lead at the half because this is their weaker half in my eyes, and I think that's kind of what we're also seeing unfold here a little bit. But all in all, Wolves, I mean, they almost came back from an 0-8 on freezing up against Chinese Sports Club, so no strangers to momentum and swinging it in their favor. Let's see if they can keep it up here. Spring looking to put on an autumn performance by anchoring Hall, but there's a lot more Yuto coming his way.
Yeah, still with the Outlaw in hand. Actually, never mind. He's been taken down by the salvos of all things. KO utility still pretty strong as it turns out. The 70 though with a kill, and the Wolves plant stall coming on in as Wolves trying to deny the spike plant from coming in, which it now has. Nova now forcing the players out into the open. Beautiful Armageddon coming through, and it just forces the players into action. Now just Autumn, and he can't find the round.
Yeah, nice round. Shows also why the timeout was taken. You mentioned it being another rifle round, but it was the big ult round, right? Nightfall, Armageddon invested. And it was a nice, I think, parallel to as well some of the Nova retakes, how they would take their time, come up with a game plan, and then Nova are stripping that opportunity from Wolves here when, you know, Sweep Out Baby's calling is so strong. And like you mentioned, forcing them into action that they clearly were not prepared for. So now, one off from map point, one round off from the prospect of eliminating Wolves from this lower bracket and Kickoff.
Yeah, and you feel like that Armageddon is on the fly as well. Not a set piece that Nova have in mind. And I think it just shows good signs that they're still able to innovate, come up with these plans on their attacking sides. But now they're going to have to deal without an Astra. No one has been caught by Spring. Yeah, a very aggressive look towards B main.
They learn if they can't hunker down backside, if they don't want to play the retake on B, fighting forward is the best strategy. Now they refight into B-Link.
Going for the fight again. Win it out though. Jawa taking down his opposing number in his ear. 3v5 now for Nova.
It's just silence. Guang trying to finish off the trade job. At least get some semblance of numbers back for Nova, but I like the decision just to give it up, to hold instead the sightline towards it. Spring? I think they've somehow avoided his jump peak contact line, so Green is in a really good spot with Spring so low.
Damage there dealt to Spring, and Jawa's been caught actually on the verge really of turning this back into a 3 versus 3. Heibei, a tap on the spike. The Yosemite has this lockdown, and that's the real danger here. I mean, he's got a Phantom as well, and that's pretty dangerous too. Guang has to jump on in, takes down one, but still, time no longer on Nova's side. Heibei just sends in the C's to try and deny the space, at least get himself a plant, but in the 1v2, these players are lined up. Surely not! Oh, very nearly the clutch. But Autumn, just a bit too cool, calm and collected.
I got quite nervous for that one. Not going to lie. I mean, that's the player who put up a 3K with the ghost on the pistol. Completely salvaged that round and almost did so for what was a really nice switch up in how Wolves were approaching this map, from the B main fight to the B link fight to then this retake as well, being as paced out tempo-wise as they wanted. Coming into the next, I mean, again, it's been that consistency that we need, that kind of 5 rounds that we see Nova had at the tail end to like, for Wolves to make it up. Again, you can't just win a few, let Nova win another at this rate. We need that breakthrough, and I want them to keep up this aggressive tendency, which I'm seeing from this C's probably Salvo combination that's going to happen A main, but it then becomes predictable, so I'm curious what that in mid-rounding is going to look like when Nova goes somewhere else.
Yeah, at the very least, you get a sense that Wolves might be able to bring this round forwards as well. Although with the number of thrifties we've seen in this series so far, maybe you're not as confident about that.
Never.
The VCT China series, never without thrifty rounds.
Down B link. Again, it's going to be Autumn left to pick up the pieces to full anchor this site since rotations won't come in. That would be a gun handed over if they cannot survive this onslaught of stinger bullets, essentially. The C's connects, but none of the bullets do. And they haven't fully cleared him either.
That goes for the fight. Double spray down. Yosemite gets involved. Guang at least good for one. The C's there. Looks a little bit silly. It's just as it again. Around you expect Wolves to win, but one that they do, and one that they do without really any drama.
Very nice. I maybe wish there was a little bit more commitment into halls before the plant went down off of that C's, but again, it's small things to nitpick for an eco attempt out of Nova that they probably didn't expect to win. That was decent chip damage as well, but yeah, couldn't get off site. Couldn't really do much in that sort of situation. Be so hard, especially on those eco rounds, but coming into the next. Hey, that's 4 rounds left to go. Nova have one more timeout. It's too early to call, for sure. Money soaring for Wolves. The purgatory buy, I call it, for Nova at this point. You're gonna go to buy save. Maybe Guang could head into hero rifle. Maybe you could pop the overdrive if you want to go for like a half-baked attempt in the next, but this might finally be the breakthrough. If Wolves win another one, I'm convinced this is the breakthrough. Finally.
Yeah, I mean, Nova can afford to sort of continue this pattern of win 1 round, lose 2, because of how good their first half was.
Of course.
But like you say, if this one's
Break
a
the
win
pattern.
for Wolves, they break the pattern. That's when things start to get risky. That's probably why you see the lockdown invest in here. Wolves are obviously going to try and fight into this to try and clear out that utility, and it's a 2 for 2, make it a 3 for 3 actually. Now the site is clear. Obi-Wan not really anywhere nearby. As for Wolves, they're now doubled up, ready to fight back into this, and probably flood back in before the snipe hunt even comes through.
They want to tap, and then they want the Nightfall, but now the audio queue is lacking because of the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, really nice. Instead, they just send the Nightfall straight away, sending the special delivery and the Prowler too, but Obi-Wan is there to cover, and Guang now starting to get this plant down. They've got to be aware of this heaven position, but he's dropped down, round the side, Sufat BB clutches up!
Just moment of respect of silence for that play. Using the enemy's Cosmic Divide against them for a masterful reposition. I don't even know if he knew that both were seized, but he knew that they were going to be out in the open and was able to win when his team needed it most. Wow. And those are the kind of heroic plays that when you're in the midst of a comeback, fuel the team till the very end. And I was nervous, I'm not going to lie, when they didn't. When that first kill went awry, like, ooh. I liked the confidence to refight B long and try to wrestle that round back, but that is a crazy, crazy round. And oh yeah, a late timeout call from Nova.
I mean, you've got to, right? There's no way that you don't call a timeout after that. They are starting to slip here on Pearl.
Yeah. And you can see how committed now Fate is to making this comeback happen. A reminder, their debut on Pearl in Kickoff, and it is for elimination. And I mean, last time was the buy round, so I mentioned that purgatory that they're in. They look broke from the monitor. They might be going for what I mentioned was that half-baked buy. I see a hero rifle. Maybe you pop the overdrive since it wasn't used in that clutch. It would hurt to lose on that round for Wolves, though, right? To a single hero rifle in the overdrive. So I hope they're prepared for that situation. They're monitoring the money. They're ready for, like, the linchpin of, okay, what do we do if he rips it?
Back in. I'm worried. Zobi, I'm worried. I'm scared.
I'll call it a comeback till it happens, right? And whew, so you fat baby. Yeah, you're gonna be feeling confident after your clutch. Goes aggressive on the A line. Gets a little bit of chip damage onto Guang. Not enough, I'd say, to prevent him from being this entry force. Peculiar that he has the Phantom here, right? Maybe if he's gonna go diving in with the the overdrive, he'll relinquish it, but for now, they full cancel. Usually they keep those players deposited A after investing all that util, but now it kind of feels like it was a waste.
And
there's Astra and Killjoy utility stacked here. I do think Connector and like Art are a little bit weak, so this is a good identification from Nova, but you can see they have somebody on the mid door line, they have an alarm bot in water, so it's just a matter of if somebody can anchor successfully.
That's the Cosmic Divide into this one as well. Wolves at the very least don't want to let this slip away. They are not letting it slip away, although Obi-Wan does come in for 2. It is only those 2. Now the spike isolated, no man's land. 11-9. Wolves are making this comeback very, very possible.
It was a nice try. I'll give it that for the eco. I mean, like you mentioned, they got the Cosmic Divide out, which was nice as well from the Wolves side. But just enough time bought for the rotations there off of Yosemite. Beautiful haunts as well. And thorough clearance from Yosemite throughout the entire site as soon as the util is triggered. So 11-9, 2 rounds separating these two. A total of 4 rounds in a row for Wolves so far. They'll have some ults to rely on as well. Armageddon and Lockdown coming online, so they're doing a good job. There's one final hurdle, which will be that big ult round, it feels like, for Nova, which honestly they could do now. With the Nightfall, with the overdrive, it's dangerous territory if they spread them out with no return here, Charlotte.
Yeah. I mean, the map now on a nice edge for both teams. Like you say, with the ultimates that Nova has, potentially another round for them, but you look at the other side, you got the Lockdown, Armageddon. Still a risky one.
Okay. Con weakness identified once again. Alarm bot would catch the backstab back through mid door. You have Spring watching the spawn angle. So it's just sitting ducks for the time being with 45 seconds left. Nova definitely on a nail's edge here.
Somebody's
just gonna ult.
Weak side of the map. Yeah.
He just ults here, right?
It just yeah. I mean, you have to. And now what do you do as Nova? You can't really do much against this. And Spring is here to assist his teammate. Jawa as well catches the lurk of green. Now you're forced all the way back into main. Yosemite's got a nice angle towards it. Just 15 seconds. You've got to commit to this B play now.
They're saving.
Or just save. And yeah, they dip away. The Nightfall was used. Overdrive still in pocket for the next, but Wolves are back within 1.
Honestly, I really respect this decision. I am a little distraught that Hebei used that Nightfall for no return. I'm a Nova fan, but on the flip side, denying those 2 ult orbs, denying possibly the charge up of their next Nightfall on the Wolves side is huge. Again, it feels like Wolves are winning this right now, round by round. And again, they're understanding where their gaps are. They're filling them immediately. They're confidently taking these team fights together. They're being aggressive that starts around where they need to be. It just, yeah, a switch has been flipped, much like it did between map 1 and map 2. And again, Nova head towards mid, but it's these sites that are being difficult.
This time, the A site very much the weaker of the 2.
Oh, absolutely.
No Killjoy utility, 2 players instead of 3.
No one holding spawn either. Yeah, you have the gate crash, but that's it.
The question really is if Nova are able to figure this out.
Now, Wolves have conditioned it quite well that there's someone there. There's util watching it. There isn't a gap. Even they just pinged. You see Sweep Out Baby rotating back to hold water, too. So this does feel very A-side retakes off of maybe Jawa's Armageddon, which I think is a good plan since now A main has been completely re-cleared.
Yeah, pings on the corners too. Nova aware that something could be waiting for them. Someone could be waiting for them. That person is Autumn. The Haunt comes up through, gets the reveal. Autumn, really good play ahead of that. Instead, it's a flood on in. Armageddon sent before the spike tap even comes. The 4 versus 5, making 3 versus 5. Spring also fighting back.
They're leaving.
Where do you go here as Nova? You've got to rotate. And here's Yosemite in through water. There's the spike down on the floor. At the very least, Guang is able to find it, but that's delayed things just enough for potentially the catch to come on in. Thankfully, you've got Guang, high gear, able to sprint on into the site. Now Obi-Wan's behind them. Oh, headshot as well! On towards Jawa through the box, but Guang is isolated, alone, just with the overdrive on this site, and Obi-Wan has to fight back in, has to regroup at some point. He's just sat back.
He's playing his stars. He has 2 left. And he just trusts in Guang.
And Guang's been able to get that kill. Ridiculous work. But the Hornet is able to get the spot. This should be wraps on round 22. Wolves tie up the game 11-11. And this is anyone's match, but right now it feels like it's Wolves.
Wow, and I need to see that Guang perspective again, who finally shut down this monster. I mean, that was a gutsy call with so little time to rotate out, and Yosemite as well, getting spiked down was huge, and Obi-Wan's lurk was huge, and there it is, it's just that coordination. We finally see these players on the same page there, trading each other, keeping each other alive, and even in that situation. That is 6 in a row. That's an operator online for Spring with the dimensional drift. On the beeline, where this hit is about to come through, if they shot down Guang off rip, this is not gonna be a pretty picture.
Yeah. Might get spotted out here by the stealth drone.
Nope.
Able to dance around the pillar. I don't even know if really he got caught, but will get spotted there. And there's the Haunt too. Has to get away from this. Jawa's low on HP. Autumn able to back up his teammate, but now low health himself. And there we go. The kills come in, but Autumn, despite that low HP, still able to find 2. 3 on the round. And Nova in the disadvantage yet again. It's Obi-Wan and Green. Seas comes in.
A dimensional drift for info for the retake. They can just wait until Spike goes down and then play it out. And the longer they wait as well, the longer this Cosmic Divide will hopefully tick away. Body block, they know now that Obi-Wan is pushing it a spawn, so the trade is good.
And now Green left alone, left to clutch. Springs in the corner. Blindside over the top, doesn't find its mark, but the Haunt just takes the crosshair away. And Wolves all swing together. They're on their feet. They found their momentum. They found their presence on this stage. And now they found series point, just 1 round away from eliminating Nova Esports in this lower bracket.
This would be a heck of a chapter to open your lower bracket run, and if they make it all the way, a storyline to rival even that of their Cinderella run of Masters Toronto. And, ooh. I mean, that round was possible because of Autumn and Jawa's sacrifice, right? Autumn should not have gotten a second, let alone a third. Stunned, salvoed, it's behind a paper-thin column, it didn't matter. And if we don't even see an overtime here, it would be criminal.
Yeah, but look at the buy here from Nova. They've got a Spectre, they've got a Bulldog on hand. And Wolves just want this done now. The aggressive push into A main, already finding one, and that's Guang, your duelist, taken away from this.
Difficult. Zir. Still with Armageddon online. There's 3 players and Killjoy utility stacked towards A. We talked about Nova and, I mean, difficulties dealing with the defaulted utility on Haven and not having right calls here. And again, they're slamming the wrong site.
Plenty of Wolves players here. Obi-Wan through the smoke. It just isn't going to matter. Sufat with 2, Yosemite with 1. It's just Green left in main, wondering where it's all gone wrong. Wondering what on earth has happened to this game. Nova had such a lead. 11 rounds to 5. But they're now staring down the barrel of 8 in a row. And that's exactly what it'll be. Look at what it means to Wolves. Look at how they feel. On the stage, they finally find success. And what a comeback to make it happen.
Wow, and you can't say that Nova didn't push them to the brink, didn't push good teams to the brink despite going out 0-3 in kickoff, and see how rough it was. Again, there's so much promise on this roster, and 3 strikes just weren't enough this time around. I mean, they took some risks in this veto process. It benefited them on Abyss, but it hurt them on Haven. And coming down to Pearl, that loss gave them probably material that Wolves clearly were prepped on their attack very, very well. And I love how Autumn and Sweet Fat Baby just match energy so much, and you can just see how it amplifies the entire stage. And as soon as we saw that Sweet Fat Baby clutch, we knew that was the turning point.
Yeah.
That solidified this comeback.
It absolutely was. That sometimes you just get a feeling, and yeah, when those rounds come in, that is always that momentum shifter, the mental breaker as well for Nova, where it just got boomed. And unfortunately, that is such a difficult thing to take if you're a Nova fan. But again, if you're a Wolves fan, it's a great day, but you're hoping that maybe future performances keep the blood pressure a bit lower.
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, oh my goodness, so back and forth. But hey, they got their pistol record fixed, at least for the time being.
There you go.
让我们再一次恭喜狼队获得了本场比赛的胜利。站走神的是 Spring 选手，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是狼队的小春。Hello。
欢迎小春。今天的这场比赛，我真的只能用精彩2个字来形容了。不仅是你们的去留战，你们更是让一追二，甚至在图3，你们是以一个逆风，可能上半场9比3，然后对方赢了手枪局的情况下，你们完成了翻盘。能不能分享一下今天的心态，整个心路历程是什么样
？Can you describe how you feel right now? The whole thing.
从第1把开始就一样嘛，我们这个队伍就是比较慢热，对我们第1把就是好像都会输。
And he says that on map when it felt like they're gonna lose, they're kind of like slow starters.
反正都可能是我们最后1把比赛，然后我们就放开去打。然后
yeah, and they said that because like this had the possibility to be their last match, they just played it freely.
也是昨天3比9翻盘，然后昨天就很刚好，今天也是这张图3比9翻盘。
And he says that I think like a similar situation happened on Pro yesterday.
还想问到，就是因为我们看到你又是回到了决斗位的一个身份嘛，因为其实，在多伦多的时候，你已经
they're talking about Spring's role back to the
顶尖的边线能力了，是为什么会回到决斗的这样的一个角色呢？
这个就是可能目前我们这套阵容，我比较适合去玩到决斗这个位置吧。
He says that it's mostly because of the comp.
团队的安排。
And that the team
我也希望我的决斗可以越打越好，然后更加稳定。
And he hopes that he can improve his duel's performance.
之前我觉得更加的有韧性一些了，然后今天也有很多非常精彩的操作，你个人方面的，因为不仅有可能霓虹10滴血的4杀，然后包括说可能在图你当时存钱局差一点就拿下5杀了，当时最后那个1v1，你脑子里想的是什么
？And what was your mind when it came down to that final 1v1 on one of the clutches?
第1张图吗？
对。
On map 1。
那把是。就没打过那个1v1，我非常懊恼吧。就我没有
he was very puzzled.
没有拿下这个残局，然后让我非常懊恼。但是我还是尽快调整过来。
Yeah, but he adjusted over very quickly.
那个1滴血4杀，就跟我那天打那个TEC 打体坛的时候，我有一波。
And he says that that 1v4 on 1 HP clutch was similar to like when he played at Tide's
的准心，专心的去瞄准，也是可以冲到奇迹的。
对，现在你个人的兜底能力也越来越强了，可能之前打了边线也有更多的经验一些了。那我们马上新春佳节就要到了，你自己过年的时候会比较有仪式感的事情，或者你一定要去干的一件事情。
Do you have any like Lunar New Year traditions?
回娘家拜年吧。
And he says that he'd go visit his relatives.
回家拜年，也希望大家能够在春节过一个非常精彩的春节，然后一定要享受我们新的马年。 要不要再给大家送上几句马年祝福
And any like wishes
给
for
大
the
家
audience?
送上几句祝福。
送上几句祝福。OK， 祝大家新的一年马年不马枪，然后身体。
And he says that I wishes everyone I wish everyone
谢谢
like
小
hits
春
every
大
shot.
家能再给小春一些掌声吗？
谢谢。
对，今天打的真的非常的精彩。那么接下来呢，我们本场还设有福能掉落的抽奖活动，在比赛期间，我们现场会抽取我们的观众来获得我们的游戏资产。接下来有请小春来为我们抽取我们的幸运观众，你喊开始和结束。
抽。
幸运观众去送奖
Well,
题，喊开
what
始和结
a
束。
performance! The spring, I mean, yeah, map 1. I don't know if I'd want to remember
好像
that.
他已经
either,
替你结束了
I mean
但是没有关系，我们5位的
I don't know what
幸运
they
观众
should
已经
do on
产生了
Abyss.
那也
Like
非常
put him
希望
on
大家能够来到我
Neon
们的
into the
接下来的
Waylay,
观
put him
赛
on
线下
Yoru, and
福
put
利
Autumn
真的也非
on
常
a
的多
different
那我们
agent.
也是
Like
再次
I want them to go back to the
恭喜
drawing
小
board.
春接下来
Like
把时
throw
间交
everything
给
out
解
the
说
window for that map. I just
Yeah.
Spring Neon good. Spring's Yoru debut pretty good as well. The Waylay just I think it's just too involved. I think like it's not nothing on Spring's abilities. I think it just doesn't allow him to fight. It's like when your life is on the line without a fallback, you perform better, and I think that's true for Spring.
Yeah, although it's interesting because I think Waylay still is fairly similar to the Jet in a lot of ways, and that's an agent that we've really seen Spring excel at playing is the Jet. So, you know, maybe just a slight difference is something not quite clicking there. But either way, for Wolves, they needed something to click in this match because, again, they were down 11-5 and they were able to come back. And there's a few rounds that you can really point at that sort of brought them back. But one of the things as well was that Stinger Force and to win the follow-up. If Nova get up to 12 straight away, I feel like this doesn't happen.
Not just the way that they won it either, but by bonusing the weapons that they picked up and bought into. Because then I think if they had bought rifles that round instead, which is bold, right? In Ninth Combat, you usually buy like every round's your last. I think that one round they lost, right, that got the team up to 11, wouldn't have like been beneficial, right? Like then they would have been broke probably, and that would have been 12, right? So then at least an overtime for Nova, if not the series later on. So yeah, I think that decision was great. Talked about the turning points and where those were. Obviously, we pointed out the Sweet Fat Baby clutch. I think the Autumn 3K from behind Pillar was great as well in the closing. But let's see a little bit more about some of those swings.
可以反听了，你们可以反听了，要吗？来来，要，很快，来，给炮，来，上光。四个，两个，还有两个，还有一个，刀，
先走一步。
阿傻不知道，可能 B 连，对，
超近路。
被秒了。他们有两个大，我觉得你开大吧。OK， 你会进了，你开大，我们一起。可以，我们有开过阵。帮我看 CD， 我准备开大 elbow。好，他们要扑，加油枪，他们要扑。
1分为2。
不用开大，一起摸吧。真的，我觉得还是开吧。可以 go。我开底线，一个底线定点，来打他。
还剩1名敌人。爆能器已部署。还剩1名落幕。
落下！别着急，冷静点。OK， 我。
Yosemite.
What a performance from Yosemite. What a performance from Sufat BB as well. I mean, we got to see that clutch again in the 1v2. But yeah, Yosemite, what a map. 274 ACS and 6 multi-kills. I think really the highlights there, Zobi. But again, it felt like the first half was such a different look from everyone on this Wolves team.
No, absolutely. And don't get me wrong, I like Yosemite on the veto. I mean, he was the MVP of that map as well. But I think, honestly, my favorite that I've seen from him is this Killjoy, ironically. Like, even though we see on some maps the Killjoy also going to Autumn, like, he just felt so at home that side anchors were good, understanding how to push and pull these players off the B side, and also just his ability to defend this lockdown that's so close time and time again, that really forced the hand of Nova, didn't allow them to get into comfortable post plants, and I mean, just the confidence there to dive back into the site, and as well to cut off these rotations, to be in the prime positioning. Like, he honestly was at the core of, I think, the make or break for a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget as well, Yosemite has a long history of success.
Oh, yeah.
Part of that BLG team that took out NRG twice back in Champs 2023. And yeah, I mean, we can see why he has been near the top and at the top of the VCT China for quite some time. With the performance today, that's obviously not to take anything away from his teammates either, who, let's face it, put in a brilliant performance, and so did Nova. But when Wolves started to get on that run, there was really only one way that this map was going to go.
No, absolutely, and you can see it there. 2 out of 7 on that attack half. And I also want to point out the first bloods, right? 15-9. I think it was like a few rounds into that attack half. I think after they lost again the few rounds to Nova, they had this kind of shift where they weren't afraid anymore, right? Like they knew they were staring down elimination, and what did they start doing? They started pushing forward. They started getting aggressive, taking initiative. And that was off of players like Spring more than anything, that Yoru that can get away. And they were winning them, right? That's why the first bloods are so high. It was super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, a player that I talked about at the start of this game was Obi-Wan as well, right? Someone that has been in sort of on and off of this Nova roster for the past few years, and certainly put in one hell of a performance today, despite the loss. I think on the Astra role as well, this anchoring, really, really solid work from Obi-Wan, and we can see it in the stats here. 75% cast. Is the one that I can read, and yeah, just really, really solid work.
Yeah, I mean, he was the insane anchor on defense, and then honestly was in so many of those clutches on the attack. It was a difficult position, and he did shine individually, and it's so sad there to say goodbye to Nova here after this, again, 2-1 victory for Wolves. They continue to get a rematch, by the way, up against Trace Esports. In that lower round too, so that will be super, super entertaining to see how these two teams have grown, and again, if Wolves have figured out that identity that they want to lean into, which to me, again, they have all the right pieces, but they are missing the image on the box and are trying to come up with it as they build the final picture.
Yeah, I mean, if Wolves do make it to Masters Santiago again, they would have to run the gauntlet of this lower bracket. I mean, it would be a crazy way to qualify,
like I said,
but you know, you have the momentum off of all of those wins. You play against a team that has at least lost a best of 5 the day before, potentially even 2 best of 5s in 2 consecutive days. You know, and you start to go, maybe there's a chance, but obviously that's a long way off in the future. But now it's just that first step of the journey, Zobi, and again, like you say, that rematch against Trace coming up next.
And it was a great way as well, just mentally think about it. They had lost to Trace they lost to Nova 3 times in 2025. So to start out their lower bracket run, finally getting back at them and overcoming that hurdle too, which could have been a mental block in the series too. I think it's definitely a great way to kick things off, Charlotte.
Yeah, it absolutely is. A great way to kick things off for the second half of the game is, you know, we had this match. It was honestly better than I expected it to be. But, you know, we've had this Nova versus Wolves in the lower bracket. Coming up, we've got the upper bracket semi-finals, which is a very, very exciting. All Gamers versus DRG is coming up next, and it will be Volt and Kumquat to take you through that one. Thank you very much, Zobi, for casting with me today, and thank you all very much for watching. Stick around because, again, that upper bracket semi-final is coming up after this short break.
Secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're
I'm all that no. Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm? I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling from good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. I've been choking on emotions. I've been tangled by my thoughts, 'cause the longer I stay awake, the further I err from you. When I'm falling from good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. you, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire.
And welcome back. Good afternoon to all of you, if it is afternoon for you guys. And we are back once again with our coverage of VCTC and Volt, joined here by the ever lovely Kumquat to continue our coverage now of the upper side of things, where actually Kumquat, one of those two teams, will be going to Santiago. Maybe. They just need to win one more BO3 after this one, and then they'll go to Santiago.
The prize is pretty close, actually. As you said, two more games, and they can go to internal events, which would be an amazing thing for all gamers because they unfortunately missed all of them last year. So it will be a great achievement for this team.
Yeah, a team that, with the addition of Fangir, GRQ, like all the new pieces, AIU as well, like definitely all have been pieces that have pushed the team forward. And I really like where they are right now in the pecking order. You know, I'm thinking about the team. I'm thinking about how they progressed from stage 1 to stage 2 last year. They became a team that initially, in the start of 2025, they were just a team in groups, right? They didn't go to playoffs. They didn't make the deep runs. Right now, they went from a team that made an off run in playoffs in 2025 to being to a lot of people's eyes, maybe the second or third best team that we're going to be having right now. And well, the other one, this is just a certified banger, you know, the team that actually had to defend its slot in Ascension, going from champs to Ascension back to back, and now they're looking to go again to an international.
Obviously, they managed to defend their spot because they are an amazing team, really a good 20-25 years for Dragon Gaming. We've seen them on top. They went to champions, as you said, and unfortunately went back to Ascension, but they're back for an amazing 2026 years. This is only their second game for them. They were pretty good against JDG, although it was a close BO3, but they look good, and the team is still the same, here to perform and to destroy.
I mean, that I wouldn't say anybody can ever destroy the JDG. All JDG games are just, for some reason, certified classics, right? Like 3 maps, entertaining games. It all really depends on how things are gonna roll for the other side. But for the most part, from what I do remember seeing against JDG, they looked pretty solid. I would say the same thing that plagued them internationally, the same thing that plagued them in stage 1 and in stage 2, is actually happening again, where you really want to see, that's one half of it, Spirit and Alchemon as the 2 players that should be leading the charts. Vokashu has been a revelation ever since he joined the team, and I feel like now is a real test for the duelists. You know, sure, like Stu is one thing. Stu is an absolutely bona fide legend here in China, but Fangir is the new guy that is just trying to rip the scene apart.
I find it very interesting that All Gamers brought Fangir to the roster. He was, let's say, he was playing in Europe before, so it's a huge change for him, but he's proven himself in the previous match that we've seen from All Gamers. He actually did very, very well. He's in the top 10 ACS, I think, right now for the stage, so he's really proven a strong performance and can bring a lot to the team. And as we're talking about news, we talked about Vukashu that did an amazing co-road with his Cypher against JDG. And we have Owen, that is also a new addition to the All Gamer roster.
Yeah, I mean, IOE has definitely been also another good addition to the team. I feel like they're one of the teams that were a little bit more ruthless with the cuts. Like, I don't think that there was anything wrong with Spitfires, for example, who's now back to the bench of the team. But it is what it is, you know? It is a game that you will just have to accept how things are going to go and how it's going to move, you know? For me, I really like Spitfires myself, but if I'm going to be completely honest, the level of firepower from Fangir is indeed higher. And it has enabled them to do a lot of things with the addition of GRQ as well, that I feel like him and Fangir have been doing some really good work playing off the back of each other, where maybe GRQ is not playing the duelist every single time, but the few times that we have seen GRQ in the Waylay, I feel like it has just been so good for them and for their own style, which just seems to be very loose, which might actually go on the wrong way against DRG, because they are also a team that like to have a lot of freedom, that loves to give the space to Akimat and Spirit and just tell Vokashu, hey, you know, you got like this 1/3 of the map, half of the map, you can just do your thing, and we'll just dedicate a lot of resources to our two duelists.
I'm really interested to see what Fangir will deliver as a performance against a team like the DRG, because it's another level. Like, right, DRG was one of the best team last year. They actually ended up second in the stage 2. So really, really strong team. Don't be fooled by the fact that they went to Ascension. It's really, really not representative of their level. They're an amazing team. And this will be the step up for All Gamers. I think if they can, even if not win, at least put on a strong competition for DRG, that's a strong sign that this team will have to be feared this year.
Yeah, you know, they are definitely a team to be feared. They have been a team to be feared ever since stage 2. But it's just now this is the first real test for them, right? Because, of course, in the start, you don't get against a lot of the tougher teams. Their game against Billy, let's just be completely honest, Billy looked like a shadow of their former selves. Neither Muggle nor the introduction of Bud have actually done a lot for the team. And if anything, you know, we haven't seen them develop their best look. And, well, speaking of good looks, it continues to be the tradition that coaches now have taken over the skirmish. And we'll see how that one goes. Of course, for All Gamers, we'll see it is AD101 and it's Nathan D for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. And so far, it's been a pretty close one.
I really love this new tradition. I think it's really brought something new to the game and lights up a little bit the energy before the game starts.
Yeah, and I mean, like, there's one thing that our production is telling me that I think, you know, I actually do a lot myself. It's either one of the two things, right? Like, when I'm playing skirmish, when I'm playing for complete aim, you either just blast the music in your ears or you take off the headphones entirely. I feel like playing for the audio cue is just a bit too much. And, you know, it's pretty close. It's actually going to be 4-4, so it came down to sudden death here. And perhaps with the POV, yeah, it's going to be Nathan to win that one. So, Dragon Ranger Gaming with side select, but that's pretty close here for the two teams. And I think that this actually might be an indicator. You know, as close as this skirmish has been, I'm anticipating such a close series between the two sides.
I hope it will be representative of what we are gonna see just after a very close game. We just started to heal from the amazing matchup between Wolves and this amazing Pearl map. So I'm not ready for another one.
Yeah, we're gonna see how it goes. Actually, the veto is already out, and well, from what we see, you know, the corrode is something that Dragon Ranger Gaming are pretty comfortable on, and from what I see, I'm just gonna try to sneak a peek, I do believe that we have seen a Corrode from DRG. It was map 3 against JDG, and they played the Euro Neon. So that's the thing that they're going to be actually pivoting towards. This is the first time that we're going to see all gamers playing that Corrode. So already that is an intriguing nit piece in itself of how they are actually going to approach the map. But I feel like we've seen the pieces, right? We've seen the Yoru from Fangir, we've seen GRQ on the Waylay, so I think that this is probably going to be the linchpin of their composition. As so far, I feel like they really have relied a lot on Fangir to be their Yoru, to be the one player that can do that, because I feel like GRQ definitely benefits a lot from that kind of freedom, and we'll have to wait and see if he's going to continue performing to the same level against an opponent that should be of a higher caliber.
I'm really intrigued of how this Corrode map will go.
What's this?
And what? Nice. I wish I could speak Chinese.
Me too. Me too, Kumquat, I swear.
So we don't really know. Maybe our amazing translator Vidos knows better. But for now, just enjoy the images. We're actually presenting the teams. And now we'll see the players.
Yeah, I know the players that, a lot of eyes are definitely on them. We'll have to wait and see how it will go. For me, I'm definitely waiting to see how Kira and Shrimp are going to stack up against such a veteran pair, for me in Nick and Flexen. I feel like the two of them are going to be great for the team. But we start off with the All Gamers, the boys in red and white. And well, so far, I feel like absolutely they have been tearing the server up. They've been looking more and more solid. But they have not really faced an opponent at that level, where maybe now they might be on an equal level in terms of the firepower, which is one of the things that you don't really see. They don't really say a lot about a team like All Gamers, even in the last split, where when they lost, it just felt like they lost on the macro. But this split, their macro have improved a ton, and I feel like that's also another part that goes unanswered just because of how great their firepower has been.
There's a lot of uncertainty for All Gamers on this matchup because Corrode and Bind are two maps that they haven't yet played. So we don't really know how it will go for them. I think it could be interesting, and also it's also a bet on the side of DRG because they chose to go to maps that they don't know how All Gamers, like this new roster, is actually playing this. So they are like us. They don't know what to expect, and they will just try to play their style and not too much thinking about anti-stratting All Gamers.
Yeah, and I mean, it does actually pay a lot of sense into what the DRG are capable of, They are a team that can do that. They can run away with some of those games. But we have seen them struggle a little bit against the JDG. It has been knocked down all the way to the lower bracket. And I feel like, to no fault of JDG, they had a couple of great games, both against DRG and against Trace. They've just got the short end of the stick when it comes to the draw. But this is the team that everyone calls the short end of the stick when it comes to China right now. With all the other teams maybe looking a little bit shaky with their newer additions, maybe all outside of XLG, I feel. This is the team that seems to be most ready, most primed, and in a lot of people's eyes, and I will say my eyes as well, they should be the team that make it into Santiago, not just like by any side, no, they should make it from here, from the upper bracket.
I would really love seeing All Gamers also going to Santiago. I think it would really shake things up in this VCT China region because they've been on this lower end of teams and actually proving that they're capable of going to Santiago all from the upper bracket would be amazing performance.
It would be a massive upset, not only because they need to beat DRG. I mean, I'm just trying to think of who else would have to be. There have to be the winner of XLG and EDG on the other side of the bracket. So already, they're not taking an easy path whatsoever. If they, by the way, they will go through at least the previous champion, the next champion of the following stage. And then when I'm thinking, of course, as I said, like Bilibili champion stage 1, DRG, a team that has made it champs, you either go through against XLG that has had one of the better international showings for China, a very competitive team, I'll even say dominant domestically, and then EDG, which is the other potential team. So it's not like that this is an easy win. It's not like that they've gone through the easy way, and credit where it's due, they've made short work of the side of Nova. But this is right now a very intriguing side of things. I gotta say though, you know, match aside, I love the mascots as a whole in China. It's just been so fun to watch.
I think we need this in other regions also. This is a must add from Riot. If you're ears, don't hesitate. Unfortunately, I do not live in Berlin, but I would have volunteered gladly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be pretty intriguing. But like the one thing that I just gotta say about DRG, which is maybe the one asterisk to them internationally, is that we haven't really seen Vokashu play with them, at least last year when they got the champs, right? They had to go for Demon 1. Sure, like Demon 1, as obviously we can see right now with C9, is an absolutely monstrous player, and his mechanical ability do show that. But it's just a very different style of Sentinels, right? Like Demon 1, pretty much passive. He's just relying on his aim. He's relying on a lot of his team giving him the information and the setup. From what we see with DRG though, Vokashu is a playmaker. He doesn't just pick the Cypher to actually slow the face down. No, he picks the Cypher because he knows it gives him the freedom to set himself up on a site and just take it over from there.
He's amazing on the Cypher, and I completely agree with you. I think Vokashu is a very playmaking Sentinel, which is not that common. There are a few other Sentinels that are really, really good, but he's definitely a strong player for Dragon Gaming and brings something really different to the gameplay than having a passive Sentinel that will only watch your back and be sure that no one is actually in the flank. Now he actually tries to do plays with his Sentinel and open things up for his team.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, you know, the composition actually is something that is very different from what I expected. I really thought that they're going to lean into the double duelist because, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time for all gamers to play a single duelist composition. Kira, of course, on the initiator. We have seen GRQ on the smokes. Right now, it's him and IoE, both playing the Omen Viper duo. No Viper for the side of DRG. Instead, it's Alchemy and Spirit doing what they do best in the double duelist.
They actually, yes, chose a very different comp. As you said, they usually go for double duelist. I think they are really trying to play this defense side the best that they can and try to hold strong against the power that DRG will be on attack.
Yeah, well, obviously, though, if the power does show up for the side of DRG, it is always a question of can they get the best out of all 5 of their pieces. Right now, we'll have to wait and see how things are gonna go as we kick off map 1. One team will be heading to the upper bracket semi-final, and the other one will have to wait another day, get locked down to the middle bracket and hope to get a chance at Santiago. It's almost within arm's reach, Comclaw, and it will all start with all gamers on defense.
After this Bear Council, I think they have the best strategy for this current map, and it's starting right now. DRG on attack. They're gonna go through B main, where there's only one player, that's IoE, on this B side.
Start early. Of course, you know, I haven't talked about the KO too much, but that is exactly what you want to do out of the KO. The 3-man suppression makes it a lot easier for IoE to try to play the round for now, but the spike still planted regardless. And the buddy will be claimed back. Spirit might be the first casualty. It's gonna be IoE, and they expand on elbow. Smart play from the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. And now they got a lot of space that all gamers will have to climb through from Link. They almost caught them off guard there. A couple of shots, not a lot of connection from either side. The flash comes out, but thankfully for the RG, they got the heaven, and now the vantage point proves to be too much. A double kill from Flexen, Vokashu with 1, and it pretty much is round over. A pistol goes for the champions.
Very clear one from DRG. This one was meticulously played. They just went to the side, nothing too complicated, plenty defended, and no issue there. Really strong aim. I think all gamers need some time to get into this game and to get used to the skill, the personal skill that every DRG player has.
Yeah, and I feel like it's definitely gonna be a rude awakening for them. Because as we've said, like, sure, they have faced the Bilibili, but it's not really the same Bilibili that we have seen in 2025. Not the same Bilibili that knocked down this DRG 1-3. A team that unfortunately have not yet seen a victory in the VCT stage. While, of course, they have won both Ascensions in 2023 and in 2025 against Rare Adam in both times, which, you know, my heart goes out to all the Rare Adams fans out there. Unfortunately, they cannot apparently crack the code. It just, you see how close they get, right? Like, they were like top 4 in Kickoff last year. Not Kickoff, rather, it was 2024 where they got the Kickoff result. I believe, like, in 2025 they were 4th against ADG. That's who they lost to. And they also lost to EDG in stage 1, so stage 2 was their best result. And that in itself is something that maybe they want to build from. They want to see themselves now as the champion, because I feel like the pool is wide open, right? It's only them and XLG, I feel, as the 2 real teams in the race. Maybe a lot of people would say EDG, but I feel like on terms of readiness, those are the 2 teams that are more ready than Edward Gaming, and we'll need to see more out of EDG to put them in that same conversation.
For Santiago, yes. I think for the rest of the year, there's definitely some time for the teams to settle in and find their pace. For example, Billy Gaming did lose 0-2 to All Gamers, but they're starting to put on a better performance with 2-2-0 against FPX and Trace. I think they can come back to their previous level, definitely. Wolves also can find their place in this region. I think it's still the very beginning of the year. The year is long. You have time to grow, as you said, for DRG. They went from well, they were already very good in the beginning of the year because they were 4th in Kickoff, but they went to a really, really strong team in the end. I think there is space for every team to find their place during the year. But yes, for Santiago, you have to be strong very early on because you do not have time to mess around.
Yeah, as you said, like, at least for them, I feel like there's definitely more of a chance to have a bit of a leeway, right? It's not going to be sandbagging, but you might hide a map or 2 in the upper bracket because you still got those 2 more chances to go for. But right now, of course, the second round should be pretty easy for DRG. Wokashu doing what he does best, just fishing around for a couple of freebies. He finds 2 on the Outlaw, and thankfully so far, no real problems for the team that was the bridesmaid in stage 2. And I feel like my one main concern, though, with the All Gamers comp is how they're going to extract value out of Fangir as a solo duelist, right? Because we've seen a couple of solo waylays in China, and not all of them has really been the best.
There's a lot to expect from him, definitely. It's not easy to be the solo duelist on this lineup. And for now, this round seems pretty done. The Outlaw was absolutely deadly in the hands of Wokashu. We talked about him being the sentinel that makes plays, and he delivers once again. Will finally fall. Fangir picking up the Outlaw, but it's a 2v4.
Sure, they got the Outlaw, and it would be great for Fangir to save it. Oh, this was a sitter for Flexit. It could have gotten messy. Thankfully, they recovered the round, they recovered the Outlaw. 2 players going down, but I feel like they wouldn't really be the most unsettled about it, right? Sure, it's not as good as 0, but it's still small enough of a casualty number that your bonus and your next buy rounds aren't going to be affected by it.
Strong beginning from DRG. First round with real weapons for All Gamers. And now is the time for Fangir to show what he can do with Vandal.
What they can do, Fangir starts off pretty well. That's the opener somehow out of nowhere, and well, I feel like that's the answer to the question. Value found pretty early on.
The flash was perfect. He actually bought him the time just so that he can pick and take the shot and go back to safety. Really good opening from All Gamers.
see if that actually does continue or not. So far, though, the read from DRG seems to be the right one, but it's a full-on commitment. It's not like even Volkashu is playing towards main. It's all three, at least now three, as Volkashu retreats back. Gonna go through Link, and it might be an opportunity here for GRQ to find something. Information found. It's about slowing down a Neon. Shrimp does even better than that. That's the entire kill on Akimon. And it leaves a tougher round for DRG to navigate. Well, they got one player in. The flash should be posted. Doesn't find that much value. Great work from Shrimp to slow the round down. But it is not gonna really deny the spike from going down. And now they got a 3-on-5 to try to navigate, with Shrimp trying to step up the pace, but it will be the same from Spirit. A second shot coming in, and Fangir has doubled down on this round, but they still need more from the side of League fans, because this could happen, and this could go very wrong. Nick found a pairing, Vukacic with one more, and the bonus might be converted just yet. It's IOE against 2. Looking to close out the space. First tap in, brings out the one, but Nick holds strong. And it's a triple kill for the initiator to seal off the bonus.
What he did was amazing. The round looks so well. So good for all gamers with the double pick from Fangir, but Nick completely turned things around. Just as he did. You can see. It's incredible what he did. Finding the triple was perfect for the team. Really strong start for DRG, definitely. Scoring the bonus is a statement.
Yeah, it's a big statement. It pushes all gamers back to those pistols, and despite the good work that Fangir has found early in a couple of those few rounds, it now continues to be the same thing. But I really like this from all gamers. You know, I was asking those questions about the value of the Waylay, and they have really been proving me that they know what they can actually do with those. And the combination between Kira and Fangir has been the most impressive part. It's just, we need to see a little bit more, I feel, from the other 3 parts of that 5-man composition. Because, you know, like a lot of bright spots between the 2 of them. Shrimp has been pretty stable. So I feel like a lot of questions are going to be on IOE and, of course, GRQ eventually. Once we get deeper into this half and they get the guns back, of whether or not they can hold the other part of the map.
There are a lot of interesting and strong things on the side of old gamers, definitely. They did some great plays in the first 2-3 rounds, but it's missing a little bit, as you said. Maybe the little bit is seeing where the DRG are gonna eat, and they are in the right place right now. The anti-rush utility is out, but it doesn't stop Spirit. He will completely wreck all gamers. Triple kill for him.
That's a beautiful double to seal it off. Vukacic with the final 2. A lot of great work that we are seeing here from the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. A couple of kills that, sure, you know, they're still at least fighting on some damage to the other side, but this is such a great omen if you're looking at the side of DRG, because I was talking about whether or not they can bring the value out of their duelists, and Spirit is just back to his usual form. It was the Abyss, the only map that we have seen the 2 of them not really find much value. Right now, a great look for them, and I feel like a necessary timeout, because this is going to be dire straits for all gamers if they cannot get the ball rolling.
I was wondering if the coach was going to wait a little bit more to call the timeout, but I think he wants to get his team back on track as soon as possible. They will have weapons in the next round, so they will be able to make a little bit more. Maybe we will see some aggression we've seen with Fangir 2 rounds ago during the anti-bonus. I think they're showing some good signs. Like, they actually pretty well read pretty well what DRG are going to do, but they lack a little bit of execution, maybe of team play. I think DRG is still a little bit on top and will eat the shot more.
Absolutely, and I mean, you just look at the scoreboard, you can tell like the 2 pieces that closed off the second anti-eco in Vukacic and Spirit. They've been doing pretty well throughout, and of course, as we've mentioned, you know, Vukacic, I think he really wants to just attend an international more than anything. And who would say no to him? You know, the man has definitely earned his strides, and every time he just faces complications, but domestically, There's been no problems for Dragon Ranger Gaming. It is no problems for Spirit right here, but Fangir actually shuts down Akamon. So that leaves the Yoru alone on their entry on the B side, and Spirit needs to find something for the team. They don't have a lot of space. He tries and he succeeds. Kira is no more, and the operator has found no value. And now a tough question for the side of all gamers. Do they actually commit into this one, or they do not? Aoyi goes in. That is the thrash stop, but an alternate angle from Flexen that alerts the attention of Shrimp. Now he can go back down. No harm, no foul. And Volkashu there, I was talking about the operator earlier, actually worked well in the retake, which is the thing that I wasn't really expecting that much. And with them taking a timeout, not finding the value behind the Kumquad, it just makes a ton of sense for them to go and save. Because while, yes, they haven't won, they at least have a couple of ways to maybe try to force an answer. Of course, the conversion path being the initial one, and they're not too far off of either the Hunter's Fury or the Null Command, the Shrimp and Kira, respectively.
The answer from DRG to the Fangir's play was just perfect. Like, Fangir actually pushed, took a pick, he took first kill, but then DRG almost immediately hit side B, where they knew that Fangir was not, and they managed to find 3 kills. And when Fangir is back with his team, it's just too late. There's no team anymore, so you just have to save and wait for next round. The answer was perfect from DRG. Once again, they show that they are a very good team, and they will not be easy to take down.
Yeah, well, now though, this is the do or die time. I feel like there are no two ways about it. If all gamers do not get the ball rolling, this will just be a one-sided affair. So far, GRQ, I think that he has spotted them initially. And they do not have much of the pace, because while, yes, the Neon is there, Akamon is now dinged thanks to Shrimp. And they don't have the support of the players in the middle to make any commitment happen. So smart from Dragon Ranger Gaming not to overcommit, but this is the first time in the entire half where we feel like we don't really know how this round is going to end up for them. They might want to double down, and it does seem that they're cutting some of that noise. I thought they might head back towards middle, but clearly from their rotations, they want to end up in that B site.
They're definitely taking the time. All gamers this time is respecting, not trying too much, getting too far. There is this operator also. We will put the Viper's wall to rotate safely back to B, and it is where festivities are gonna happen. DRG regrouping in B main. Akamon with only 11 HP. They're gonna eat a strong explosive declick on the side.
Well, starts off well. Kira with one, IIU with the next, and then suddenly it becomes complicated. Thankfully, Flexen simplifies the equation, and it's back to an even number, 3-on-3. A big risk from Aoyi that I feel like was completely unnecessary. And now not only given the advantage for the side of DRG, also a new theft coming in for Volkashu. And they can just seal off the couple of remaining angles, one at heaven, one at elbow. The timing is going to be everything. The paranoia doesn't really snap off the op, but they know where they're coming from. Shrimp with an important one, and now it's all on to him. He will need to close off this entire map himself. Good damage with the shock darts, but he needs to be careful not to give himself away. A 6th round seems to be all but confirmed, as he cannot really play the map. It was a triple kill from him, and it will be a quad kill from Flexen.
It's just too hard for all gamers. Too difficult there. The rounds are pretty close. They always take some players with them, but it's always missing just a little bit of something more to actually take them all down. And here in the final 1v2, it was just impossible. You had no recon, you had no smoke, and yeah, they already knew where you were. Very difficult clutch for Shrimp, and he was not able to do it. But the question here is, do you call the second timeout? Because it's 0-6 already.
I mean, that's the missed opportunity there. Fangir could have committed. They've done so much damage with the Hunter's Fury, and they can... Goodness gracious! We have just seen the Hunter incarnate! And this might be the miracle needed, and it will! Shrimp did not do it the last time! This time he will smite them all down!
I mean, this is why it's called Ender's Fury. You've never been more furious than this. Triple kill with the ultimate. Just amazing catch from Shrimp. And this is the first round for all gamers. What? Amazing.
That was absolutely ridiculous. And I was just about to say, like, because the combination was made right. We've seen the saturate hit all of them on the right side. So it made a lot of sense for them to commit on it. And when I saw that they were pushing back, that was my one worry. But right now, it's the complete conversion. Oh, the suppression is so good. That would have been a kill for Akimon. Now he needs to be careful. The rest of the team are trying to slow down the pace. And this is a complete 180 from the round prior. The high-low again. All gamers seems to be back in form. It's 4 kills for all of them. And a spray down from the finale. Ayoyi. Oh, they go from 0 to hero. 2 rounds back to back. And it seems like DRG got nothing on them.
I think they woke up. I think they're here, they're present in this matchup now. Did you see the play from Fungear at the end? He just went all Zynga on the side just to dash back to give the position to his teammates. It was an amazing play. 2 rounds, and it's a definitely better phase from AG that we're seeing here. Maybe they can climb back. There's still 4 rounds to take. So they could actually get the number of rounds that they need to feel safe during after halftime.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, of course, considering the start, anything would be acceptable here. Even if they get like 4 rounds, they will be really happy about it. But regardless of how it is going to end up, DRG switching up their play. The pit initiated early. And that's the first time that we actually see Dragon Ranger Gaming. Sure, you know, it's like they haven't really shown us anything new, but this is the entire first time that they don't just take the space, right? We've seen them either try to contest A or B main at the start of the round. This time they just play completely passive, and they allowed all gamers maybe to aggress. Not that they've done that, but that means that they will need to fight for a lot more space, and that is exactly how you capitalize off of it. Fangear with the operator, 1 and done, and that slows down the pace tremendously for the attack.
If there's something that did not change for the beginning of the match, is the way Fangear is always able to find the first kill. Is so good at this. I think this is a very strong skill from all gamers, and they should try to take advantage of how Fangear excels at finding first kill. Now they have the numbers advantage, and DRG are trying to push speed. It's the first time they've done this in this game.
I mean, capitalizing on the advantage and getting the advantage are 2 completely different things, though. Statistically speaking, you're like, what, 76% likely to win a round after getting the first blood? But we are yet to see how it's going to go. The split now is in. Oh, the null command is in such a perfect timing. Ayoyi should have a much easier time reclaiming space, but Bukashu might be getting them caught off guard. The pit is down, the Fury is no more, but Kira buys the time necessary for the rest of the team. He shuts down Spirit 2, so while the spike is planted, it's only Akimon and Flexit to try to save this round. And we'll see if they can do it. Kira holds the line this time. Could not lose the job in the first time of asking, but he's just waiting for his teammates to come in. Time could be the enemy though, and Flexen steals one off the edge of the smoke. And leaves Akimon with that relay. Bolt could do all the damage in the world, but he's caught by the saturate. So now he needs the support of his teammates, and the high-low is too much for him to deal with. All gamers again. The past few times, completely dominant. This time, a true, genuine round of team play that we see from the rookies.
Completely agreed. This was, I think, the first real round we've seen from all gamers where they had time to play and to make up a strat and to go and try beat DRG, and they actually make it as a team together. They find this new round. I think they're back into this game vault. I think we're seeing all gamers, and this is a timeout. They pushed DRG to call a timeout.
And at the exact same breakpoint too, I feel, where the economy will be broken most likely for Dragon Ranger Gaming. Sure, they got 6, but the main thing that I think that the DRG are thinking about is that how much they've actually invested in the previous couple of rounds, and they really haven't found that much. And credit where credit is due, Fangear has done a lot of great work, but more than anything, I feel like this is really the value of Kira just being on full display. KO, whether it is the null command or the knives, they've really facilitated for the rest of the team.
I think I want to see still a lot more from all gamers. I think this is a team that can prove a lot this year, even though they added a lot of new players that are pretty much rookies, new to tier 1 at least. But there is something there. I can see it. I feel that all gamers have the opportunity to do an amazing year. And DRG maybe will give them the first push.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, for a couple of players there, we've said like one of their newer chances, as we've said, like Ayuyi, from the academy of all gamers actually. And well, speaking of the man, immediately taken down this time around, and it's looking a lot better for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? The util used early, able to isolate that one-on-one, and more often than not, you would always pick the DRG players in those kind of one-on-ones engagement. But Fangir now, operator forced off, have to reposition towards heaven, and that facilitates the entry, and the kills all go to the side of DRG. Scott slacking there. Fangir was not ready for the Yoru to get out of the ultimate.
The timeout paid off for DRG. Strat is on point. They planted on A side, and all gamers players are completely separated on the map. They will have one-on-one. Won by Vukeshu, and now there's only Kira with a very few HP is gonna try and save this Vandal. I think they're gonna let him. They don't know where he is.
Like, yeah, that's one thing, but very clearly they don't really want to overcommit, right? But at the same time, they are still creeping in, encroaching closer on the territory of Kira. But Knives Out makes it easy for him to take down Spirit. Now they know where he is. And the finances aren't that bad, but I think it's not just about getting the rifle. It's about them knowing that there's an operator this close to that part of the map. So while they wanted to contest, they couldn't get there in time. 7 rounds for the DRG, so at the bare minimum, they at least still win the half. But getting the operator back is going to be of the utmost value, because we have seen one of those rounds being single-handedly won by Fangir, just getting value out of the opener.
This time DRG was on top. Better strat, better shots. And it's the 7th round. They finally take the lead. Like, certified lead for this first half. Only 3 more rounds. They definitely look solid on their map pick.
Yeah, of course. And you'd expect that, right? But what you would want to expect from all gamers as well is to come out of the gate swinging, and much like we have seen out of GRQ the last time around, he just looks a little bit less comfortable, and at least his fragging output takes a dip whenever he plays those controllers over playing a duelist, right?
We're back to the slow round. DRG thinking about what is the strat. They do not have any of the ultimates, only the neural theft, which is not an aggressive ultimate, so they have to find a way. Fangir, though, on his side, has something to be a troublemaker for DRG.
Oh, I really like this high-low, though, but it could be broken with a single flash. The Will plays piece of util, and it's game over. They break it open, and now they can force their way into the site. Clean work from Akaman, but there's still a second player on site. Not that it's going to be much of a trouble for Flexit. They already cracked their way into the site, and it might just be another call to save here. Fangir identified, and neural theft used again, and they are not expecting an Omen to be that far close up. The rookie trying to convert the path, trying to find something, but it's only 1 bullet needed for Flexit. And it's not going to be much of a contest otherwise. And Odin against the world. And the world is ready for Shrimp, who will have to cower back in peace. No real way back for him in this game. And we have seen a stint of confidence from all gamers. But it seems like Dragon Ranger Gaming are back to their winning ways. I say that. But it becomes a little bit competitive. A right shot from the Classic there. And Shrimp suddenly might have a chance at this one. But the timer is too far gone. And it's all the kills gone. A lot of damage done by all gamers, but they still really want to get a fourth on the board if they can.
Yes, I think at this point you need more than damage. This is good, but this is almost the end of the half, so it's not gonna matter that much. But the points are what is important right now. This position from Fluxen was really not expected by Fangir. Cost him his life, didn't have a chance to pull up his play. And I think that one thing we are seeing is that all gamers are defending very forward on site, and all the time they lose 2-3 players when DRG is actually eating the site, and they have to do the retake with the rest, so they always are in a disadvantage number-wise.
Yeah, I definitely do agree. And I feel like it's just a byproduct of them trying to play around the Waylay, of them trying to set up like a lot of GRQ and Kira. And well, speaking of the Waylay, not the easiest of rounds to navigate if you're holding an operator and you're being pressured by double duelists, but Fangir now, no more refract. Have to rely on himself shooting his way out, and what a way to start. And Sakamon gone. Vokashu next in the chopping block. His compatriot not ready. At least an escape for Fangir, and it's a 4-on-5 in the retake. So that's a number advantage they want, but very clearly GRQ has made his presence known. They've expanded outside the site, and Spirit having to play inside of that smoke. One of his own for support. Tries to hold down with a shorty, being sneaky about it, but eventually he'll have to back off, and this becomes dangerous. There's a space for them. Actually work their way through, 4 players peeking out, and it could be dangerous there. Kira with one. The Odin trying to snap with an X, but nothing really is found for the side of DRG. It took them quite a while, and they get it half. There's a chance for Nick to somehow steal it. Knives out! That's a crucial mistake from Shrimp. But there might be enough time, and it is going to be a 4th after all.
What was this round? It was so chaotic in the end. They just rushed in. We've seen knives, shorties, everything. All gamers managed to defuse the spike, so they at least take this 4th round, which is, I would say, better than what we would have expected at the beginning of the game, but not close to what you would like.
Yeah. And again, you know, it being the pick for Dragon Ranger Gaming, it wouldn't be the end of the world if they do win it, but just the fashion that this game started in, that's the one thing that maybe will have us worried. But 8-4, not the end of the world. We'll now have to see, though, if all gamers can do the same thing on attack with only a single duelist in the Waylay. It's going to be so instrumental to see how him and Kira do combine between Fangir on the Waylay. And I feel like also GRQ is going to become more of an active participant when they go over to attack.
You talked about the fact that all gamers chose to pick one duelist lineup. I was saying that maybe it was to have a strong defense side. Definitely didn't work. So we're seeing the meme cam viewers. So they're trying to reproduce what we see on the drawing. Very cool cosplay, I must say.
The cosplay always seems to be great in China. Look, there's something about China and high production quality that even the cosplayers just look amazing. Even
yes! They definitely are amazing. I think we have a few cosplayers also in Europe, but it's less popular. At least in events.
I mean, yeah, maybe in EMEA, maybe in France. They're a bit, I would say, bigger here in Egypt, where I'm from. But for the most part, though, you know, like, that's all fun and games. But the actual game is not really the most fun for the side of all gamers. Now we'll have to see if they can flip the script around. This is their chance to start off on the right foot. But I say that, and it's very clear, DRG want to be proactive, but they want to take that duel on middle.
So let's see what all gamers are going to do with one duelist on this attack side. It's going to be a little bit more difficult also for DRG because they have a very strong, aggressive leaning roster lineup. So maybe the defense is going to be a bit aggressive on their side. And we can see that they're pushing already towards middle. They want this second pistol.
Oh, I mean, it was almost dangerous there for AUE, but They're a bit fortunate for the members of All Gamers not to really have any casualties, but right now I feel like the round is being guided, and as you can tell, DRG seemingly having the correct read, and the timing there for the flash from Nick should just be all the information that they need, and they got the focus shoe set up as well on here. So all the layers of util needed to understand how is actually going to go in the end.
They will. All Gamers will have to hit their shot. The first is it by Fangir, taking down Spirit Vukashu with the revenge for his teammate. But they managed to go on the side. The spike is outside though, so someone has to go and pick it up. They will try to clean some parts of the site, but they will fall loose 2 players. The spike is not planted yet. There is only 12 seconds left, so they will have to hurry on site. And this is the window for DRG.
Yeah, the window that they're trying to capitalize upon, right? They took back site, they're trying to take the fight up close. The paranoia is excellent, and DRG make it look flawless when they're actually retaking there on the B site. And clearly, they were more than aware of how this round wanted to go. From start to finish, I feel like they just guided All Gamers' hand into that B site and just took them home at the end.
And we saw that they have a very different way of handling the retake than what we've seen from All Gamers. After the main attack of All Gamers, they actually waited for the rest of the teammates to come back so that they could retake together. And they just hold elbow and connect so that All Gamers could not take this neutral zone. But they waited to play as a team, which is the difference from what we've seen from All Gamers in the first half.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, it just, All Gamers, very clearly, when you compare the two teams, unlike the game from Billy Billy, where I feel like just because of Billy Billy's woes themselves, more than anything, now we do actually see a more experienced team, a team that has experience against the big dogs, getting championships and delivering. And they have all just made sure to play the rookies as rookies, right? And some of the pressure is definitely getting to All Gamers in the way that they are approaching both the defense at times and now very clearly the attack, where they really want to be presented something. And in the eco round, you wouldn't really consider much of it, but just comparing how the next gun round is gonna go to the end of this series is gonna be the important thing, because I feel like from round 15 onwards, no margin for error. Dragon Ranger Gaming will already be on double digits, and you cannot really stop the snowball if they just get the 11th from there.
We see the experience of DRG. They are already taking a lot of information of the map. They push middle. They know exactly where All Gamers are, and they will be here on the B side to defend. Only 30 seconds left for AG, so they do not have any choice but to cross this smoke, and they're completely smashed by DRG. 10th round on the board for this team, and All Gamers, even with weapons, I don't know how they find a solution.
Yeah, the Embers shut down. They've kind of just dulled the light there, as shadows now might be looming for the side of All Gamers. Not looking the best for this entirety of the map, and credit where credit is due for another time. Of course, now with the firepower advantage, they can very easily take over, right? You know, they know where the round is going to go. They know that they got the advantage. It was easier to do that there. Now is the one real test. And unfortunately for All Gamers, thanks to their not really best looking defense, there is no margin for error here, and the margin might be taken away. The judge with a lot of work, but at the end, All Gamers find first blood.
Once again, I think this is the only thing that is actually happening correctly for All Gamers in this game. They're really struggling against DRG on Coral, but they manage a lot of the times to find the first kill. A lot of them is thanks to Fangir, that's doing an amazing job on his whale. Is 49. It's almost the first on the board. I think he is, no, Vukashu is first, but is second. And considering the score, it's an amazing performance.
Yeah, and well, right now, I would definitely say the performance is great out of a lot of players on the side of DRG, but that's not really out of the expectation, right? Like, players with that stat tier, you'd expect that out of them, you'd definitely expect a beautiful couple of shots from Spirit. But unfortunately for All Gamers, that might be wraps for their whole odds. 3-on-3 in the bonus. And while they got the site, they've lost control of main. There's still a trip there from Focushoot. So they understand that they must be either on Link or on site itself.
It's gonna be Shake. I was a bit scared for a second, but no, GRQ is going in. Only finding one. They have to take Nick without any casualty. Not able to win against the Spectre. It's all on Shrip now. It's 1v2. The first one is down. Only one left, but it's the Shorty. And Vukushu taking the round. Second bonus for DRG.
Oh, that's devastating. That is absolutely, unfortunately, out of the calculations for all gamers. They lose both those. You know, losing the pistol is one thing. Losing both bonuses, now that is really hard for their odds. That's 11 for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, and I don't think that there's really much left in this game. And I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't taken the time out here, because I feel like it's just do or die at this point. But we'll have to see. Maybe there's one more page they have yet to scribble out of their notebook. Big numbers on the B site, and early attempt to take control of main with Fangir only being one away, now confirmed for the conversion path.
This is definitely do or die here. DRG looking confident once again. They're pushing a little bit on the map, trying to find information to know where all gamers are gonna eat. We see this very, very forward smoke. They want to have control of the neutral zone, not letting anything to all gamers.
They're definitely doing that right now, but I was scared it was a bit over-aggressive there, because there was a timing where all gamers could have just lined up those two players on Link. And a little bit fortunate, of course, that nothing bad has happened to all gamers, with the game looming. The curtain might be called in the conversion path. Used on the A site, that wouldn't really be the best of choices. But Dragon Ranger Gaming seems to have another idea. They seem to be expecting a B split, and that is exactly what's gonna go on. Conversion path found, and Nick is gone early, but there's still a Focushoot that they will need to go across, but this time, uncharacteristically, he couldn't really get much done, and it's 3 players remaining for the defense in a round that they're gonna take a gambit on. Flexin, jumping down, but only to find the one. A multi-kill here would have been so valuable. But it seems like all gamers have finally grasped on this game.
Try to surprise all gamers by pushing directly, not letting them plant the spikes, but it didn't work out this time. All gamers were there answering. Headshot from Spirit. Maybe the entry in the site is a 2v3. It can be done. They have time on the side of DRG. They're gonna try at least. Ackerman with the second is a 2v2. Ayui to revenge his teammates, but it's not over yet. Spirit is still there, and it takes the last kill, but he has no time to defuse. The round will be for AG.
Yeah, sure, a round for all gamers, but at the end of the day, match point's still on, and that's massive economic losses that they're going to be walking into this next round. Most likely with Guardians, if anything more than that. There's a lot of concession, and they did not really have the credits to lose that heavily. So even if it is a win on the board, this just might be a final stretch. But that last shot through the wall, though, that was absolutely disgusting from Spirit. And as I've said, only a single rifle, but light shields and everyone, which does mean that Bokushu on this outlaw pretty much holding a better operator.
Angier is the same there. There's a lot of light shield on the side of the DRG, and Spirit will be the first casualty. Once again, Fangir with the first kill is definitely an amazing duelist.
Great, but I mean, the one main thing that I feel like all gamers needs to do is try to capitalize on that space. Because the DRG have definitely decided to make their move, right? They split 2-2 on the sites, open up mid, and they're going to be trying to anchor down in specific parts, right? Where you see Alchemon here, trying to pressure on A main. And of course, the players on B maybe are the ones that are taking a bit more of a passive helm. And right now, the call for Alchemon to be a hero, one away from the overdrive. Sneaking out the dark cover, trying to spot the one, but it's AUYE to actually find that kill. And are they aware of the potential of a third player existing as close as Flexin is? The knife is going to tail the tail. And that means that they can now try to over-aggress on the angle. Fengir dashes in. Not too much of value. Still flexing on the site, and he can try to play around the edge of the smoke, and they line up for the Omen, and this could be disastrous. The second flash to come in, but they could not capitalize on the thrash, and now they'll need to slow it down. Shrimp with a kill, another one for flexing, and it's Nick with a chance of a multi-kill, with a chance of shutting this one down, and he's gonna spray the deal, and that's round and game over. Dragon Ranger Gaming make easy work on their own map pick of all gamers.
I was gonna say that all gamers look like they're not done yet, but I'm sorry, DRG, I adopted you. I was wrong, definitely. What a turn of events we've seen. The double from Flexing, the mistake from AG to come as a line in his crosshair. An amazing crowd from DRG, and now one more round. That's all it takes. The second time out, finally, at the last moment. Will it be enough to save AG? We've seen an amazing comeback previously from WOL, so why not from all gamers? But I'm not gonna lie, I'm not feeling very confident for this one.
To be fair, all gamers definitely had chances to make it a bit cleaner in the way that they approach the site itself, right? Because how many times have we seen multi-kills from the players of Dragon Ranger Gaming when they're trying to entry? Because I feel like that's really my main concern. If you're all gamers, I remember at least when I was watching, when I was casting their games, that their success came through them finding a lot of early success without being traded. Right now, it's not only they're being traded, they're being stunted on every entry to the site. Middle has been their sole solace. There's been the one play that they've been successful at. But right now, the economy against them, everything is against them. The only thing that they have going on for them is Hunter's Fury on Shrimp. And they will need to find a way to make a miracle happen here.
A quick entry from Nick. AUE. Hold down. And the dimensional transfer drift, sorry. Get some information already for DRG. They know where they are, they have seen a lot, but GRQ with the sheriff, the triple. What happened? What?
They just realized that maybe, just maybe, they can respect their opposition. Because I feel like that was just around the disrespect, right? They thought, hey, we got the guns, we got everything, we can easily walk over them, and that's not really what happens. They forgot what kind of gamers all the gamers are. And of course, you know, the start isn't that bad, but as you can tell, like, mistake galore on the other side. GRQ, though, that was a beautiful couple of bullets from him. But I feel like if Flexin didn't die, all of this could have been averted. But credit where credit is due, that is what GRQ is made out of. And I really want to see him on a duelist in map 2. If he's not on the duelist on Bind, I will be scared. And right now, all gamers might be, because they come the revenge of DRG, but quickly shut down as it starts. 2 from Shrimp, 1 from Fengir. At least Vokushu and Flexin as the last 2.
Try to be aggressive and to surprise all gamers, but they were ready to greet them. And so now they have the advantage of the weapon, of the numbers, and they will be unable to. Careful, it's Vukishu, we know how strong he is. Do not make the mistake once again. The first kill, the second. Why do you not use utility, all gamers? It's not the first time that you fall to the amazing skill of DRG.
It's palpitating right now. The pressure is getting to Shrimp. And Flexin, calm as a cucumber. Just crouching, holding the angle, knowing that there is something that needs to be made. 30 seconds on the timer. Aware of the idea that Shrimp was making. And now it becomes a game of chess. A spike will need to be planted. And the angle given by Flexin. 2 smokes, 2 TPs. A drone and a couple of shock darts for Shrimp. He can fall back and try to play for the util. And right now, that is the call that he has made. Going into elbow. That means that he cannot actually take an angle on the spike. The spike is not really planted for him. And that could make it easy for Flexin to do exactly what he's doing right here. He taps. But that gives the space and the time for Shrimp. And now he's got his own arrow. And he can just try to play it around however he wants. The stick in the smoke right there could be the call. Another tap from Flexen, and Shrimp walks in, this time with his own shorty, and this time, all gamers stick the landing. It's a quad kill for Shrimp. It was only pistols though, so for the second time they lose a lot for a minimal investment from the side of DRG.
It got me scared for a second. Shrimp not being placed rightfully for the spike, but he delivers. I think it was still pretty close, and as you said, they did not invest a lot and still made a lot of damage. They still have 5 chances to close this first map, and now they have the Vandal and some ultimates also.
Yeah, but it's somewhat conditional, right? Especially in Neural Theft, it is conditional by nature. You need to find a kill. Provoker should use that. Flexen trying to buy a timing, a couple of close shots. He's got to be careful here. DRG pressured. Fangir in on the angle. The saturate does not find much, and there's a chance here for Akamon to find something back, but another shot for Fangir kind of seals the deal for the side itself. The conversion path actually slowed the round down a lot. Fangir needed to find a kill there. The site itself is still logged the second from Spirit, and all gamers scrambling for an exit back towards the B site. There comes the neural theft, and now the final legs they stand on. They will need to make their way to the B site, and they will need to make it successful if they have any chance of getting overtime.
They have to at least blend this spike. It's the first step. If they could find maybe Spirit before the rest of the team arrives, it would be a good play for all gamers. Maybe their only chance. It's done. Shrimps finds the headshot. The spike will be planted. It's a 2v3. It's doable for all gamers.
Possible one thing, but realistic another. Utility ran out. Kira didn't find any value. It's an off angle though. Maybe not the one that they would expect initially, but Vakashu is sharp. And Shrimp last time got a quad kill. This time needs to be the hero again. Holds down 4-1, but no one can tame this man right here. Headphones off. Game's over. And Vakashu rallying the troops to make this a quick 2-0. And to come in next week for a chance at Santiago.
Vakashu once again, he strikes as strong as if he was a duelist, but no, he's just the sentinel for DRG. He's definitely an amazing F. If he continues like this, I think he can get the award for best sentinel of the region, because he's definitely doing an amazing job.
Yeah, he has been pristine all of 2025. He was one of the main reasons we have seen a team get the lead. Confidence on Fangir, but I guess against the veterancy of his compatriot here, who spent plenty of time with Dragon Ranger Gaming. Maybe he has finally actually met his match. The DRG walking back home. I think that they are ready to close it off in a 2-map affair. Well, Kumquat, what do we take out of this one? That is just gonna be my main takeaway. Like, you know, we have seen all gamers still as confident as ever, but maybe, you know, you've touched about this very briefly, of course, mid-game. But was the utility usage something that they will need to worry about when we actually get the map 2?
I think there is something definitely on the way they defend, but maybe it's because of Corrode is not their best map. It was the first time we've seen them on this. Maybe they screamed on it, obviously, before. We see the triple kill, Hunter's Fury triple kill again. What an highlight from the game. But yes, I think maybe their defense was a bit too aggressive and they did not really manage to find kills. So the retake was then in a huge disadvantage number-wise. This was a huge issue, and also there was a few little mistakes, like when you advance on the side and you're lined up. This is, as you said, there were a lot of multi-kill from the side of DRG, and I think this could be maybe managed with a bit of more utility or communication. We've seen this one. It's a shame because it could have been 1-1 instead of 0-2. So there's some little things like that all gamers could change so that they are to the level of DRG.
我被缠死了。对。
有闪吗？有闪吗？有闪吗？
来，有，等
一下，等进，我丢上面的闪，换零丢上面的闪。来，对，走。回盘。欧美 elbow。
爆能器已部署。
得秒，兄弟，站在马路上跟他打吧。KO one more flash。好。
Edition，回来了。
回垒 one。
35，回来。
喂，到
CD，二打一。
play。吹风逆。Let's go!
Another day that ends with Y, another MVP for Vukashu with Dragon Ranger Gaming. I feel like we'll never get tired of that. A great performance from him that we've seen initially on the defense, but hell, even on attack, he was really instrumental to a few of those rounds that they needed to close off.
He was just, I think, perfect from beginning to end. He masterpiece from this roster. Definitely huge impact all throughout the game, even though he's playing Cypher, so not the most amazing ultimates, but still managing to find a lot of plays, and his aim is just unmatched. It's too good to be true, and DRG really are taking a good advantage of him.
I mean, the one thing that I'm just surprised about, like, if he's gonna play that style, you know, especially if you're gonna bring out a lot of that Outlaws, the Operator, etc., I would just love to see Vukashu maybe expand his Asian pool a bit. That's for me my one glove on the man, right? Is that he could learn to play the Chamber. He could learn to play different Asians, maybe especially on the maps that they maybe don't want to play a Sentinel on, you know? Like Bind is one of those examples where maybe he'll have to play a Viper, most likely, because that is the meta, you know? No Sentinels, you play the Viper, you do that. And it's a great game for Fangir as well, but very clearly you compare the two teams across the board here. And one team has outclassed the other, even if the two MVPs are close to one another.
We should at least highlight that Fangir had a very great game. It was not enough to make all gamers win, but 13-7 is not as bad as it could have been in the beginning. So at least all gamers managed to find some more rounds, and Fangir was, I think, a huge part of how they did this, especially with the first kill. He had so many 8, I think, which is huge. He has 5 more first kill than the second person in the match, so huge win on his side, and I'm just very looking forward to seeing them on their map pick, which is Bind. It's kind of a question mark because we've never seen them on this, as we've never seen DRG, but I have high hopes for this.
I think that's kind of the plan, right? Is that they're trying to make it muddy, you know, like, hey, even if we're not the best blind team in the world, it's a map that you usually don't play Sentinels, and, well, Vukashu is gonna most likely stick to a Cypher, and while the Cypher was the meta originally, I feel like it has moved away from him a bit, and it will be interesting in seeing how they're actually gonna adapt and how they're gonna play, because Double Duelist is definitely an option, but Double Duelist and a Sentinel leaves you a little bit lacking in what you can bring out of the other two in the team.
We will have the answer in a few minutes because we're gonna go on a break, but stay with us because we'll be right back for the second match of this matchup.
Secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready.
some of that no. Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah. I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling from good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as our upper bracket semi-final continues. One of those two teams will be one half of the upper final, the chance at Santiago on the 7th on the line. So far, Dragon Ranger Gaming have put their first foot forward, their better foot forward, with a very competent map 1 win. Now it's time for all gamers to see if they can actually claim it back, and as prophesized, double duelists and a Cypher kumquat that we're seeing here from the side of DRG.
You talked about the Cypher, and yes, you were right. It is back. Vukishu is not gonna leave out this Cypher. Second map chance for DRG to close this matchup, this second match, only second match of the kickoff for them in a quick 2-0. Imagine if the team, if it's XLG or Dragon Rangers, actually managed to qualify in the bracket. It will have taken them 3 match. That's all, 3 BO3 to go to Masters.
That is what we are going to see, how things are going to go. Right now, one last chance for all gamers. You keep going at the upper bracket. Of course, as we said, there's still a middle and a lower bracket. And speaking of that number, you just gotta say, of course, I know that there are a lot of international fans for Wolves. They've already played 3 BO3s. They will need to play at least 4 more to qualify to Santiago in total. So that's 7 BO3s to qualify, and all gamers right now. Well, one half of that, 4 players in A, and they trade 3 for 1. Great work for DRG. They still know where the remaining player is, so the Trailblazer is on, and Kira, easy me. That's a big gambit, and Dragon Ranger Gaming just dissecting that one piece by piece.
They're just too good with the pistols, it seems. All gamers not managing to win one in this series for now. Maybe AUE is not dead yet, but I think it's gonna be hard 1v4 and he's on the wrong side, so it's not a good sign either. The spike will be planted, he will be able to rotate, maybe find a few kills.
Well, I mean, few kills to be found, sure, and AUE does actually have a snake bite, and of course, as you can tell, like the wall, being the way that it is placed as it is, I might just shut it all down, and apparently it's not gonna really be around here. Too many bullets expanded out the ghost, just one magazine remaining for Vokashu, who really wants to find that kill. They really want to take the duel to the Viper, and at the end of the day, nothing really to be given to the side of all gamers. So that's what, 3 out of 3 pistols, and that is already a scary look if you're on the side of all gamers.
I think that's not how you want to start your own map for all gamers. It must be a bit daunting to see that you keep losing the pistols. You want to be able to also take advantage of these rounds, and right now it's not the case. So they will have to fight back. No force on their side. They will respect the DRG and play it for the bonus. At least they can win the anti-bonus this time, which would be a bit better than before.
Round 2. That's for the gambits. Just trying to fish for those orbs, which is great actually for all gamers, I'll say. Because now they know that they're on the defense. GRQ is already 3 orbs down. He goes down in this round and he's halfway there to the orbital strike. You know, any additional kill, of course, boon. More than anything for the defense, but let's be very realistic about this one. We're not expecting much. I mean, the expectation, of course, is that DRG are going to make it to the international. And I believe that's why Demon One is lurking on the stream. Just waiting for another visa issue here to happen to Vokashu. I really hope that doesn't happen, but at least we know that we got our super sub ready.
He is ready, and we will all be watching if it happens. But let's hope that Vokashu maybe will get his visa this time, because we want to see him on an international stage.
Starts off well for reflections though. The trap set from Vokashu there, activated later in the round. I got another rotation with the spike down. Should really be so much easier for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, as they just keep it simple. Goes down the round, 3 pistols there, and smart from the side of the DRG really not to over-aggress into it.
They don't want to play contact with... They know that this right click can be deadly, so they will just wait and it will give them the advantage. All gamers, I think, they just want to not try too much, maybe die in the explosion of the spike. They will find some kills though, so that's a good thing for the bonus. Only 2 players standing for the DRG.
Yeah, and that is always the magic number for finding players there on that second round. You know, like 3. The economy is kind of broken. While they do keep the outlaw, it makes things a lot easier for them from the rounds from here on out. And unfortunately for all gamers, I'm still not 100% certain, because I feel like we do remember what happened on Corrode, right? With the bonuses. So, you know, the jury's still out if they can actually do get a bonus and can convert it. But at least on this one, it looks a lot easier, right? A couple of stingers, only a single real rifle, and the outlaw from Vokashu.
Also, the difference is that Vine is a very small map, so you have a lot of more of contact plays. So stingers can actually be pretty good, even against some bundles. I would not count DRG out, but it was before this beautiful double for Shrimp.
Oh, hey, nah. That is absolutely filthy. Through 2 smokes. What is Vokashu even supposed to do there? The man got sniped. Yeah, those are hate seekers more than anything. And fortunately enough for all gamers, it seems that the curse has been broken, as they are inching closer to that one. But what kind of round are we watching right now? Not a single kill. Where there's not a single contact, by the way. Like we're seeing what 4 players gone. All 4 of them have gone without even a single line of sight being established. That is the first kill that we actually see where people can see each other. So finally, something normal happening here. And that is the normal expectation for all gamers to win that round. And with only a single casualty, that's good. But with Nick still alive, there's definitely still room for improvement for DRG.
If they could end this round, all gamers with 4 players alive, that would be a huge win economic-wise. So this is what they want, and Nick is going to save his weapons, so they will keep all these 4 players. That's a huge improvement from Corrode. This time we see that maybe that's why Bind is their map choice. They are a lot more confident on it.
And of course, it started off there from Shrimp. I feel like if they lost those duels, things could have gone a lot worse, but thankfully they kind of maintained it really well. And right now, all eyes are going to be on this 4th round. The guns are out. Ultimates, though, is the one next question. With Spirit only 1 away from the Empress, it's not really the most impactful ult in the world. And actually, you know, speaking of impactful ultimates, it's 2. That is the number away from both Nick and GRQ on each of those 2 teams from an ultimate that can be around winning, whether for DRG on a take or for all gamers on a retake.
Good chance for DRG. They're gonna take some space in Uka. Lukashu also doing some work in the showers, so all gamers don't really know where DRG are right now and where they're gonna hit. There's still a lot of time on the clock to actually create this strat.
The time they've used and the call has been made, right? Like now that is the execute that they'll have to make. There's still, of course, the potential of them taking the teleporter and trying to go for, I guess, the around the world play. But very clearly, the intent has been signaled. Into the side they go, but Vangeir is the one that finds the opener. Quickly traded by Spirit. At least 35 seconds where they can TP out if they want to, because it's going to be impossible to break that deadlock. I say that, GRQ proves it right there in point. 2 kills for the Brimstone. And it leaves Alchemont in a round where it feels like it's near impossible. He might want to take the TP, but it's already held by Shrimp. He's the healthiest of the bunch. But time running against the Waylay. She'll need to be quick. HPs are low. The timing not really the best for Alchemont. And unfortunately for him, maybe the time is too far gone in this round. It's all about damage from here on out. And he is going to score on the 1. But that is the round over. 3 players alive in the end. And a lot of better success here from all gamers. Something that we have not seen in all of Corrode. They're just able to anchor down the site and not really allow DRG to expand into it.
The defense is very much, definitely much better on this Bind than on Corrode. They are closing down entries way better than what we've seen before. And they actually managed to take down some players. That's what was missing on the previous map. They usually lost the defenders without taking a lot of damage, without doing a lot of damage on DRG's side. So it was very difficult to retake. Here they are holding strong and actually winning the duels a lot of the time.
And that makes things a lot more complicated for DRG because they really didn't have to answer too many questions. I feel like, I mean, the good part is, at least if you are a DRG fan, is that this is supposed to be an easier setup, right? Because Bind is a lot more studied, a lot more solved. You know how to approach the map. Ultimates are a massive factor in your takes as well, and we are gonna get to that point quickly. But my main worry for them that if the pace continues to be going in the way that it is, they will need a hero. Last time around, they had Focushoot. This time, he's off to a slower start, so a lot of the pressure is on Spirit and Alchemont to try to do the job themselves. An Orbital Strike that is ready, not really any game-changing ultimates off the rip, but Alchemont and Nick are both really close to their own.
A lot to fear on the side of DRG for the upcoming rounds. But right now, they will have take this B side. They decide to buy, but only 3 weapons on their ends. Orbital strike. Oh, orbital strike! Takes 2 people already! That's 2 man down for DRG.
And a third as well. Fangir. Rub salt in the wound. That is just a perfect combination there. They caught them completely off guard. They understand their tendencies. They played perfectly into it. Flexen almost sniffed out there by Shrimp. Toss back and forth, but it might be the round over before it even started. We were talking about those ultimates, and GRQ proved how worthwhile it can be with that seize. That was just beautiful in combination.
Sanction has been applied to DRG. All gamers are here to play. I must say, this bind is looking so much better than Corrode. Maybe they will be able to take on DRG. It's still the beginning, right? I don't want to curse all gamers, but I'm a believer in this roster. I've said it already. Flexin and Vukashu, that's 2 strong players left on the side of DRG, but there's no time. They will not be able to do much. Maybe take 1 life with them. And that will be GRQ. Vukashu with a double. He will not stop. As long as he breathes, DRG is not over.
Well, I mean, DRG are not over, but he is. At a time, of course, never stops sticking either. So that was another round confirmed. For all gamers, the first timeout for DRG that doesn't really find much value. Just want to see here on the replay. That play, it really all rested on the seize that we might have not seen there in the replay itself. But it was just such a good call from their side in the end. And the ultimate economy, the war of attrition on that aspect. Now in the hands of DRG, conversion paths, seekers, and the Empress all ready. All to be utilized in this round 6, where they will need to find a successful round. Because if they invest that much and they don't find success, oh, it will be game over for them.
This is an important moment, yes, for DRG to switch the momentum back to their side. The dog will not see anything. They do not have any information. All gamers, even though there has been some utility used on the B side, it shows to keep 3 players on A. And that seems to be the right choice. That's where DRG are going.
But he also got the ultimate, so maybe they're gonna actually be able to break it apart. That they do initially, but Fangir still is able to find one. It slows down the pace, backslide still for all gamers. And they'll be able to slow down the paces around. Plant denied. Initially, Kira wouldn't be able to do much more. 25 on the timer though, and that's most of the ultimates gone. All gamers piling on the kills. It's Vukashu and Nick, and they will need to salvage around after a whole lot of nothing, because Vukashu is on 40 points of health. Somehow the op shot does not connect from Fangir, and that is a chance perhaps with the sky with the healing. The barrel spotted. Ayuyi. Oh, that was so close to find the one on Vukashu, but he's the one to pay back the favor in spades. A killing blow from the Sentinel. And a round that is almost salvaged now rests in the hands of Nick. Posted at the right angle, a beautiful tap to start, but he will need to take care of an op. He's given a chance. Fangir, what are you doing? It's a chance for Nick to save it, but thankfully for all gamers, Kira still holds on for dear life.
Fangir, what did you do, man? You almost threw the 3v1 away. Hopefully, Kira was there to finish him, but man, it was close. Vukashu was so lucky to escape this operator shot. It's such a man to be feared. If Vukashu is alive, you cannot feel safe, even if you have 2 people up.
Even then, like I still think that they're not really in that bad of a spot, because you consider that they haven't actually invested the conversion path. They haven't invested that much into the round, and while a nightfall is imminent from Shrimp right now, it should be a lot easier for DRG to walk into one of those sites with authority. We have seen plenty of shots beyond the veil of the smokes here. But it will be ludicrous if Fenrir is able to find one with the op.
He's not gonna do it again, but Shrimp will punish Ackerman just after he's used his ultimate. That's a very good catch on the side of all gamers. Flexing with the double strikes back, the orbital strike going down, forcing DRQ to go contact, but he finds a double with this.
He goes crazy! Bokushu crazier! Needs to stick the landing, and he will! From the depths of hell! The voodoo never fails!
This man, that's impossible. Never count him out. So many ultimates used in this round, and in the end, it's DRG who come back on top.
Wow, that is quite a round for sure for Bokushu. And it was great to capitalize on the ultimate at the start, but credit where credit is due. Like, that is still too close to call. DRG, despite the win, the economy of the two teams are just in absolute shambles.
Back to pistol round. Sheriffs for everyone except Vukashu is the only one who was alive. So actually, even though DRG took the round, all gamers still have a clear chance at winning this.
Clear chance or not, though. Both teams will give it their all. Just a single rifle. It is the true difference between the two sides here. So it means that even something like that paint shell, oh, is so effective with how many of those players are actually on weak economy. And I feel like both teams really tried to read into each other's vibes. And that's kind of how it always ends. Kira, that's cheeky on the double. And it leaves the DRG in a tough spot where sure, they still got the rifle. But Bokushu's Zerg is just accounted for. Fenrir is posted. But now that the rotation has been made out of the slide bars DRQ, there's definitely a chance for them to work their way back in.
You will have to eat the shield though, because not much utility. You only have sheriffs. And Bokushu is here with the Vandal, which could be a bit difficult. Fenrir, dimensional drift, giving some information to his teammates. The spike has to be planted. It will be done by DRG. And now you have to play the retake.
Dangerous. Akamon almost found the one. It was such a cheeky play for Fenrir, trying to body block the player into the orbital strike. Sees in, doesn't matter for Bokushu. He's got the better gun, and his teammates are getting the job done on the other side. Tracked through the wall. You'd think that he's Lil Jon, but right now, he's definitely making sure that they all get low. And GRQ is just the final player standing. Akamon doing all on his own from one duelist to another. Those sheriffs never miss.
It was a good strategy to try to keep Bokushu's attention towards middle because he had the Vandal, so he was the biggest threat in the round, but it was not enough. Ackerman did find a shot with the sheriff, and in the end, they didn't need Bokushu to win this one. Good round from DRG, very important one economically wise. And the timeout is called for all gamers. I kind of understand it because they're starting to struggling, even though the beginning was very strong on their side. But now DRG are coming back and giving a fair fight to AG. I think they won more than four rounds in the defense. Definitely, they would like at least, I think, 7 or 8 because it's a easier map to defend than others.
But to give credit where credit is due, though, the teams actually both tried to read well into the economy, right? I mean, the sheriff's buy for both teams, it was very obvious. Like DRG did not want to get thriftied. They knew that their economy isn't good enough to afford an actual purchase, so they instead elected to play for the sheriffs. The same for all gamers. So now the two teams walk into the next round knowing that, hey, now we got the guns, and as you can tell, there are not too many ultimates that are present for the side of all gamers on the defense, so a lot of value to be instilled in the pit if used early, and AUE setting that initial point towards the B site. Still could be clear, so he has to be careful. There are 3 players on the line, and a duelist diving in could be his bane. Up on the other end, at least AUE is forced back. But Dragon Ranger Gaming have gained considerable space, considering that Vokashu also was holding showers for the longest time, so they got both extremities ready.
Fengeir might be surprised. He probably doesn't expect player to be this close. Will be able to go back to safety, but he's on the other side of the map now. So only 2 players are defending. Will be able to TP back. No worries. That's Yoru plays.
Smart from him, but even smarter from DRG. Aware of those shenanigans. And that was a crucial shot to land. If you are Vokashu, open hand, needed to find the opening space. Now, they feel like they got no other option but to re-hit on the B site. If they found the kill, they would have hit showers. Now Fengeir got a clear line of sight. Lear comes in. Not too much value from Fengeir initially, but it's primed for Shrimp to start to fry them, but instead couldn't find much value. Teleport to come in. Smart play from all gamers, just to try to hold down the line, but even smarter from DRG, as they know that this is their one piece of safety. But GRQ with one more, thankfully for DRG. They kind of stick to the plan for now. And they can stick the landing. The other 2 players from the side of spawn. GRQ have been having an immaculate game on an individual level, and he continues to excel. Fengeir with the support, one-on-one. Akamon tested, but GRQ bests him.
I think he took steroids in the break because he's amazing on this bind. He was kind of struggling on Corrode, but here he really standing out. Doing a very great map for his teammates. And once again he finds the multi-kill in this very important round. It was still a good... Yeah, good run from the DRG though, but... unfortunately not enough.
It just came down to one thing that I feel like was very simple, right? The Empress that we actually saw there was the difference, because if we have actually seen Spirit ready to fire for the next player, that would have been one thing, but he pressed the Empress, couldn't even bring the shorty out in time, and it brings back the game into a much more easier numbers disadvantage for all gamers. And now the disadvantages even roll on, because Vokashu, with the AWP gone, is only playing on a Sheriff. And just like the previous round, they start early towards the A site, couldn't find much, and back to B it is.
The mid is also closed off with the Viper's pit. So this is gonna be hard to hit for the DRG. Their choice is to get some information around B. Previously worked pretty well for them. There is no orbital strike.
Yeah. As he said, unfortunately, no ultimate to back it off, but it bought plenty of time. 35 seconds left, and once again, it's a repeat of the round prior. And this time, even more utility present. GRQ is able to use that one. Convergent path inside itself. The execute needs to be clean, and Akamon confirms initial safety. But Shrimp somehow finds 2 on that spray. It leaves a lot to be done on Akamon, who somehow steals the thunder. Vokashu given the space, and now they can work their way back into this round. From being a 4-on-3 to being a 3-on-2. Fengeir and AUE needs to somehow clutch that one together with only now 1 player remaining. Vokashu trying to seal the deal. It's a triple kill for Akamon. And a steal coming out of Akamon in that round. How did he even find a second kill? The entry is something, but the next 2 kills, those were unrightfully not his, and he somehow stole them still.
I want to see this round again because the site looked very well closed off by all gamers. There were only 30 seconds left and they had a lot of utilities. They used the anti-rush, but the double from Shrimp, but I don't know how Akamon actually find the double kill and turn things around. Very great run from DRG, not giving up, even though there was not a lot of time but kind of sad for AG. Difficult round to swallow.
Absolutely. Now we'll have to see if they can be handed the bitter truth. Tough round for all gamers. Economy reset. And you're just thinking about round 12, right? And GRQ and Shrimp both will have their ultimates on that round. So I feel like it's just mainly, can we funnel in a few extra orbs for Kira? One of the main things that they might be thinking, but anywho, leaves a lot of an easier time for the side of DRG, who are very methodical in their approach. Right? They didn't really try to dissect any angles. They didn't really try to be complacent. They made sure that their clear is methodical, and thankfully the dismiss is supported. Akumon again heavily invested in the early angle, and what a time to refract back to safety. Because that could have been the first piece of the domino falling.
But you do not want also give the orbs the points to flex in, because if he has this orbital strike, could be a significant threat in the next round. Shrimp, only man standing. And Kira is one off to this showstopper. What do you do, Shrimp?
Nothing. It's just
Nothing.
completely real. Like, anything that he does in this round is already too much. And realistically, with the Music Classic, it was always going to be that case. He almost got a drop on one, but in the end of the day, DRG should feel competent. This should be grounds for a 7-5, with them being a lot closer to their ultimate, as you've said.
So there are a few ultimates for old gamers. They have the weapon now. They have everything to try and take this last round for the first half. I think you definitely do not want to start behind on the attack. Even though they have a comp that could actually work pretty good. And it's their map pick, so they should have some strats prepared. But still, they know that they struggle on the pistol round, so you don't want to get behind.
The struggle train continues. DRG finds yet another opener. It's only showers now. The one piece of security that they have, a flex and misses Molotov. This could have been grounds for Kira to do so much more. But at the end of the day, Flexen shuts it down, and it becomes a much easier round to discuss. Sure, there's a Night's Fall. Sure, there's a Seize, and we have seen the Orbital Strike used in combination with that before. But they'll need to reclaim each and every inch of that A site. With time against them, they'll need to step it up. Orbital Strike to clear lamps, and they know that there's one by the bench. And Nightfall might be in the tad too late, because the flash comes in. They almost sign up for that one. Pikachu and Alchemon is making it pretty easy. It's a double kill for the Russian in the end, as they at least scathe away with 2 rounds being a deficit between them and their opponents.
It was a bit sad because they had the orbital strike, but nowhere to really play it. The obvious choice is Lamps, but DRG, they intelligently placed no players there because they knew that it was gonna strike. So they kind of lost this ultimate, and after you have to enter the site, everything is open, you did not clear anything, 4 players standing on the side of DRG. Almost impossible of a retake to do. And it will be the case 7-5 for DRG on All Gamers map pick. Let's hope that this time All Gamers will be able to take the pistol.
Yeah, and not only that, I'm like thinking ahead as well, right? And we're gonna see how things are gonna go for the other upper semi-final, as we've said, between XLG and EDG. But this is such great game tape for them, right? Because now they know like the Kuroda is dangerous, but realistically, Dragon Ranger Gaming look very immortal here on the blind. Not that I'm disrespecting All Gamers by any stretch, because Fangir is awesome, and I believe that the rest of the team has made such a great comeback in the macro level on the blind. But I'm also not really thinking that All Gamers were slated to be a tough team for DRG, right? They walked in as the dark horse. They are definitely giving them a run for their money. And I feel like that run, not only is it benefiting All Gamers themselves, as they are now more confident even if they go down into the middle bracket, but it benefits the other 2 teams. Whoever is going to win, they're gonna feel confident in the best of 5, right? At least that's how I'm feeling.
I think it's definitely a strong win no matter what team actually wins. It will be difficult, I think, for gamers to actually fight in best of 5. It's kind of... The team is new, and a lot of your players, 3 players on you in the roster, so best of 5 are not that easy to play for a roster that is this recent. I think for DRG it would be a smooth sailing because they are a very experienced team, and no matter who is on the other side, they will be able to do some damage.
Oh. Damage done a little bit early. Leaves that control earned. Dragon Ranger Gaming started off on the right foot. A great teleport there from Spirit, as now they separate them into 2 parts, where Aoyi is very late towards long, everyone else is in the slightest cell, Vokushu is still in elbow. And that is the extra bit of space that he can try to capitalize. Steps made, player found, that's labored, Vokushu somehow! Some dark magic as always, finds a multi-kill on that hold, and it just all crumbles down as all gamers melt under pressure, I dare say. Even if Aoyi is trying to do his best, no one can escape the Vuk.
Please, someone do something about this player. I don't know how he does it. He finds the second one. Even the first one was he was struggling, but the second one, no, that's too much, Vokushu. You have to give some to let something to other players, please. But that's a new pistol round for DRG. That's a very bad sign, I think, for all gamers. They really wanted this. They needed the few points from the pistol round. Already, this game is looking difficult for them.
Oh, this could get dangerous. Somehow, Hakamando out with a steal. The judge still in the corner. Rounds for this round to be dangerous. The Prowler takes the bullet from the judge. And this is a lot of casualties early on. It's still a 3-on-3, sure, but that's an outlaw recovered, and the judge as well.
Definitely more threats coming from all gamers. It could do something to just have to read what DRG are planning and choose the right side. For now, they're gonna go back towards B, where there's only 1 player, so it could be the good choice. Let's see if DRG wait, or if they choose to move across. Flexin getting a lot of information. He has the range advantage, but it's not enough. Outlaw from Kira doing the damage, but the rotation will be immediate.
Well, that will be disaster strike in the camp for DRG. As soon as you thought that they can feel confident, just when they thought, you know, things aren't going too bad for them. Now, have to re-strategize. Vokushu again. Voodoo is on. And Vokushu saves the round for a bit. There's a chance for Nick to do something with his finger. 1 player ahead. The second one on the elevation as well. And Aoyi is going to be able to secure a Thrifty. Out of nowhere, they exploded out on showers. And now DRG are feeling the heat.
They're still playing this game, giving back to DRG what they'd taken the round before. Very good round on the side of all gamers. They managed to get some weapons and play around it. Vokushu, yeah, I understand. I get it. I would feel the same. But you have to give them something at some point. You took 2 bonuses. I mean, you can lose 1 eco.
Well, I mean, losing is one thing, but just walking into a Phantom, that's completely another. Unfortunately for them, Kira really competent in holding down his spray. Flexin, last time around, unsuccessful. This time around, still accounted for. And yeah, it's also gotta be easy work for the side of all gamers who are looking better and better. Of course, you would really expect them to, of course, you know, make a gambit. They're only playing on pistols, DRG. They're not really gonna think much of this round. But now the buffer is pretty much gone, right? They chipped at it. A single round that is gonna separate the 2 teams in the end, unless there is a miracle for Spirit and Vokushu to pull off.
I mean, as long as Vokushu is up, you have to be careful And all gamers, I think, after this, they know it. That Spirit who will take down Kira. One player down. The second one, he finds the second headshot. Only 1 HP left. Is it enough to take the last player? Yui will finally find revenge. But now it's a 1v2 and they're low on life. They have to plant the spike also, only 20 seconds.
And Vokushu, of course, AUE is able to beat them to the angle, but Vokushu still got a chance. They can isolate 2 one-on-ones. They need to plant the spike, and that could have been dangerous. Oh, still plenty of casualties, considering how easy that round looked after Kira was able to stick the spray. But well played, anywho, from the side of DRG, that they got it across the finish line in the end. But those couple of kills certainly can make this game a lot more competitive in terms of the ultimate economy that was supposed to be single-handedly in the favor of all gamers. And while, yes, they got the showstopper, of course, still 2 ultimates that are easily cycled in both the Neural Theft and the Empress. And Neural Theft, given that they can find the pick, it's going to be so much for a DRG that otherwise it is going to be starved for information out of the scene.
This is the chance for all gamers to equalize the score though. They were down 2 rounds in the first half, losing the pistol. And now they're getting back. Maybe just have to find the right opportunity.
Opportunity could be found near towards long, at least for either team. Flexi needs to be careful not to overpeak this. He spotted. Now they know 30 seconds on a timer. They can pivot back if they want to. There will still at least pressure them enough. If they force the rotation, DRG have actually almost fully rotated into that B site, and there's easy grounds for them to play on the back of Fangir, but with Spirit shutting that one down, now they might actually have to commit towards that B site, with numbers being there for DRG, boding well for the team. I said that, but they still took the TP in the end. And as we stand this ending stage of the round, 20 seconds on the timer, a chance for Spirit to find a multi-kill. They line up for him, the dismiss is there, a showstopper doesn't find value. GRQ and AUE, however, make sure that all gamers get some solace. It might be short-lived, as one of them is forced through showers, the other 2 now pushing the angle. Shrimp caught off guard, Vokushu with the next, trying to do it all on his own. It's GRQ against the world, and he's got the angle. Spike planted for him, but he needs to lock it down, and Vokushu is gonna do such. This man can do no wrong, and watch him pull him out of another foxhole.
You told it at the beginning of the round. If they can find a pick, the Neural Theft could be deadly, and that's exactly what happens. Spirit finding the first kill, then Vokushu finding the double thanks to his Neural Theft. He had all the information. The coaches from all gamers cannot believe it. Yes, that's DRG. That's what you are up against in this matchup. 21-9 for Vokushu. What a beast!
That was monstrous from him. As he continues to put on monster numbers, we've seen great numbers as well from YZ. Another highlight player, of course, courtesy of Billy Gaming. And right now, one team might actually be going down to the middle bracket, might be slated. Need them eventually. We'll see if all gamers can get the job done. Trips slow down the round significantly, and they gain the space, waiting for the showstopper to be expended. Kira on the wrong angle, and he actually tends to fair bit of damage from the Molotov. So it opens up a space for a retake with 5. Yes, there are no real ultimates, but there's still a leer, a couple of flashes, pieces of util that could allow them into backside. And all it does is just force out the orbital strike. From elbow, they need success, but it will not come out of Vokushu this time around. The rest of the team need to spring out for it together. Still a bandit in the hands of the Brimstone. Everyone else trying to play the round, but a pick and roll is perfect from Kira. On the dot they go. 3 kills for all gamers. Make it a quad as they just make sure that no progress will be made, and they are holding on once more.
And this is how you hold the spike. This time it was a very good one from old gamers. They managed to maintain, did not even invest all of their ultimates, only what was needed to keep DRG in check. Very clean round for all gamers. I think the coaches should be smiling now. The previous round is forgotten.
Imagine the things that Vokashu can do if he can play chamber here.
Oh damn.
Goodness,
I don't want to imagine.
I would be scared. Yeah, I would be scared, personally.
It's really incredible though. We must highlight how good of a player he is.
Absolutely, but again, DRG have just done this before. Of course, yeah, this time it's pistols. So it's more likely for them to lean onto those gambits a little bit. But from at least what we are seeing, seems to be that the B-side stack might be heading in the wrong way. Not a lot of information figured out by Shrimp. And for all gamers, they have the options. But right now, they might be leaning a little bit, and that is gonna be so good for DRG if they stick the landing, because they got all 5 in there, a couple of shorties, and a rifle and Nanza Vokashu, and this could absolutely change around.
I'm a bit scared, yes. They did not get any information, and it's only 30 seconds left, so there is a word where they push on this A side, and they're gonna do it! They will go, but there's a full stack of DRG players, but it doesn't matter. The quick free kills from all gamers. Akuma only finding one, but Vokashu is here with the bundle. It's a 2v3. Only 15 seconds left. You have to commit, but there is a crossfire. Finally, they will find the last kills, but it cost so much more than it should have. It was an anti-eco, and they lost 4 players. That's too much.
Yeah, and great work from Akuman and Vokashu to recap on this round, because initially it was such a clean execute from all gamers. Right, you saw Fangir walking in, got 2 kills. He had support on his left, support on his right, and that little bit of hesitation when the spike went down on site, that was almost a chance that the RG needed. But once again, all gamers swung out with purpose, understood the assignment, broke down the crossfire very quickly. And now we are back to a tie. 9-9 is the score, and DRG, while they have found a lot of success from Spirit on attack, I will definitely say, like, Spirit Akamon on the defense, they've been a lot less effective, and I want to see them be a bit more proactive with the way that they approach the out.
Early dimensional drift to get some information. He will not see anyone though, so he doesn't have anything to say to his teammates. 5 players already here on the defense for DRG. It's gonna be a very explosive round, probably. Quick 2 kill, flexing with the double.
Woof! That's a great one for Spirit! And the Guardian will be the savior. The slight found. And that was a sigh of relief, maybe a scream of relief more than anything. Because DRG were 1 step away from just falling apart in that round. It was a little bit scary for sure, and credit where credit is due. I feel like Akamon has been doing such an excellent job in actually taking those duels with the Waylay. But the calls are good from all gamers, and we are starting to see some frustration there. Very visible. I hope the best for the table for the long term, though.
Maybe we're in this for the long run. Definitely a good match that all gamers are giving to DRG. But nice pick.
Yeah, it's a great pick. And I mean, here's the thing though. You and I have seen the development of Fangir, right? I've seen Fangir in our VRC in MENA. I've seen him in the VCL in MENA very shortly. And before actually moving to VCT in China, he was playing with KC's Academy. KC, a team that really isn't going through the best of strides, but I feel like every time that I've seen Fangir from 2023, 2024, now in 2026, he's just been looking better and better and better, and reaching a point where I feel his frustration though, because playing on the Yoru, you are a lot more of that supportive duelist between you and Kira there, and Kira going down early leaves a lot of onus on him, onus that he might have to do it all on his own, because Vokashu again found the value in neural theft. By the time there, they break the trips, sure, but time is the enemy. And 3 players on either side of those smokes that are gonna eventually just dissipate, which leaves them all TPing. Nick is the hero here. The discipline is awesome, and he's gonna line up too. That might be the round over. That might be the whole game over. And, well, we freeze, but we go back. Blink and you miss it. I guess we did. 3 kills coming in from the initiator.
I think the feed didn't want us to see such a bloodbath, so we were not allowed to see this play, but this position really surprised AG. And once again, that's DRG who ends up on top. At this point, all gamers are giving all they have, but it's just not enough against a team like DRG. They're really putting up a fair fight.
Well, I mean, a good fight is a good fight, but at the end of the day, there's definitely a good saying that says a win is a win. It doesn't matter how close or how far, how dominant you look. Just finding the victory. That is really all that matters from here. And right now, DRG 2 steps away from it. 2 rounds to the exact. And desperation is starting to show for all gamers because 100% I feel like they really want to get themselves the best chance possible, right? Because even if they go to the upper final, then all they need to do is to play like 1 or 2 more best of 3s in the middle bracket and they can be confident. But right now, if they get knocked down this early, it will not only be a longer path for them, I feel like some of their troubles with the veto might actually be exposed.
There's definitely the more game they're playing, the more information they're giving to their opponents. So this could play in their, against them. Also, I think that it could break their confidence because right now they are on a roll. They beat 2 teams already, and Bilibili Gaming. So that's a huge team that you won against. But if they lose 0-2 to DRG, maybe it could shatter their confidence a little bit. And it will be harder for them to come back.
Right now, Nick starting off on the right foot, a great saturate, and that might be it. Sure, it's pistols, but it is great to not have any flaws because we have seen multiple times where those pistols have caused menaces. They've caused so much disturbance for the 2 sides, but this time, it seemed to just lock it off, seal it away. Fangir and AUE as the final 2.
I love that DRG are trying something new though. It's a move that they didn't do yet. On the defense, very aggressive, very early in the round. They really took advantage of the fact that they are against an eco. Very clean one, only losing 1 player. They're definitely setting the path to the win in this series. Only 1 round left for DRG.
Oh, beautiful play though, I would definitely say, on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. Nick off the back of that triple kill, holding down the fort, and now it's just time to, I guess, let's put the bullet in the chamber. It's all about the silver here. All they need to do just to stretch their wings to get the gold. Wings are stretched, light is guided, and all gamers strutting with authority towards long. But pace is the name of the game. They have not taken that heavy of a contact for quite a while. And while the Molotov isolates Fangir from the rest of the team, they are really scared of committing onto him. And it shows. Fangir is ready. And oh boy, he's sharp. That's an opening pick for the team. Look at how far they've gone on the other end.
Yes!
There's a chance for Akimon. You almost signed up for him, but he went down. And that now is the way for them to work their way back into what may be double digits for all gamers.
Okay, now the road is open for all gamers. They have 2-player advantage. Just do not push too far. The TP out from Fangir, who stays alive. Oh yeah, they do not think it's gonna be B. It's completely open for all gamers. The showstopper will not find anyone, but the road is completely cleared. The spike will be planted, and 3 players to defend, to retake on the side of DRG.
And the economy is there. They most likely will give this one a go anyways. And there's still an orbital strike. Can even delay the round even further. So despite the Seekers, that might work for reducing the effect of the numbers advantage. Right now they're playing so far back, knowing that they got so many tools to delay the round. And not presenting duels for the side of the RG. They're gonna make it even more complicated for them. Initial peak found. Bokushu though couldn't convert. Nothing going for the side of the RG. And it's a flawless round here. Now all they need is 2 more and overtime is theirs.
2 more like this. Definitely looks possible. I think DRG wanted to maybe bait the orbital strike to remove this ultimate for the upcoming rounds, but did not work. The guns were enough on the side of all gamers. Very clean round for this one. We haven't seen that much flawless in this series. The round have been pretty close.
It's gonna be looking better. Closer and closer they go for sure. And Spirit now is the one that's holding the operator, so not Volkashu for the time being. Moving to the side of DRG, the post still there from Spirit, but back to B site they go. It's been tried and tested, and clearly all gamers looking to exploit on that space. They found so much success on that.
The information is gained from DRG, but it's very little. Only seeing 1 player in shower. Also gaining some information with the Prowler on the B side. Fenger opens the score once again, taking down Argument. Obito's trying to clear the land, nobody's there. 1 player in shower, 1 player in tower.
Oh, that is a crucial miss there. If they found it, and it's a completely different story. Still the numbers working in the favor of all gamers, albeit very slightly, but Vixen grabs it back. Another trade from GRQ. Spike is planted. It seems like that they know their way around those tracers. That's the 1-on-2 for Nick. Man, that has actually done so much work for the team. Single flash is all that he has to his name. And as best as he might try, he might have to come down to all 24 of those rounds. In the pit he goes to start to bleed HP. Shots on the Spike, not initially. They're closing in on the distance. He can see them, he can smell the fear, but he could not convert the shot. It's an excellent flick from GRQ. And now, 1 more round. That's all they need to bring it back from the brink.
Much closer round for DRG, but still not enough to win against all gamers. They stay alive for 1 more round. Overtime, they can barely touch it. And last timeout will be called for DRG. I think they have to think about what they want to do for this last round. What tools do they have? How many ultimates? How you want to play this? It's much easier, I would say, for the attackers to decide on a very decisive strat in this scenario, but they will have to do it on the defense. All gamers, the pressure back on. You won 2 rounds, but still want to go.
Yeah, definitely plenty of important rounds, and now they found 2 in a row to make it 12-11. There is a real world where not only overtime, but maybe even the upset that we have seen Abyss not being the best look for the RG. And a lot more confident it was from all gamers. So if you go there, you might be confident. We've seen how much this win would mean to the younger squad. Very hungry, but we can tell off their faces. But for the side of the RG, this is now the territory where they have 1 important ultimate to play for. There's a Nightfall on the side of Shrimp, but I feel like a lot will rest on that orbital strike from Flexen and how effectively they can use it.
Last chance for all gamers to stay alive in this series. And they decided on a slow start. That's what they've been doing a lot on this attack side. Sometimes to the point that there was not a lot of time left in the end. Replay. What is this position? Oh, Nick.
They have built a tendency, right? They've seen the conditioning, I feel. And that's what they're trying to answer. Trying to dig those duels early, but it only ends bad for DRG. Spirit is gone. They tried to utilize the double duelist, but to no avail. And now all gamers find themselves in a great position. They rotate back towards A. And yes, Volkashu is closing in on Flexen, but if he takes such a forward position, that means that Flexen wouldn't be able to use the orbital strike late in the round, so they need to be careful about how they approach that one. Fengir, first face in, he turns the flash, but there is nothing home actually. Only Volkashu to find anything, and he's traded back on the other side. All gamers are steps away from forcing OT.
Fengir being the hero player to help AG stay alive. Taking the double, taking down both Volkashu and Flexin on this A side. And now you have to retake two player, Ackerman and Nick. We've seen them do amazing thing in this game. But will they be able to do it again? No ultimate available on the side of all gamers. No orbital strike to help for the post plant. You will have to go with your guns. I think they saw him. They definitely saw him and they both take them down. It's the overtime for all gamers. They do it. They actually do it.
One step closer to the abyss. They were at the abyss, but they have pulled DRG to the cliff with them. And now it's time to see if they will dance on the edge of danger or it will just be one final punt back into the depths. Great couple of rounds there from all gamers, but we're starting to see the ugly head of that double duelist composition. The defense just didn't look that competent and a lot more success needed. From Spirit and Alchemon, now that we switch back to an attack.
And the question now is, will all gamers be able to bring this energy to overtime? Because you're going back to defense where it was a bit difficult for them against the DRG. Maybe with a little bit more time, they managed to find what was missing.
Good slow play there. Fengir forced off the initial position. But that means that he's now the great unknown, and back into the A side he goes. And Volkashu usually likes playing heads up against an op. It might be a problem. He's the first place posted, but GRQ is the one to actually find the success. And it's starting to go from bad to worse as this play is collapsing for DRG. Yes, they got the orb, but they will need a very concise execute because there are 3 players on the side, even a 4th with that late rotation. And AUE starts off well. Spirit shut down early. 3 kills on the side of all gamers, and we can tell that they are bringing their game face on.
DRG committed on site without having that much information. They didn't know that 4 players from all gamers were actually there. So they were in a clear disadvantage, and it did pay off for all gamers. They take the first map, their first chance at the map win. Yes, you must be happy. Are we going to a map revolt?
It might be. OT now. This time by Dragon Ranger Gaming. See if that will be to their aid or not, of course, with Nathan just trying to call something for the team. I feel like now that they go to the defense that we've seen them struggle on more than anything, it will be so important to actually find value of either Spirit or Alchemon. I haven't seen that for the past few rounds, and credit where credit is due for all gamers. Their execute are pretty concise, but it is that play towards B-Long that is gonna make or break this game. It might end up in a single overtime. Abyss is looming. Only one single round. That's what all gamers need. And for DRG, all the other pieces are fading. Volkashu couldn't find the openers, and the rest of the team couldn't actually get it over across the finish line. And now we'll see if things will change or not. 13 on the board. 14 is the magic number. DRG on the defense. But are they ready for what is about to come on the A side?
And what's even more interesting is that after, if we go to game 3, it's gonna be Abyss, a map that all gamers are actually pretty good at. So you have to stand strong here, DRG, and they take the first player. This time, the first kill is for them.
More than the kill. Found damage on the Fangir. Frozen around, they know where the rest are coming from. GRQ could have gone thermonuclear. Luckily enough for them, it's Spirit that will eat alive this round. 4 kills for the Reyna. She looks to devour yet one more poor soul. Shrimp against the 3. And he starts off well, trading damage back and forth. Flexen will seal it off, and to double OT we go.
What do you do against this? The quadra kill to keep his team alive for DRG. What an amazing round from Spirit. Strong start, able to enable the unpress. And after that, it's just press forward and shoot. The timeout pays off.
Double OT. DRG. Yeah?
There is a close battle for the first place on the leaderboard.
And right now, in the real battle, right here, in Hosa, they gain control, quick play, 2 players got on their line, but AUE is actually able to find the one here somehow. And this just shuts down the entire round. Yes, they got long, but they can't really gain the space back, and they might just have to pivot back into the A side.
And what's more is that they didn't do real damage. Only AUE took a few, but not much. So in the end, DRG's attack was a bit of a mess. They will stay in the area though. Maybe just taking some time to be silent, to make AG doubt that they're still there. But they are. Information has begun now with the orb.
Information found is one thing. But whether or not it was an entire take, at least they know that there must be multiple players on the other side. AUE, he's been so successful. Oh, the snake bite, if it did actually connect, it could have done so much work. But right now, holding on for dear life. 20 seconds all that remain, and Flexen only finds the one. They'll need to stick the landing here. Vokashu saves in for the one, but AUE trying to make sure that he slithers his way in. It's the 3rd kill for the Viper. She looks to deny the round. A 1-on-2 where Vokashu somehow finds the victory on the one. He's really hungry for the kill, but it will be AUE with the backstab. From quad kill to quad kill we go. And this double overtime again in the hands of all gamers.
This is complete overtime vibes, saying quadra kill with backstabbing. That's what we want to see when you're on the verge of losing. Definitely the players giving all their best for their teams. The smile. A new timeout. This time from AG. Second chance of taking this map and bringing us to Abyss. I like the...
Oh. Yeah, this is a
the
very different
song.
vibe though. Yeah, that's a very different... I mean, we have seen so many overtimes that I feel like they're running out of options at that timeout over playlist right now.
I mean, interesting choice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we are definitely spoiled though in this game in terms of highlights. It's been a pretty entertaining one, but unfortunately for DRG, not the cleanest from them. And they'll need to be clean here. All gamers seems to be cooking the final round. They'll need to get them across the finish line as DRG goes back to the defense. That's where they've won their previous round, but it was a massive individual stepping up. We've seen Spirit just take over, find a quad kill. This time, they'll either need another hero or they'll need to change the way that they approach this round. And apparently, they're sticking to their guns. Is exactly how they played it in the round prior. And it leaves B long as the eventual and never-ending bane of DRG's defenses.
You can see the pressure there because they're not trying anything fishy. They're just defending the side, being ready to receive what all gamers are gonna offer. And the rotation is so quick, they're really afraid of a quick hit. Taking full advantage of the fact that this spine map is very small.
这里。
But now the way they definitely do that, flash, saturate, but Shrimp beats into the punch. They need to create something back, but they cannot find a single kill, and they actually end up on the losing end of that sequence. Maybe Spirit will be the one to get something back, but as he said, the timing is crucial. Both players lucky to be alive, but DRG were more desperate to get something on the board. Down the player that they are, 40 seconds on the time, a commitment on the A site, and it seems this is where they want to end up.
With a man down already, they have to make the right choice. Vukashu is in lamps. We know how good he is. He's gonna try and pick, but will lose his duel against AUE. Maybe this is what AG has been waiting for.
Now, Nat 4 has been their bane. Again, started off hot. 4 more to crack through though. And a lot of work that will need to be done by DRG. Alchemon on 10 points of health. Pretty much should be made on the table. He really shouldn't be a consequence in this round. There's a chance for Flexen. They see the way for you. Labor spray from Spirit, but they find a second. The Pain Chills to take down the one. And now Spirit with time as his enemy. With a second beacon player. He really needs to play the round. Across the parkour is great. The second rifle helped, but the time is too far gone. GRQ, see it in the deal. To Abyss we go. As we will both have to fight for one more map.
They made it. All gamers are bringing us to a third map. We're gonna see Abyss. They prove that they can win against a strong team as DRG. That's actually very impressive. There's gonna be a lot to do still in Abyss, but they showed a very, very strong side of them against Bilibili. 13-3.
No, that's tough. I mean, if Vukashu didn't run out of steam there in the end, it would have been a very different game. But in a couple of crucial duels in the end where, in regulation, he has been the main man. Right here in those overtimes at least. He has not brought his usual form. And all gamers able to capitalize. Now, we will see if they are actually able to bring it over to the Abyss, right? Because the Abyss is a completely different beast, but it's one that we have a sample size from DRG. They lost to JDG. And make no mistake about it, JDG is definitely a competent team, but it will just be a question of whether or not DRG have learned from their mistakes in their initial bout.
There is a little bit of information for both teams, not much to work with, but still kind of interesting. We have, as usual, the double duelist and the veto for all gamers. On the side of DRG, it was a bit different. We have the Reyna, just as we've seen here, and they preferred Tero. So 2 different strategies for these teams.
Yeah, and maybe relying on their individual level a bit too much here, DRG. And you know, against a lot of the other teams in China, I wouldn't be too fussed about it. But I would definitely say their composition and the limitation of the Asian pool, that was a massive part here in how all gamers were able to make it work. They discovered the weaknesses that you would have in a double duelist Cypher comp, and they played around it to a T.
I think
You can break trap, I give a clone.
Pending.
Nice. Bada. One shower. Bench. Don't pick. Ricky, don't pick. I missed, my bad. I flash.
没插包。
I come to you.
大夫在板凳，小包，下包了，2个都在。
剩余10秒，
他被我穿残了，
人气已不
就在3枪，板凳确定有一个是吗？对，Cypher， 1 HP Cypher， 有看，
走。
剩1名敌人。
还有我这边，拉出来，
喂，
可能在傻瓜位，有， Got 3, 2, 1. I don't defense. Wait.
主一名敌人被击溃。
Sorry, my bad.
It's okay, wait. Don't worry, we have
Can you take off? Can you take off?
Thank you.
Oh, well, that was a hard-fought battle. GRQ definitely deserved it. From an underwhelming first map to now being the hero in the time that we were supposed to see Volkashu finish what he started. He couldn't do it, and the rest of all gamers stepped up to the platter, and what a performance it was from GRQ on the Brimstone.
I think it's on the align with what we've seen for all gamers, right? They really felt more alive on this bind map that we've seen on Corrode. We knew it would be harder on Corrode, definitely. It was still a very close map, even though it was their map pick. But they felt much more confident, in my opinion. We had much more plays that was based on individual skills and also on team plays. So very good sign for the rest of the series.
Yeah, the signs, but we have already seen one flavor of each composition and how they like to approach the Abyss. For DRG, they played a complete blast from the past. If I do remember in their opening bout, they played Reyna Jet on the Abyss against JDG. Not something that I did expect, of course. For the other side, it was much more orthodox. And I will say, even here again, this is like the more up-to-date meta from all gamers. Sure, like some teams do like to run the Waylay over the Raze. But I feel like right now, we are in a meta where you can make do even without running the top of the tier meta. And we have seen that from a team that, as a whole, was able to step up. It is such a close game in terms of statistics, and realistically, like, you can't really tell the difference between the two sides.
Definitely, both teams really played very well. It's good for AG that in the end they managed to take the win. I think it's important, even if they lose the series, it's still something that you can go home with for your confidence, for how you will play against other teams. That's also a lot of intel of how other great teams in the region are playing this bind map. So overall, a lot of precious information. And what is interesting, I think, that we can see on the leaderboard is that from all gamers, no players was really left behind. They all brought something to this game, and this is also a good sign as a team.
That's absolutely what happened here. But I mean, Volkashu right now, you know, by the numbers, you can tell this man runs one thing and one thing only. And he only runs the Cypher, and that is what they run on the Abyss as well. I feel like I really prefer the Veto by a mile over there on the Abyss. And that might be another time where the composition could be the difference. Yes, both teams do like playing double duelists, but just all gamers being able to, I guess, flesh out a lot more of the meta comps and being able to play them to a high level is what is bringing DRG to their knees right now.
I agree that this is something that all gamers are very good at, and we will see what they will show us on Abyss, the next map. We will do a quick break, but we will be back right after.
To my place, I can turn around.
gotta make a move to me, baby, move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets not to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling from good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. I've been choking on emotions. I've been strangled by my thoughts. 'Cause the longer I stay away.
And for one final time here today, as we continue our banger of an upper bracket semi-final, we are back at Project Horizon with our continued coverage of VCT China as Kickoff still continues. Kumquat, it has been quite a long day for everyone involved. Two stretches, whether it is the elimination game for Wolves in the cinema that we have seen on map 3. Now we have a tale that has its final chapter, and this is gonna be its epilogue at least.
The day definitely has been long today for the kickoff in VCT China, but what an amazing game we're seeing, just as the previous one. This one is definitely getting the distance, like 15 to 13. What do you expect after this on Abyss? Do you have maybe... because the only thing that we know is that DRG struggled against GDG and Old Gamers actually smashed Bilibili, so on paper it could be a close one again.
Okay, I feel like the measuring stick is not that fair, because Bilibili did not look that good all throughout the tournament. Even if they are making a run in the middle bracket, it is not a pretty look for the champion of the region to be playing like that. And well, at least for the compositions, pretty much the exact same thing from All Gamers that they've shown us in their initial bout that we were talking about. DRG though with one very simple deviation, one that I feel like is a necessity. They swap out the Jet, they bring in the Waylay, and that is just going to allow them so many more options, I feel.
I think Waylay is definitely a stronger pick on Abyss right now. It's much more meta, offers way more possibilities. And also, I think, if I saw correctly, they also removed the Tero.
Yeah.
I think like, so, yes.
Yeah, and I feel like that's going to be an intriguing part, right? They still got the Astra, they still got the Cypher, they still got the Reyna, So at least they're keeping the a part of the core. But I feel like changing the initiator is gonna be a big change on top. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be to the benefit or detriment of that Waylay. I feel like the information is a necessity for the team. But Vito on the defense can carry so much weight. Right now, all gamers locking down middle. Oh, they've picked the right parts of the map to aggress at. They've picked the right fight. But the question is, can they back it up? And a pistol, you really need to shoot your way out. And all gamers exactly do that. Three swift kills and not a single answer. It is messy and it's not looking good for DRG to start.
Every kill went on the side of AG. They're looking like they're gonna take the first pistol in this series. Maybe what happened on Bind gave them the confidence needed to take down DRG. At least in these pistol duels, we see the best side of them.
Now, we'll see if getting that pistol will mean much to them. Of course, on the Bind, but actually losing the pistol round at the DRG, they were able to win the second round on the Thrifty. And that was kind of what kick-started their way into the comeback, into the OT. Getting us where we are at. But right now, not a lot of time left. Spike down in the open. One smoke from DRG. Fangir and Co are all ready. Of course, it's him and AUE. He playing towards the lower part, 2 on the upper side. And just trying to wait to see if he is going to be presented at all. And unfortunately for it, nothing really working out in his way. Sure, he finds the first, but Fangir, crisp as ever. A double kill for him in that round, and the first pistol in the entire series. It actually goes the way of all gamers.
Is this a prediction of how the game will be? It's the first time that they managed to win the pistol. That's really something, I think, for your team confidence and how you feel mentally. It can definitely help to finally be able to take it. No, of course, only a sheriff for Vukashu, and we know how deadly this can be.
Well, I mean, we have seen that before. It can get risky here for Fangir, but nope. No troubles. As the tides turn, another opportunity here for them, but it continues to be a full-on sweep by the defense. Concise and accurate with everything that we are seeing from the side of all gamers, and now just making sure that Vukashu is in the worst possible scenario, a flawless second round, and it leaves a bonus that is very, very scary in its nature, right? The judge, the bulldog, everything else that can definitely cause a lot of economic damage even if they don't win it outright.
Definitely an interesting bonus that all gamers have unlocked. Very strong 2 first round, only 1 casualty, and another thing that is important is that DRG didn't farm any ultimate points with this. Only 1 for Ackerman, so that's not much.
Oh. Coalition. Still trying to build its forces. The RG. Smart play for them to hold on. Good shot from Spirit. And that's exactly the way that they wanted to start that one off. Of course, it's only the Marshal, so not the biggest of losses in the world. Close call for Fangir, but it seems like the RG are all pretty confident in the way that they are playing, as Hakiman just dissects this round piece by piece. Looks like round 3 is just gonna be a walk in the park.
Right now it's pretty great for the DRG indeed. Only 2 more players. There is the operator for Shrimp. Maybe he could do something! Waylay is too fast for the judge. He's gonna try and run him down, but Spirit is there to help him. No worries. Shrimp will save the operator, I think. Will not take any inconsiderate risk. 1v5. Have no reason to try.
Well,
they want to find him.
Yeah, I mean, they would really be happy to, but the op is so valuable. if Shrimp stays alive, it gives a ray of hope, but there's a hunt, a hound that's close by in Volkashoot. Shrimp is trying to make a judgment call. It might not be the right one. Flexen is ready. Walks out, checks the right part. Now, pressed on. Wary of enemies behind him, but yeah, that's the AWP gone. And flawless on this side. From the side of DRG. A great way to start it. That's the AWP down. And while they will be able to get a purchase, that puts Fangir in a bit of a predicament, economically speaking.
Also, that opens a potential operator for DRG. I don't know if they want to play this into attack, but could be useful. They will take it for Vukashu, obviously. It's gonna go middle, so Fangir doesn't have a weapon.
Yeah, that's the thing though. He invested the AWP in the round prior, right? So doesn't really have the funds to be able to buy alongside the rest of his mates, and AUE is able to slow down pretty well. Interceptor on. And it just snips out a few pieces of util that they would have loved to have. Of course, Spirit choosing to keep his position unknown. A chance for him to capitalize on that. Couldn't find a kill. Tejo, or not the Tejo, rather the Vito. Still present in the line of sight, and GRQ brings much needed support for AUE. Now they try to just close out the remainder of this round in a 3-on-4. Still an anchor on the site, and a Phantom this up close can be devastating, but Flexen clears one out. The second for Nick. This comes back to an even playing field. 2-on-2, the remainder of this one. The timing of the tripwire broken with the classic. Flexen with the 135 on the next. GRQ knows where the spike is. All he needs to do is to pick the right side of the 50-50. Spike on his side, peeking on his angle, but Flexen beats him to the punch. And it's the third round on the board for DRG.
This round was a trading war, trade after trade. One team comes out of top, on top, and it's DRG. Flexing with a strong round on his side. I think triple kill. It was a difficult round, but in the end, they took the win. That's what is the most important. They will be able to buy again, and all gamers are forced into eco once again.
Yeah, of course. Can be the case, but just the position. If Fangir is able to bring out a second operator, and it finds success, unlike the last time, then there's definitely a talk to be had about how this defense is gonna go. But so far, let's say really successful play from a couple of crucial pieces, right? I'm looking at Akamon, I'm looking at Spirit, I'm looking at Flexen. Those three for me has been the important part in getting them in the sites themselves. And we'll see if that will continue to happen or not. Interceptor again, rather effective of keeping them to the front part of the site, but with Volkachu finding that shot, they can try to use their numbers advantage now. So even if all gamers were second on the A site, it will be no problem. But the truth is, they are not, and it's just an easy second freebie here, as DRG should be easily able to convert a third from here on out.
Looking great for DRG. Not much they can do with the sheriffs on the side of old gamers. They do not have any good angles to play with, and this Cypher Trap will prevent Hira from going against Spirit. The Vandal is better. That's just how it is. Not much to find for AG. Maybe a new flawless for DRG. No, Spirit will finally fall, but it will be traded right away. Fangir would really like to be able to pick up this weapon, but I don't think he will be able to. Vukashu stops him, and a new win, 3 rounds in a row for DRG.
Yeah, and it's Grace going for them, right? Like they make sure, as you said, not to give away a gun. Slow round where they allowed all gamers to make mistakes. And I feel like in a third map like this is where DRG probably have a lot of advantage just in terms of experience, in terms of being in those situations multiple times. So they're gonna be a lot more ruthless when it comes to decisions like these. Where, in my mind, all gamers, I believe that this is the first time, at least for myself, that I've seen them make a run this deep. They can feel Santiago, they can feel the upper final almost within their reach, and that desperation, that pressure could be their undoing.
They have to stay focused. I think they can definitely give a strong, fair fight against DRG. They just have to not lose the confidence that they had in at the end of the bind map. Right now, DRG did put in 3 very convincing rounds, which is a bit scary on the side of all gamers. I think that's why the timeout is called, because it was not really close. So they want to be sure that the players from all gamers are staying present in this series.
I will see if that presentation that they've made for themselves on the side of all gamers, that impeccable bind that they've played, and they've pushed and pulled and were able to thaw Vokashu, quell his rage. Can that continue? Can they continue to find success? Vokashu on the off again. Oh, close shave on Fangir. Good timing, of course, for him to back off, but mid control again, and it's something that all gamers have struggled in taking control of, and they've struggled in having an identity in what to do after they lose mid, right? Like, this is the first time that I feel like they at least have an idea. Like, they're playing for the extremities, but it means a lot of pressure is going to be put on GRQ in attempting to anchoring that site single-handedly as a Waylay.
And DRG are gonna go same pool. They will use the Cosmic Divide to open the A site in a safely manner. Spike will be planted, and now they have all 5 players to defend it. You have 1 ultimate for GRQ on the side of all gaming, but you do not know where anybody is. Obviously, you know there is a lot of player in main, but how do you take control? How do you actually retake this site?
As they're trying to find, but they give it some space as well. Late play from Flexen. So for all gamers, there's a chance where maybe they can try to utilize their numbers advantage, but not really how it's playing out. Spirit just farming on that end, and Fangir is then me, DRG back in confidence, back in front in style, from losing the pistol to now finding 4 in a row.
I love how DRG are 1 step ahead. They used the time from the Cosmic Divide to set up a flank against all gamers, and it was checkmate at this point. Even if all gamers managed to take some kills in main, they would have been the flank in their back, and they would not have expected it. Very great, very good run from DRG. I love how the coach is so chill. Okay. Let's go, team.
Well, the confidence is definitely back. The belief is back in the camp of DRG. All gamers back to pistols. Not really expecting much out of themselves, or really anyone expecting much out of them. There is an evolution. They are a single orb away from the orbital strike. Oh, not the orbital strike. I'm still caught in the blind from the Hunter's Fury, rather. That's what we're waiting for. Well, speaking of Fury, plenty of players, and DRG will be furious. Oh, the model is blocking the angle. Oh, it's so much better, but 3 kills for all gamers. Kira, how about that for a sheriff play? And this is a round that is collapsed. Vokashu all alone. Spike not even his, and he's got 50 seconds. We did not even see a single inch. They just deleted them off the angle.
What have we just seen? What happened? Give this man pistol. I think that's what we need. We will see the replay. Oh, so
they collided!
That's the double sharpness.
Even the coaches can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean,
we can't believe it. They can't believe it. Yeah.
And they picked up 5 weapons. That's a free trip to the mall.
Well,
all right.
I guess now, you know, the good thing for all gamers, as you can tell, a lot of ultimates, so you're not scared of using the evolution early. As AUE gonna be trying his best to actually speed up the play towards middle, leave the B side a bit open. Fangir still got the dimensional drift, so they can play for it. They slowed down the pace a little bit. The Hunter's Fury is in. Good damage on Talkman. It's down to 30, but Spirit has actually found AoE on the start. And now it's all down to Fangir. How many can he find behind the wall? There is a Nebula. They're trying to play behind the graph well. The smokes can't find much value, but Nick with the Hunter's Fury. Oh, this is a round of absolute chaos. And it's still working out in the favor of all gamers in the end. It's only Nick. And Spike is planted for him, but the stun come in from the Nebula. And that will be enough for them to get the job done. All gamers bringing it back to parity.
The round was very expensive. They were on the side of all gamers. They used at least 3 ultimates. So that's a lot invested. They managed to go home with the win, so that's the most important thing. But they did spend a lot for this. But they equalized the score. It's 4-4 now. And I think they're gaining the confidence back a bit. We're seeing much better plays, much more teammate, because we've seen on this previous round that they waited actually for Fangir to come with the dimensional drift, didn't try anything too dodgy before he was there playing as a team, just as we want to see them.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that is the one thing that they would love to do, to keep playing as a team. Keep playing on each other, but they've expanded so many ultimates though in the round prior. So can they even do the same thing, right? Because the ultimates gives them a very easy and clear direction. But we have seen them without the ultimates feel a little bit lost right now. They've made a judgment call. And it's not a bad one by any stretch of the imagination, but it allowed Volkashu to go so far forward in this round. Look at how deep he is on the A site.
Yes, so much information, is in such a good place, and we see that his teammates directly rotate to play against this strong position that he has. And I don't know if all gamers are ready for this. I'm not sure. They have to push main, they have no choice. They should know that they're not safe on the side because no one was clearing tower. Fangir though is taken by surprise by Volkashu. But his teammates triple and DRG to close the round off. What a statement!
How can they? They got away with this. I thought that the round was over, right? Like they had the entire setup and Volkashu rightfully astray at the end of that round. It was a beautiful start for Fangir. But how about that from Shrimp? Just shutting down the entire round. They could not get a single thing done. And the energy is through the roof for the youngsters. But very clearly, there needs to be a stance with themselves from the side of DRG, because this was their round to lose. No matter how good the play was for Shrimp, it should not have gone that bad.
Definitely. After they took down Fangir, that was surprised in tower. I think the round should have been theirs. Something definitely went wrong in this main area. And they have to find what it is, because they had such a powerful position. The site was basically theirs.
Yeah, well, now we'll see if they'll be able to carry on from there for all gamers. Some heroics are definitely amazing to re-establish your dominance. Fangir on the operator looks to be pretty sharp. Have to wait and see if the rest of the team are going to be able to do much of the same. GRQ continues to excel. 8 for Shrimp off the back of that triple kill. And so far, the one hallmark that I feel like we just need to capitalize upon here, if you are on the side of all gamers, is Volkashu just not single-handedly winning rounds for his team. He's mortal on this Abyss.
He's back to being a normal person. Some space already taken on the B side. Yui is the only man standing and they know where he is. His teammate is back to help him. GRQ taking down Ackerman. That's at least something before the retake happens.
Well, GRQ gone. That means that there are Yi or Sun actually remaining from the side of all gamers. And apparently, AUE might have to do it all on his own. 1 in his name, 4 to go for, an operator to get the job done, and he's gonna be happy. He's even able to find a frag, and that's the R. Now, he is gonna just make sure to back off if he can. Saving the op, of course, is his highest priority. But that was a clean look on the side from the side of DRG. I feel like all gamers played it a little bit overly passive after not finding much with the veto. And that did kind of cost them there.
Yes, it's interesting because they hit the site very quickly, DRG. And we saw that after this, all gamers didn't really manage to gain back control. They were a bit lost on how to take this backside area. And this is something that maybe they could work on in the next few rounds. This could be also an opening for DRG, knowing that, okay, there may be some opportunity there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But I mean, the question is, do you harp on that opportunity on that B side, or do you just keep doing what DRG are doing? You know, keeping the options open, keeping the variety, keeping them on their toes. Because right now, all gamers feel like they are just being played in the palm of DRG, right? The 3 players rotating into the A site. And it just makes things a lot easier for Volkashu if he wants to play middle, if he wants to contest. AUE, of course, was all alone. And the B site now a lot weaker. Yes, sure, the veto isn't that far off. But Fangir, the operator, isn't really going to have the stopping power to stall for much. Maybe get a pick. Maybe allow the retake to be opportunistic, but you're not really relying on Fangir to lock down the site for you and win it that way.
This is a shot. That's the signal for the AG to come forward on the site. They managed to kick it back to safety, but all players from the AG are on site and nobody has taken any damage.
Patience for Fangir as they try to see if a duel will be presented by DRG, but they're not gonna do a single thing of that. They're making sure to lock down the line of sight. The saturate so valuable, but it did not affect Spirit, it did not affect Dakamon, and Volkashu adds more to it. And now those 3 might be tempted to save as round 12 up next. The economy is good enough for all gamers, so they are still gonna attempt to have a go on that one, but it leaves the Empress now and a chance to hunt the final few. And Spirit is gonna be shut down. A couple of good kills from Shrimp, but it's still a little too late. The round is already done for. Time is too far gone. Nick and Flexen guaranteeing that at the bare minimum, they'll be tied at the end of this first half.
Now that I think about it, I think so it's the second time that they actually managed to take the round by gaining quick control of the backside. And the previous time we've seen this and AG actually won, they used 3 ultimates to take back this space. So I think there is kind of a hole in their defense there. And DRG are looking like they're gonna go B again.
Yeah, and for another time, you know, that definitely does make sense, and all gamers aware of that. So the consensus is, let's go heavy on the site itself. And I don't mind them leaving middle open, but I would have loved to see if Fangir was actually the one that is playing the rotator role. Now AUE, initially left alone, able to TP back to safety. Fangir not close by, but they actually both pivot into the side itself. They're trying to present the fight into the other side. DRG though, not just with one, but doubly so successful. The Hunter Suri to slow down the pace. They're walking out of the angle. So much damage done by Shrimp, and one of them is a kill. It's 36 HP on Nick, and now it's him and Flexen. And all that remains, the conversion path is out, but Flexen holds down the line, and it's all for Shrimp. A second best performer for his team after his DRQ. And he's waiting to see if he can do something. Got a couple of shock darts peeking into the window, but the timing is against him as a player out of the line of fire. And Spike is left in a terrible position. If you are Shrimp, as he at least tries to go for the half, that much is given to him. It does mean he walks out of the vulnerability here of that one. And he's actually able to perhaps take the other half, forcing the stars. Maybe they'll line up. That's one delivered. Shrimp needs to make it quick though. Time is starting to be against him. He needs to at least go for another tap. Flexen will commit, and Shrimp this time around will let them all waddle one by one. They walk into him and all of them go down.
What an amazing clutch from him. I mean, this is a master play. He manages to pull out the half. And I think they don't really know that he's done the half, so they're a bit chill on the backside. But actually has time to play around and to gain some time. Really a great round from Shrimp. And what a sharp aim, even where on the... You have your back to the wall. Yeah, I guess you must be happy in moments like this.
I mean, absolutely. And they really want to take it to them, you know. They're tied up 6-6, and now it becomes a question. Now we have seen Vokashu do wonders on the attack. Can the Cypher lock it down on the defense? I feel like Vito was definitely pretty effective. Like, we would agree on that, right?
Definitely. I think the Vito really brought a lot. I think maybe the player we haven't seen that much was Fengir. We're used to seeing him on a better level. With the operator, it was not that sharp this time.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. Speaking of sharpness, that quiz that we have here, it had two choices, and apparently everyone agreed on probably the right thing. It's like, if you are whiffing, that is the question. If you're whiffing, what do? Do you go to the range, which is the up arrow, which is what most people choose, or do you change skins? I feel like the right choice is you do both.
One thing that is interesting is that against Bilibili, but you said that Bilibili was not up to the level we expected them, but still that's the intel we have on AG, and they did pull up 11-1 attack side. So I would be a bit scared if I was DRG. I guess they have studied their gameplay to be prepared, but I'm very curious to see what it will be against DRG.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're starting to see a game that is devolving more and more into individuality. Teamplay is starting to become a question, and the answer from all gamers must be a resounding yes. But the defense is the one on the prowl, the initiative taken. Nick starts off. There's still a player on the right side, and they shut them all down from the side of all gamers. GRQ find himself a pair. And oh, they'll be so happy with the way that initial sequence went, because now it leaves Vokashu, who again, as we've said, you know, maybe if you look at those initial couple of games from the two teams, you can say that Fangir and Vokashu can do no wrong. Right now, the two of them have been looking pretty mortal. I mean, just 6 kills for Vokashu. He finds 3 here, clutches the round, it's 9. Still a far cry from Spirit, his teammate on 13, and actually a far cry from re-establishing dominance that we want to see from him.
Have the intel now. DRQ is gonna play bait and they will finish the round. So second pistol for all gamers. They show definitely a much better side on this Abyss with the pistols. Very important one round that they gain.
Well, now we'll see though, after winning that one, can they make sure that no troubles are gonna happen? I feel like that's the real question, right?
Sure.
In a second clean round, right, from all gamers after the pistol. Will it happen again? Or, if you remember on the bind, right, it was of course DRG that won the pistol, but it was a second round thrifty from all gamers, and that's how they brought it back right now. A couple of sheriffs could make this a real possibility of the first piece of the domino falling if Fengir is not careful.
I feel like we've seen every scenario possible in this match. Flexing with the shorty gets the entry. Careful, you do not want to suffer the Thrifty. They will take time to find new information. That's the right call. Kira could see that the B side is open, but he will not push towards the side, so they will... I think they will stay A, and they will go into the stack from DRG.
Oh, they did not see Flexen. He can walk back into the smoke again. He actually repositioned onto the right, but as Eve said,
okay,
they kind of read the stack and they're moving back to safety, which is the smarter call. It does mean that Kira pretty much could guarantee the side for free for his teammates. Risky call here from DRG. It could have really worked out well for them. But good awareness from the attacking side to have the not just the foresight, but also the recovery of losing a player and not really pressing the matter too much.
Was very close for DRG for the stack to work, but in the end, at the last moment, all gamers made the right choice. But it's interesting because I'm not sure they've seen that many players, so they really had the right sense. They knew that something was fishy on this A side and decided to rotate. The Guardian with the double, traded by Volkashu. 3 against 3. They picked up the Marshal also for Flexin.
Well, guns are great and damage is plentiful. I mean, there's definitely still a world where maybe this could have been clutched with a better shot, but GRQ is taking no prisoners here tonight. The 16th for this game, and thankfully for all gamers, that means that they get a 2-round buffer, as they will try to walk in confident, even if they have suffered some significant casualties here against the Pistols.
They still lost a lot of weapons, so the bonus will not be as good as the first half. Still, there are something to work with. We've seen the Guardians and 2 Phantoms, so that's pretty clean. Could at least manage to plant the spike.
I like this though, from all gamers. Not only are they pressing on the B side, right? But you can tell, like, they're trying to fight against a lot of the information. They've just allowed the drone to run its natural course of time. And they're reclaiming the A site, and the information have also pulled away GRQ from the A site itself. So now, while Nick got the support of Flexen, you wouldn't really expect for the two of them to be able to lock down an entire side by their own. At least the good part for the side of all gamers is that even if the firepower is a little bit weaker, they're closer to their ultimates. They got the numbers, and that is what they're going to try to rely upon. YouTube reigning in, Nick trying to buy the time. And, well, while the Waylay falls down, she's quickly able to bring herself back up to speed, but the time is running low. Tangier needs to find the initial success. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Nick holds on for dear life after that. A second important kill onto Heaven, but Nick's still locking down the site, and that allows Spirit a chance to work a 2-on-2. A quick flood. They're not allowing any space for them to reposition while the spike is planted. But AUE now taking care of Spirit alone in a 1-on-1, and Spirit will make sure to be the insurance policy for their team.
They did not take the win, but the bonus run was very strong for all gamers, taking down almost every players from DRG. Very strong performance, and economy will be very complicated for the AG for the next round, so they should have the advantage for all gamers. Still happy to take the win, obviously, because they were down 2 rounds. But this game is starting on a difficult path. 4 small shield for the AG.
No Outlaw this time. If it was Volkashu, he would definitely be picking the Outlaw.
Yeah.
Like, he knows how to maneuver around those things, and I feel like it's really important, right? In the current economy game, if teams are reverting back to those light shields, the Outlaw becomes so much more impactful. At least for now, all gamers. Back to the site. This time, a Cosmic Divide, the pivotal star for Flexen as he tries to fight for his time. The ultimate forces them into the left side. Reflexin might have an opportunity. Interceptor broken. They know where he is, but they cannot find the kill. That's a lot of time stalled. The Cosmic Divide is nearly gone, and it's an opener at least for all gamers. But they will need to be wary about middle because there's still a second player in Spirit that is trying to shut down the line of sight, but he's this time met by GRQ that is ready, willing, and able, and with a better firepower. All gamers making this one look a lot easier. All the duels won, the trace clean, a double from Fangir. And 2 rounds, again, the deficit that they want to keep.
I was thinking that it was gonna be difficult to pick to prevent the defuse, but I'm sorry I was wrong. It was very clean. It just took down the 3 players in a matter of seconds without any further information. Very clean around for all gamers. They really played around this one ultimate. Everything was set up but the Cosmic Divide in the end, and they also baited the Hunter's Fury, so that's one more threat down for DRG. I think all gamers are looking sharp.
Bye.
Yeah, we'll see the sharpness to deliver into something. A couple of close shaves from Akimon. It's definitely not futile, but Fangir, we've seen Picasso in that kind of spot before, and with them shutting down the flank towards B, their options are open, but they are still relying on the Yoru, who is in a prime position to just seal off this round.
One man down for the AG. And they're in the same position that we've seen Dragon Ranger in the previous half. We can see that Fangir is in this connector, ready to hit tower when his teammate go through main. Unfortunately, they miss Nick. So one more threat on the side. Still there, works in a better way than what we've seen for the AG. So Nick is handled. And now there's not much to do for the RG. You only have Pistol and Marshall. Only one player can be a target for the Marshall.
I mean, let's be real though, I don't think it's about the kills, I think it's about the damage, and they are keeping them close, at least inviting Fangir to be the next layer of pressure. AUE holding the line, the collateral is beautiful. And that's double digits for all gamers. Now all they need is just 3 rounds, and they will be booking their ticket into the next week, where they'll be playing the winner for a chance of Santiago.
I think we're not emphasizing this enough, but if all gamers actually take down DRG, that's a huge upset. I think almost no one was expecting this. And this will really be a proven fact that they are indeed looking very good this year, because, okay, they took down Billy, but everyone said that Billy was not up to their usual level. But if they also take down DRG, that's a whole new story. All gamers are really looking sharp, and right now I think they can do it. The DRG are taking their second timeout because they feel like they do not have any other way of getting out of this game victorious.
Yeah.
So they have to use it right now.
Yeah, and just to be completely real with all of you guys, like, if you do remember, I don't know if you've tuned into 2025, but where they fell last time was also against a bigger team. It was against XLG in the lower bracket round 2 of the playoffs. It was a 2-1 game, but don't let that fool you. Map 1 and 2 were close. Map 3 was on Lotus. It was a 13-1 stomp, is how it should be called. Raga just took over. He had the firepower that they were missing at the time. They, of course, as I said, like, played with Kira and Spitfires as their duelists. Still had Hansha at the time. Now though, new roster, new level of firepower, and I gotta say, GRQ has been delivering the goods. Between him, Fangir, and the ever-present util and power of Kira, I feel like this team has found its form. Shrimp and that Lotus ended up on 3 and 14 in the scoreline of the final map. Right now, when his team needs him the most, he's been stepping up tremendously, and all gamers, not just with one, they have found a pair. Oh, they are just a few steps away from getting this upset.
And even with the timeout, even with the weapons, it looks like DRG are not able to take down this team. They're 2-man down already, and still a minute to play for AG. They will be spotted by the camera, at least the smoke has been seen. So they have a few information on the side of DRG, but you don't really know where they are and when they're gonna hit. 5 players, you have to be sharp. Vukeshu, who has been so strong in this series, but struggling a bit on Abyss. Can he do it for his team?
Oh, they knew where Flexen was, and they took care of him easily. That's GRQ. Outclassing Vukeshu. A sentence that I did not expect that I'll be saying that often in this best of 3. But it has been the case. GRQ has been doing some pristine, high-level work from the bind onwards. He's been the man doing the heavy lifting. Fangir, I guess, have put a lot of the pressure onto himself. The rest of the team have picked up the slack. And now, 1 rifle remains. And they're ready to hunt for it. They definitely got the funds on the side of all gamers. And if they take it away, that's the last fang that they can bear on that round 18. Or round 19, rather. That would be, as now we are in round 18. They'll be waiting for, and clearly they're trying to give a go for those rifle, at least for this rifle, not those, just a single one. And Nick holding on for dear life, but maybe not for too much longer, as he finds the first. Too many players for him to handle, and even if he finds some damage, Fangir got the job done in the end. And now, a step closer, all they need is just this round, and then most likely it will actually not even be a full buy, because the funds are not looking that good for DRG.
I'm not sure they can do full buy, and you're down 11-7, so only 2 more rounds to play. Do you want to force with what you have, or do you full buy after? And the answer is right in front of our eyes. They did force small shields and a few rifle that we wish were better, but they have everything that they could.
Well, we'll see if everything is going to be enough right now. The kitchen sink drone, dimensional drift, evolution, everything tossed at their way. Fangir, the rookie with a meteoric rise, is only going to meet his demise quickly. Another one for Shrimp, and they're trying to trade the shots back. DRG are doing their best to lock onto the site, but they will need a couple of pivotal kills, and Spirit is the one to deliver. It's Kira against 3. And clearly, he has been pushed off. No spike, no hope. The DRG have forced up, and they are giving this one their best shot. Yes, it's not over just yet, but at least they will not give away the match point.
Bit of a miss from Fangir, and it's all that it took for the DRG to take advantage of this round. Oh, he's trying to actually come in the bag, but it's looked. Spirit is checking, but loses the duel anyway. Still 30 seconds. It's a 1v2. Nick is very low. He could actually do it. Take your gun, but Vukeshu is stronger this time. Taking the most important duel. Allowing DRG to gain 1 more round to close the gap a little bit. Yeah, it was a bit of a miss from Fangir. I don't know exactly what he thought. I think he wanted to TP out. Take the advantage.
I think he was just, you know, that's the thing though. That's the tug of war that you always play as a Euro player, right? You really want to get the maximum value out of your stay. You want to delay the TP as much as you can. But it's not like chamber TP. It's not like a jet dash, right? It's not instantaneous. There is a cast time to it. So I feel like you should really lean on the side of caution a little bit more than actually the side of danger. And right there, he leaned on danger. It was a risk, and it did not pay off. And they got a couple of rounds. They'll have a real fighting chance. Otherwise, maybe DRG will repeat the same favor. And being a couple of rounds down, remember it was 12-9 on the bind. Is how it got to OT. Is how it ended up in 15-13 for Chengdu All Gamers. Now, they're holding on for dear life. They've started off hot, but they're seemingly running out of steam. And this is the final stretch. This is the finish line. It's all about keeping composure. It is all about not letting go. And all gamers are inches away from the biggest upset of Kickoff.
But this is what separates a good team from a great team. Being able to close this difficult series. Keeping, as you said, your composure until the end. Not losing the momentum you had just because you're very close to finishing it. AG with a full buy once again. There is this outlaw though. 3 people with small shields. So there is some targets for AUE.
Yeah. Right now, all gamers though. I like the way that they're trying to approach this, but they did not break the tripwire for the Cypher. That's a little bit of a loss there for Shrimp, who now faces his drone. One of the shocks needs to wait plenty of time for the next arrow. But at least they absorbed some util from the side of DRG. And they've tried to fake out the utilities. Volkashoot got support of Nick, Hunter's Fury, and Neural Theft, both valuable ultimates. But if they can force them to use all of them at once, it could be a problem for the other side. There's still a trip. That can be a problem. It's Brock on the other end. Volkashoot shut down again. He has been finding no success this time around, except that the other one will do. Nick with one, GRQ is gone, and a spirited Nick to try to save the round for the team. 3 on 4. AUE still alive. It's 3 out of those 4 with light shields. So that outlaw, oh, is so goddamn effective, but it will be so necessary because they let the site go. 1 shot in the outlaw, it's enough for a kill. It's all for Kira, and Kira for not, because DRG just flooded the site. This is the team play that we needed to see from them, and they are a step closer from trying to avert the crisis.
I thought it was done and dusted for all gamers, but Nick once again just saves the night for DRG. The Hunter's Fury taking down GRQ, that's very valuable. Delaying the plant also, so it pushes all AG to a corner where they have to plant very quickly and do not have time to really plan the defense. Fangir pushes toward backside and is alone and cannot find what he needed. After that, the advantage is on the side of DRG. And I think, AG, that might be their last round where they can do a full buy.
Yeah, their economy on the brink 100%, and that is going to be a real consideration for whether or not they'll actually be able to put the show on the road. At least for all gamers, the silver lining for that part is there's still a cosmic divide that they can use, but they're fishing for a pick. Dragon Ranger Gaming have already made the rotation. If all gamers are trying to fall back, if they do, maybe they would have had a chance. Now on the site, Fangir to no success again. A Spirit to continue to be dominant, but only to be shut down by Shrimp, and this is the time that they will need to make a call, and they've steeled themselves back into the A site they go. It's the right decision, but time is running low. Neural Theft to alert the rotation. DRG to try to run the gauntlet here towards the other part of the map, but at least the Cosmic Divide is gonna buy the right space and time. 2 trips from Volkashoot. And they're all to the right part. The conversion path is in. GRQ spotted. Gonna try to push on a little bit more. 2 players in, 25 seconds. Nick starts off successfully. A second from the Sova. A third from Nick. And he's trying to hold down the line. And the other Sova tries to do the same. 3 apiece for each of those initiators. But in the end of the day, DRG are just the stronger unit.
For me, this is really the experience talking. I think DRG are much more composed. They really know where to hit. They're not afraid. We can see here that they're waiting so long. All gamers in this main area, they're trying to play it well with the drone, but they do not have time. And DRG actually take advantage of this little time out that AG is trying to take to hit them hard. And it works. Definitely works. AG with only pistol, trying to find a miracle, not letting DRG equalize the score.
I mean, right now, Next round is going to be the final chance, but maybe I'm actually overcomplicating this one. If GRQ finds that kind of opener, what does it say about how this game is going to go? Hunter Fury is on and denies any opportunity of expansion, and that is a spike down. Even if they got weaker weapons, now they got a Vandal. GRQ still got this Bucky, and I would not discount how effective the shotgun can be. The Vandal off the angle, the double damage there. GRQ with the Bucky, of all things! The Sheriff is ruling the town, and it's all in the hands of Flexen to deny the match point. Heroics here and there, but nothing is denying GRQ from his moment in the limelight. This man has worked too damn hard in this series to see his team crumble. He grabs the mantle, Bucky in hand, and he delivers a buckshot full of bullets. It's bathed in blood. It's thrifty for all gamers of all things. And now the Dragons are on their last legs. They are bleeding. And the gamers looking to sink the dagger deeper in their hearts.
GRQ, man, what have you done with this Bucky? This is just insane. Insane round for AG, but it really shows also that they are struggling with the pressure, because here they do an amazing round because they know that they're not supposed to win it, so they give their all. But now that it's actually the time to win, that they should, because they have the weapons advantage, they are able to close this series. Will they be able to do the same and to perform at the same level?
Now we'll see. They've done it when they were unexpected. Maybe that little bit of a false sense of security of the weaker firepower made DRG complacent. I mean, just being 1% off of your game is clearly enough for GRQ to take over. They spot the high. They still did not spot the second player, so it's a chance for Nick to still be present if they actually do want to press on this one. But right now, trying to call the curtains. The buy is weak on quad. I mean, realistically, the walk-in on B, yes, is the better numbers, but only Volkashu out of everyone got a true rifle.
They cleared main with the drone though, so they're gonna call the rotation. They hesitate, but finally keep the 2 players on A, so that's a good timing for AG. Only 3 players on site. 2 are very advanced, very forward, so you could take them down before they can have some help. And it is down. All gamers take the 3 players down. Only Nick and Flexin on the side of DRG to try and deny the win for all gamers.
GRQ, 3 letters. And it's 3 letters in the win, and he is going for it tooth and nail. Yet another opener found by him. Now it's Nick and Flexin to try to be the heroes. Guardian in hand, the first player found, and it's all in the hands of Flexin. And Flex all he wants. They might think that they are the Dragons, but just like in Stage 2, just like in 2025, their journey will not be easy. They fought and they made the buy in the competition. But in the end of the day, nothing can stop those gamers. They are red hot and they are strapped to the moon as they have a chance to make it to Santiago.
Some people dubbed them, but they were wrong. After taking down Billy Gaming 2-0, they managed to also dethrone the DRG, the Dragon, who went to Champions. The new roster from Old Gamers is really one of a kind, and you should definitely look out for this team this year. What an amazing series we've seen.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful display from the 2 teams. But maybe that's the wake-up call that DRG needs. They looked a little bit out of sorts at times at the bind, and especially so at the Abyss. Yes, it was close, but there were rounds where all gamers felt like that they were a class above, and that's not really what you would expect. Right now, their path has not been an easy one. Of course, we have talked about their start, but just to bring it all back in context, a 2-0 win against Nova, a 2-0 win against the reigning champions in Billy, and now a 2-1 win against the finalists, and they will have a chance to beat either Shilai or EDG for a chance to make it all the way in Santiago. They got all 3 strikes. And they are feeling as confident as ever. That confidence better be on display next week. Whoever is going to be playing tomorrow is going to be so more careful of what this young roster has to offer. And well, it's a roster that has been looking so beautiful on display. And right now, we're just waiting, as we should be having an interview shortly that will be translated courtesy of Vilos. It is ready, and there we are. Let's leave it over to her.
胜利，站在我身边的是来自 AG 的 AU1 选手，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AG 的 AU1。
欢迎 AU1，也是再次恭喜你们已经率先晋级到了起点赛的胜决当中。那先聊一下今天的比赛吧。其实你们和对手 DRG， 你们都是风格比较相似的队伍，都是青春风暴型的。那同样都是最终胜出，你觉得关键因素会是什么呢？
关键因素是我队友太厉害了。
关键因素是队友太厉害了，是吗？那你们之间一定非常的信任队友，但是其实今天也能看到你们是有备而来的，因为图1的时候你们就给足了对手技能上的压力，当然最重要的是你们在图2展示了
How's the communication like when you guys made that comeback on Bayern all the way to win it?
分去追平、去反超，甚至在加时阶段想要去终结比赛的时候，队友
he says that Kira especially like basically controlled the whole situation. What everyone was
在落后的时候都没有慌，然后尤其是我们指挥吧。 Kira 特别就是掌控全局吧，
大家都非常的
对，抛出很好的指令，然后让我们去接点也好，或者进攻也好，就是他功劳很大。
对，但其实我们都知道 ，AG 队伍当中有非常多新鲜的血液，能够保持这种冷静，在乱阵当中去打出自己的优势，其实是非常非常难得的品质。也
And then now that you're in the upper finals, you'll be facing either XOG or EDG.
那现在你们
Who do you want
已
to
经
face?
率先晋级到了胜决当中，接下来的对手将会从 XOG 和 EDG 当中去决出。
He says that he really wants to challenge EDG. They've been here since the very beginning.
EDG 吧，因为从我玩这游戏开始，他们就一直是 CN 赛区的最强。 我挺想挑战他们的，
想要去挑战一下。那其实不管去最终面到哪一支队伍的话，相信都会是非常精彩的。
And do you have any like new goals for yourself
千万到时候不要错过最后新春迎好运嘛！即将迎来新的一年。
He says that he wants to qualify to
在新的一年有没有
international.
为自己在5位契约赛事当中去设立一些新年的新目标呢？
我们都走到这儿了，我们就进世界赛。
进世界赛，先打进圣地
That's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the
希望你
audience.
愿望成真，也是再次感谢你的分享。那本次比赛现场我们也设有福能掉落的抽奖活动，在比赛现场我们现场将随机抽选幸运的观众来获赠游戏资产。接下来也有请 AU1 选手为我们抽选出今天的幸运观众。你可以说
very much Vidos for the interview. We had some really nice insight. Very interesting that we hear that Kira is actually a very strong component of their comeback on Bayern. I think definitely this team will be a threat for the winner of XLG and EDG.
Yeah, absolutely. And congratulations to everyone that is actually at the venue, because as you can tell, that there, the draw is for the Reaper Bandit, and a couple of lucky winners did end up getting that little new nasty piece of work. And, well, speaking of being nasty, that is the highlight there for the one and only GRQ. It's just a beautiful, beautiful display for the side of all gamers in the end. I gotta say, like, from what I've seen, there were moments where I would have thought that DRG could drive it away. And it was those couple of rounds, right? Where we have seen, like, Akimon ride in with confidence, take a couple of entries, not a lot of contests from the other side. And credit where credit is due. Not a lot of younger teams would do what all gamers have done. They've adjusted so well on both attack and defense to a lot of the weak points that they were probing on the side of DRG.
Maybe DRG is now questioning the decision of actually playing on Abyss, because I think, just as we said, they thought that maybe that's what's Bilibili, that was not up at the level against AG, but now we can see that really this is a very strong map, especially on their defense, on their attack, sorry. They did prove a lot today, AG. They have a lot of a player that can be the star of the round, and this is also very important in a game like Valorant. You want to have several players, not just one that can actually step up and be able to do triple, quadra kill, taking the round to victory if another player is failing on their task.
Yeah, and I feel like the one main thing that I really liked from All Gamers there in the interview from Kira is that, you know, we've really taken the insight that, well, a lot of teams still have it in for EDG, right? That's what they really want. They want to, even that we have said the dynasty is broken, a lot of people still believe that EDG is one of the better teams in the region, and right now, All Gamers, they are looking sharp, and this is how they make it look that way.
上边给中心淹了，被穿了，被拆穿了，躲避。
张臂，我开那个，别提。
They come here, I play smoke, okay?
Okay. If they donate smoke for me, okay?
哎，这费，收把 B， 别让子爆开，准备开。
Take B 还是 Take B？
架了。
我在带血。
我直架了。
好。
Don't pick. Nobody.
哎，没。
我走了，我从家里走了。
闭门。啊，现在。
你换跑。
solo 吗
？solo stay B。
No one B，跳 A， nice。Come on！
Operator。Nice。
Yo, come on！
Nice。
Amazing team indeed. All Gamers really make a difference. We've seen the comms from this amazing round from Shrimp, and obviously the MVP is GRQ. He provided such good gameplay today, especially on Bind and Abyss. He was really on another level.
Yeah, beautiful display for sure from the team. I feel like the Bind, maybe as we said, like it was the best look that we have seen from All Gamers at points, but there were some really messy rounds. I mean, the same can be said about the Abyss. I feel like we have more and more progressed into this game, going from being a true team affair to just made a better man win kind of stature. And credit where credit is due, like All Gamers adjusted in the final like 7 rounds or so. We've seen a true team effort, and the Bucky just doing the Lord's work there for GRQ. But even the openers that he's found in the other rounds, he's been looking so sharp, and not to discredit Spirit, because I feel like Spirit too throughout the series have had his moments, and well, it has been that question for DRG whenever they fall short. Everyone knows the potential of Akamon, everyone knows what he is capable of when he's on, but it's just the integration of Spirit, Akamon and Vokashu that seemingly has not been going the best for the team, and it is clearly showing here on map 3. Both Vokashu and Akamon did not show up really to play, and despite the equivalent First Bloods, I feel like the thrifty metric is the one main thing that we are actually focusing on, because it happened on Bind 2 and that was the turning point, and it happened here again, and once again it was also the turning point.
Definitely, I think the two main things here are they won the pistol, which really makes different formal rounds for them, and also they were able to turn rounds that they were not supposed to win. So this was really important on the side of All Gamers. Definitely one of the things that make them take this victory. As you said, also some players from DRG were not maybe at the level we expect them. And maybe this is because of Abyss, maybe this is because of the series. We don't really know, but I think they can do better.
But yeah, but look at that. You know, that's the main thing, right? Like the cast stat. How can you have a 52% cast as a team that has made multiple internationals? Like, I'll be very honest, that is just subpar from them. It's not their own level out of anything. And I hope that we see the DRG that likes to play as a unit, that, you know, the entry coalition, the constellation of Spirit, Akamon, Nick, and Flexen can actually bring back their form. All Gamers might have found the way to jam the machine, but it cannot happen twice. Now they're heading into the middle bracket, and while we do not have the full confirmation, at least we do know one thing, that tomorrow is going to be a really entertaining day. Not only because we're going to have XLG EDG, and to see who is going to take on All Gamers, we have our second elimination game with FPX, who once again touted by many to be a team with potential, disappointed many as per usual. against the JDG that I hold very dear to my heart, and I really hope to see them success. But as I've said, I feel like the round robin, or not the round robin, but like the teams that they've been pulled against has been a pretty tough one. FBX should be a walk in the park, but you never really know what may happen.
Yeah, I think this game is going to be very interesting. It's going to be the second team that is going to be eliminated in this 2026 kickoff. So be sure to tune in with Project Horizon tomorrow at the hour that works for you, because it depends on where you are on the planet, but it's 10 CET or 9 GMT. So tune in with the Project Horizon. There will be two more beautiful casters to entertain you. So it was a blast to actually cast this series with you, Volt. I hope you had a great time. Also, thank you everyone for from Project Horizon, from the production, Fran and the translator Bidos. Amazing day once again.
Yeah, but I think that there might be one or two more things here. I mean, they usually show the updated bracket, but at least for now, we'll see the top 5 players of the day. No surprise that we are seeing GRQ on top of that list. Yosemite, also Spring. You know, especially Yosemite, I feel like he's had an epiphany to save Wolves, who were on the brink. I know that we have had such a tumultuous best of 3 that we have forgotten that third pearl that we have seen from Wolves to scrape by past elimination. And the journey for Wolves still do continue, and we'll have to see how they do. But for DRG, at least they can take the solace that, you know, Spirit, Vokashu both played really well individually, and hopefully they'll be able to continue like that even when they get knocked down into the middle bracket, because for sure they wouldn't want to leave their odds at the last chance at like the lower bracket against a lot of the teams that would be hungry, that would have played a lot more serious, of course.
It's definitely a bit sad to see Wolves this early in the kickoff, in the lower bracket where they risk elimination at each map now, each match. So I hope they will be able to climb back, but the road is very long, at least 5 more matches before being potentially qualified, and definitely a lot of big and big teams will have to face. So the road is very long ahead of them. The next one is Trace in 3 days.
I believe in 2 days, right? Or am I not mistaken?
It's a 3.
Oh, it's 3.
1,
okay.
2, 3. 3 days.
Yeah, okay. I mean, look, math is not my strongest suit. Clearly, the strong suit for those teams is just to show off and try to play on their own term. But, you know, as we've seen from CN, international competition can be tough. I really hope that they will be as sharp as ever. And tomorrow, I'm expecting a couple of bangers, both in the elimination and the upper bracket game. But as we have seen, that was Tyloo against DRG in the middle bracket. So that in itself is also going to be such another entertaining game that I'll be looking forward to. Tyloo's been looking really impressive, and I feel like they're flying under a lot of people's radar because they dropped into the middle bracket. So that is another matchup to be excited for. I believe that tomorrow it is also going to be UCOM Co-op, but it's going to be Mike that will take over for me here for that initial game. Remember, it is elimination between JDG and FPX. That is the thing that we're going to be kicking off tomorrow with. So same time, same place, as Comcod have said, 10 a.m. CET is where we're gonna go. A big thank you before we close out to both Fran and BDOS for the production and the translation respectively. They really make the difference between just casting a couple of games and actually having a lot of insights into the interviews and the out of server things that maybe, you know, a lot of people can catch on Weibo, etc. on the socials for the teams. And it does a lot to actually add to the context of the games, and I feel like the context is really what is going to matter here. But well, enough yapping. Let's just take it over. That is it, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. And I hope you all can have a great time and have a break until you go to America. See you then.
Bye-bye.
Secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready.
back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now yo-yo, need some of that no-no. Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah.